All right, we're at 7 o'clock. I think we can start on our training session. So we're going to spend the first half hour of our meeting, as we typically do, forgive me, in our training workshop, where we'll talk a bit more about ARB and sort of our review purview, what the rules in the historic district, the HDLO, might look like, and what the regular review criteria are, and then just open discussion about what, if any, I say that in jest, challenges we find in our ARB reviews. So with that, were you going to kick us off?
Yeah, I think Jennifer and I will do this in tandem. Sure. So today we'll be looking at Chapter 86, which is the architectural design standards through which the ARB kind of reviews applications, right? And then we'll also look at the Chapter 134, which is the historic preservation chapter. We've somewhat reviewed 134 previously when thinking about designations and the criteria. I think we reviewed them in detail at the beginning of the year in terms of the criteria laid out there. I don't think we've gone through Chapter 86 in a while, except for 2 meetings ago in April. We did, in May, we reviewed the applications for these, the application forms for these two, right, for ARB and for the HDLO properties, just to kind of go through what's being requested of applicants, making sure that those requests are clear. So I think Mercedes kind of took notes from that meeting 2 months ago, and it has been updating the forms. So hopefully those will get out, those forms will get updated and get out to applicants, and then over the next few months we'll start to kind of look at how the applications coming in may have changed and hopefully get more detail that the board needs to review those. But I think the chair had kind of asked, or John had asked, that we just touch upon again what the criteria and kind of the discretion of the board is with regards to these two applications, so we can kind of talk through that with the board, hear from you what's working, what's not clear, and then Jennifer and I and the board together may be able to think about potential amendments or clarifications that we want to take to these sections of code and kind of bring in front of the council for consideration, right?
I should also say we should discuss as well, not just what we review in terms of architectural review, but also how it also applies to certificates of appropriateness.
Yes. So do you want to start, Jennifer, I think with Chapter 86? It's a little bit more...
Yep, so Chapter 86 is your, as Natalie mentioned, just your standard architectural review chapter. And Section 86-6 in particular is the section of that chapter that gives you the criteria that you're supposed to be reviewing when you review ARB applications. And these are for applications that don't necessarily involve a certificate of appropriateness, because that's another layer of review standards that would apply. So in Section 86-6, it says that the board shall base its recommendations on the following criteria. And that is that no building or structure or land development shall be so detrimental to the desirability, property values, or development of the surrounding area as to provoke one or more of the harmful effects set forth in Section 86-2 by reason of, and then it gives 2 things. So we have to figure out whether the application is going to have a harmful effect on the surrounding area. I'm just kind of paraphrasing and breaking it down. It's going to have a harmful effect on the surrounding area in a way that's going to implicate one of the purposes and intent, the sort of harmful effects that this whole architectural design chapter is meant to preclude. So I'll go through that. And that is Section 86-2. It says that excessive similarity or dissimilarity leading to inappropriateness or poor quality of the exterior appearance erected in residential and commercial districts in the city adversely affect such beauty and symmetry as well as the desirability of surrounding properties and neighborhood areas for residential, commercial, or other permitted land uses. By doing so, such conditions impair the benefits of occupancy of existing properties, as well as the stability and value of both improved and unimproved properties. As a result, they prevent the most appropriate development and use of such and cause degeneration of property, with attendant deterioration of conditions affecting the health, safety, and general welfare of the community. And further, they destroy the proper relationship between taxable value and real property and the cost of municipal services provided therefore. So basically, if you let property deteriorate and become horrible, it's going to lower the tax base, lower tax revenue, and therefore have an impact on the cost of municipal services, because the cost of municipal services are going to remain the same. If properties are allowed to deteriorate, the tax revenue is going to go down, and we're not going to have enough money to fund those municipal services. So that's kind of the
Can we pull that apart a little
the
bit?
gist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to maybe just stop on that one and
Yeah.
sort of pull it apart, right? So one of the biggest challenges that we face and have experienced is the somewhat subjective nature. So, and I'm also now picking up on another aspect too, you know, in this deterioration clause, it's almost a sort of a more building department level constructability or quality of construction type conversation. So, so there's two things I just want to talk about a little bit, right? One is that subjective nature. The other is, again, this idea of quality. So maybe we start with the quality one first, because this has always kind of given me pause, right?
Yeah,
It sounds to me like, right, so how do we judge whether an application in front of us could potentially, lend itself to a diminution of, property values and that sort of thing? I mean, again, unless it's like quality of materials and poor construction, there's also the aesthetic part of it, which then pushes, in my view, back also into that subjective realm.
Yeah, and I think it's almost like it's talking about like a domino effect. If you let, one house come in that has, poor quality materials and the design is of poor quality, that's going to potentially lead to a domino effect in the rest of the neighborhood to
Right.
allow other properties to kind of be pulled down.
So again, in my mind, that's a subjective, right? Because in my view, there are many products that are, again, this is just my viewpoint. There are many products that are of poor quality.
Right.
Vinyl. Not everybody can afford hardy board. Not everybody can afford real wood, right? So where do you draw the line?
That's a good question. I mean,
Super subjective.
It is, and that's sort of the unfortunately, that's the nature of architectural review. A lot of it is subjective.
So can we just use as a baseline my taste?
So I think what you need to do, though, is, we got through some portion of the standard of review. There's others, too. So, the sort of undesirability of what you're looking at in the ARB application has to implicate one of these purposes and intent. So one of these infirmities.
I think the criteria that you were starting on starts to help narrow that down a little bit, but I just think the response to your question is you're absolutely correct, right? Even the first line of that intent there says, even that is, cannot be excessively similar or dissimilar.
Yeah, and we've actually been able to invoke that in the past to many applicants, ire. Because also that is somewhat subjective too, because you can be in a part of a neighborhood that has multiple different styles, multiple different generations of Victorian or mid-century or arts and crafts. Those are very different from one another. So what's to say that a modern home within that context is too dissimilar?
Yeah. I mean, I agree. It's completely subjective to a discretionary review of a board of 7, right? That's kind of why that gets put to a planning board that is comprised of the peers of the applicants, right, in terms of being residents of the community. But I agree that it's a very hard and
Not very toothy.
not very toothy, and I think it puts a lot of onus on the board and the applicant to kind of really pull apart and discuss each certain application. But I don't think it gives you clear guidance, right? It's not very, once we get to chapter 134, where there's things like the cornice must be this high or this in XYZ, that's where we started to get much more form-based, whereas this is very, I think, design and to the discretion. Many communities have started to move away from this type of discretionary review because of how difficult it is.
It's vibey.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna, it's what?
Vibey. It's like, is that, what's the vibe of this? And so the judgments that people make that are subjective, and it's inherent in the nature of this. It's not, our town is not a Cold Spring. And I think part of it was that you couldn't enforce a rigid design sensibility like you would in Albuquerque or Santa Fe, let's say, not Albuquerque.
Yeah, I'm not
Because it doesn't-
looking to turn into like Lavalette.
Oh, understood. But what I said, more prescriptive standards would be difficult, right, to enforce. And if you said no vinyl, I'm just sort of taking an opportunity to riff a little bit, is there, you would be, more wealthy people would have an easier time meeting those standards than people that have lived here a long time and are maybe don't have as good
Fair.
an income, right?
What are other communities doing to address this challenge?
I mean, I think they all face it because you all come up, the same kind of comment and question comes up in seeker review, right? Because there's that community character. Is this consistent with community character? So I do think all planning boards face this in some sense. I see different communities. Some now rely more on architectural consultants outside of the board if they don't feel like they have the expertise on the side of the board. I will say that I don't know, in the communities that I have worked in, the review of like single-family homes is not often, I don't often see that caught in front of planning boards. Many communities exempt 1, 2, 3 families from coming before a planning board. So it is a little bit of a unique, because Beacon's so small, I think they chose to have this additional review over their residential neighborhoods.
That's the area where I think we have the biggest challenges, the certificates of appropriateness on one single-family homes.
Yeah, and many, we could do more of an analysis. I could do more of an analysis of communities in Dutchess County in the area to see what they're doing.
I'd be curious.
But I know a lot of them exempt architectural review of single-family homes for that reason, because it's just kind of getting right to the line of like a private property owner versus kind of planning board. But I think if we could touch on the 2 criteria under 86-6, it gives you a little bit more, but I think I will still, we're agreeing that there's openness here. But so the first prong is the repeated and adjacent use of identical or nearly identical facades or structures arranged without respect to natural features or terrain or other existing structures. Right, so this is, I think that one was put in there. So when you're looking at this detriment, I think the guideline that has been given is anything that is too
Cookie cutter, right?
Cookie cutter, not paying attention to natural aspects like trees, topography, things like that, right? So kind of clear cutting and doing tract housing, which you see, I think, all across the West and many parts of the U.S. in terms of that more suburban. So that's something that was put in here specifically for the board to be able to review and avoid.
Yeah, I mean, again, I go back to like real world experience where you've got something that's just plain ugly. And it's ugly for any number of reasons. It's not scaled proportionally correctly. The windows has slapdash all over the place. I mean, what does that fall into? I mean, I could name any number of different things we've encountered that are somewhat what I would still consider subjective. Like, you don't like it, but I do.
So I think that's the next prong. That's the inappropriateness with respect to, and then there's a list of 3 things that the design is inappropriate.
Yeah, let's go through those.
For the total volume, and the first 3, I've seen this exact provision in other codes, and it drives me crazy. Because the first one is total volume in cubic feet. The second one is gross floor area, and the third one is height. So height and I mean, these are all things that are governed by zoning. So in my mind, if it's zoning compliant, you know, you can
We have
kind
no
of
teeth.
mold what that block would look like, but the whole GFA
Yeah.
is governed by zoning.
But
But the fourth one is good, because it's other significant design features, and that's very broad, but it gives examples of such as material or quality of architectural design. So I think that's what you're getting at when you talk about, you know, windows being kind of haphazard, the quality of the materials, and then it talks about roof structures, chimneys, exposed mechanicals, a whole bunch of other things. So I think that's where you probably are living most often in your
Sure.
reviews, is that, you know, it's inappropriate with respect to other significant design features, specifically quality and the architectural design.
Yeah.
It's
Again,
still subjective. It's
so
still,
you
it's still in the eye of the beholder, but I think
Yeah.
that's also, you know, the benefit that this board has is that you do have at least 2 architects on the board.
We got, what, 100 years
landscape
between us?
Exactly,
Design-
landscape
design
architect.
professional, yeah.
So
Oh, we're all design
you are
professionals.
coming at it
Yes, and
with
John. Yeah,
a
I'm Jim.
better eye for that, because I could look at something and think, there's nothing wrong with this. You come at it with a different architectural background and can identify what might not be architecturally appropriate in the design. And I think that's
Which,
a
again,
benefit to this board.
we do. It is a real struggle, right? Some, you know, the easy ones are ones where somebody's actually hired an architect, or they have some experience and they have got some taste, and sometimes, rarely. Other times, it's a real challenge. It's exhausting. So, I mean, I don't know how to solve it, but,
Yeah. One of the things it doesn't say, I noticed, is that it doesn't talk about adjacent context, right? And that's some of the
True.
things you make a judgment about all the time, is there a contiguous neighborhood that has consistent architectural features?
Yeah.
And then this would just, in some way, diminish that effect, right? But the difficulty with that, like any judgment, is like, sometimes you'd have something that actually sort of enhances, because it's a feature.
you hope so.
And so there's a lot of architects would compliment themselves to think that they could create something that would enhance the neighborhood, even if it didn't mimic the structure and form of everything that was already there.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah.
not the case in a lot of residential neighborhoods in Beacon. You
Yeah,
know?
and I'll mention there is another layer to that criteria of inappropriateness. I didn't read the whole thing, but it does say that it's the inappropriateness of the structure with respect to those items that we talked about in relation to any other structure or land development that may be existing or for which a permit has been issued. So it kind of brings in a little bit of that, you know, comparison of what's being
Right.
proposed to, you know, in relation to other structures around it. So
That's true.
that should help.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, again, it would be interesting if you could,
Poll of-
yeah, just
Yeah,
a
yeah.
couple of different communities, and if they're doing things differently, how? Just for reference.
And what's the result, too? I mean, if they're doing, there are towns like Cold Spring where it's obvious that they're incredibly rigid. It's a wealthy neighborhood, it's a wealthy community, and they are extremely, they rigorously, they expect a lot of the developers there. And they won't permit things that don't fit within a certain, you know, visual, whatever, guideline that they have. And it's not, some of it's written down, some of it is, they just, and, you know, there's examples there of a number of projects that have taken a long time and were not approved until they met the visual standards that were, you know, that they had. I've always wondered whether or not, I think that was always a choice that we had. And I don't think at the time that this was passed, it wasn't, we didn't think that much of ourselves. Right?
We had low self-esteem.
Low self-esteem, right?
Now we
Self-esteem
have
issues.
significant self-esteem. Yeah, I think there's more, in my view, we've somehow gotten through it, and I will say, there have been some some upsetting things built just because of the challenges of just aesthetically. And again, this is from my point of view, of the challenges of the charge, right? With the limitations of and again, to some degree, designed that way, the limitations of the law.
Yeah, I think that's what we kind of wanted to acknowledge, is that there very much is, right, a lot of subjectivity to these regulations,
Yeah.
and when you, and that's likely why you're facing challenges in reviewing, right, because you're having to apply your own, I would say professional, but also personal experience. So I guess, happy to do a little bit more research, see how other communities are handling this. Wanted to acknowledge that this is a very discretionary process, and then maybe get a little bit more feedback from, if, I don't want you to call out any specific applications, but if there's been certain things, so I've heard material choice so far.
It runs the gamut.
It runs the gamut, yeah.
Material choice, color choice, window placement and size, scale, relationship to one another, just form, right? Good design. Again, how do you describe good design without going into an architectural, lecture?
Well, that exists other places in our code, right? Where it's more explicit.
We do have some areas, like your form-based districts, like the CMS,
The
the
HDLO.
linkage districts, the HDLO, definitely, where it's tried to walk that line between saying, it doesn't say you have to have this many windows, right, but it talks about symmetry, it talks about proportions in terms of height versus width. It talks about placement of doors, it talks about, you have regulations in the code that you can apply to every district, like the setback one that we're discussing with another one, where you're allowed to deviate from a setback or require a certain setback based on the context of the block, right? So there is some language elsewhere in the code.
I will say, Chapter 186 is probably ripe for review. It was adopted in 1991, and the last time it was amended, just one section was amended, was 1997.
Wow, yeah, that's old.
Probably a good time to,
Yeah, so if you think about where Beacon
It's right
was
to
at that
revisit.
time and the need for these regulations, as there was kind of this uptick of redevelopment and development, that's kind of when these were put in place. So I think,
Should we dive into that one too?
well, this was 86. You were talking about chapter 86 is what you meant, right? Not 186.
that was 86, yeah.
Oh, that was,
Yeah.
okay, I'm sorry, I thought you were
134
talking about
was-
the
That's
134.
the ARB that we've been talking about. The
Yes.
HGLO, which is chapter 134, right, in terms of the regulations on historic preservation,
Yeah.
that get into the certificates of appropriateness. So that chapter covers both kind of the designation of properties, which is done by the council, as well as the review of properties that have been designated and the granting of certificates of appropriateness. So if we wanted, 134-6 is where it kind of gets into certificates of appropriateness and the criteria in subsection C. And we can touch on that briefly. I think we have touched on this previously, but I will just kind of run through that. And there's the general certificate of appropriateness, and then there is also the CMS district, which has additional regulations on that. So I think that's kind of what maybe Kevin was just pointing to, that we do have some more boxed-in guide regulations. But for general, the criterion in determining whether a certificate of appropriateness shall be given, there's 4 criteria that the board should be considering when looking at an application for a certificate of appropriateness. So the historic or architectural value or significance of the structure and its relation to the historic character of the surrounding area. So you're looking at any modifications, again, quite broad latitude there, right? The historic or architectural value or significance. So where we often taken that is kind of looking back at the designating form. Whenever a property is designated to the HGLO, there is a required form that kind of talks about what the features of that structure are, and why it was designated. Number 2 in this section is the relationship of the identified historical features of such structure to the rest of the structure and the surrounding area. Criteria 3 is for an addition or new structure, the compatibility of exterior design in terms of scale, arrangement, texture, and materials proposed, roof and cornice forms, and if applicable, spacing and proportion of windows and doors, exterior architectural details, and street front fixtures.
These are very helpful. Why can't we apply these to the general? I mean, is there any reason why we wouldn't?
Yeah, because I think they wanted to focus the areas, focus on areas that had significant historical fabric.
Yeah, no, that
Main
makes
Street,
sense.
Obviously, you know, and there
makes
are other
sense.
areas in, I don't know if anybody lived here in like the 90s, and they weren't significant. There were a lot of places that have been converted into multi-apartments. You know,
Yeah, no, we know.
IBM had left.
We know.
Yes.
So, yeah, continue.
And then, the fourth one is for proposals that do require, so if it is a site development plan or a special permit that's required for it, in addition to the certificate of appropriateness, the planning board also shall apply the design standards in subsection 7 of this same section. And that's the Central Main Street District Site Development Plan or Special Permit. So those are the ones that we reviewed those earlier this year, where it starts getting into, there's a number of more criteria about design characteristics, scale and height of alterations, site elements, architectural elements. So that's the section, like if site plan approval is required in addition to just the COA. But I think what we're kind of talking about here today is more of like the smaller applications that are just ARB review or a certificate of
Yes, that's
appropriateness,
right.
right? Where you maybe don't have this larger latitude of site plan approval.
Yeah, and the CMS even, or HLO even goes so far as to provide examples, right, visuals. So that's also very helpful. I mean, I don't know if we can extend that into the general, but, excuse me.
Although I've noticed that a couple of applications like literally used elements from those visuals as, you know, well, this obviously the.
You just copied them?
Got there, yeah, so it's not always,
Well, it's one way to get it right.
you can't help it.
Yeah, I think that's in the form-based code, in the zoning code
Sorry,
section.
yes,
the
it's
form-based-
a
yeah.
different
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah.
Similar thing, not this specific.
But to
thing.
your point, like, there could be the use of visuals in chapter 134 or 86.
I mean,
if
I don't
that's
know.
helpful.
Even if it's just a sort of a tutorial on what scale and proportion are,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You'd have to hire
Figures,
somebody to do
diagrams,
that,
yeah.
you know, that did a good job.
What is it, Francis?
We were very cheap.
Francis Ching? We can use him?
I think I know we're at 7:28, so we want to move on. So I
Yeah.
think we have some research that we can do in looking, and Jennifer and I work in other communities, so we can kind of pull that. I think the other thing is we did review, Dutchess County Planning Federation did a training on good design or better design that I think we did review as a board
Did they now?
together. It's a video presentation that was recorded. I might just recirculate that to
Sure.
the board. So if you guys want to watch and give me your response, you're maybe not going to agree with it. You're maybe going to agree with components
I'm
of it.
curious.
But just came to my mind as an example of someone who tried to get out there and say, what is good design? So I think it would be helpful to have you all respond to that and say, okay, maybe agreed with this segment of it. That
Yeah.
might be something we can incorporate. This not appropriate for Beacon, just to start to kind of narrow down some maybe
Sure.
if there is more
Yeah.
guidelines that we want to try to add to these sections.
That could be helpful.
But I just want, we hear from the board that it is a struggle to review these applications, and I think this is something that we can start bringing to the council and having conversations with about how to,
Yeah, I think
how
that
we
would
might
be-
want to refine these.
It's time. I have to say, I mean, we review some long and in-depth and complicated applications. The certificates of appropriateness are sometimes just as hard for that, subjective nature of things, right? So the first challenge, the first hurdle was getting past the submission requirements because, we were looking at things like scrawled on the back of a napkin with a crayon,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Try to control the information that's coming in.
So that's
and then-
number
yeah,
one. Now,
yeah.
this layer two, I think, needs some work.
Okay, can I add something? I would love to open this up in some way, encourage public participation, and get a wider voice. There's a lot of creative people in this town, and a lot of them have really interesting and rich views about their visual environment. And I think it's something we should take advantage of. And also, it builds more support and more consistency in the way it actually gets expressed when the projects come in. If there's a feeling that there's a clear understanding of what the sort of culture in Beacon and what it might expect and and how people want to participate in it when they're building here,
Yeah, thanks. Just real quick, anything else you wanted to add, Jim, or?
No, that's
Karen?
very helpful and confusing.
Good? You what?
I said it's very helpful and confusing.
Oh, sounds contradictory, but okay. we'll go with it.
Further down the road.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so it's 7:30. Welcome, everybody, to the, what month is this? July 2026 meeting of the City of Beacon Planning Board. Our first item of business will be to, I think we have a quorum of those of us who were at last meeting, adopt last month's meeting minutes into the record. So unless we have any revisions? No? So motion to adopt last month's minutes into the record as written.
Motion.
Motion by Karen.
Second.
Second by Kevin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'll also mention at the outset that we, item number 2 on our agenda, if you were here for this, 393 Fishkill Avenue, 397 Fishkill Avenue and 7 Conklin, that's been removed from the agenda at the request of the applicant, so just in case you were here for that. And so then with that.
Just to
Yeah,
clarify,
please.
it's adjourned to the August meeting.
It's adjourned,
which
yes,
is,
to be more accurate, yes.
The
Thank you.
date is the 11th.
Great. So with that, we'll go to our first agenda item, which is to continue public hearing and continue review of application for site plan approval, 1154 North Avenue.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So we submitted some revised plans and some additional information based on the comments we went over last month. We submitted a separate sign permit application. I think Brian got that. We added notes to the plans about egress only at that rear exit door and about post-construction acoustic testing. The city's acoustic consultant got back after their review of the applicant's consultant and essentially I believe agreed with the findings and had similar comments about doing the post-construction testing, so that lined up. And then we also submitted a revised sprinkler analysis to Brian. I don't know if you got a chance to look at that yet.
I did, it's good.
Okay. So I think that's it in terms of, there wasn't a lot of new information apart from those items that were asked for. We updated the hours. The applicant submitted some information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so can you, I know you've submitted them, but just for the record here publicly, what are the now established hours?
Oh. I'm going to have to enlarge that a little bit. Okay, so what we have now is Wednesdays 2 p.m. to 11 p.m., Thursdays 2 p.m. to 12 a.m., Fridays 12 p.m. to 1:30 a.m., Saturdays 12 p.m. to 1:30 a.m., and Sundays 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. Or 12 a.m.
Thank you.
p.m. Sorry. Yeah.
Hi, Eric Whitener, applicant. Since last meeting, we made 2 adjustments to the hours based on Chairman Gunn's suggestions. One was on a holiday weekend, we wouldn't extend Sunday hours to the Saturday hours. We're going to keep them at 11 p.m. Additionally, we're going to lower Wednesday from 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. to bring that back to make it more in line with what we see with other businesses.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, and I'll note that having reviewed the city's acoustical consultant's review of your acoustical consultant's recommendations in terms of your mitigation approach, he was complimentary and found that the measures that you're taking appear to be very robust. So I was glad to hear that. I think obviously it comes down to the detail's just a detail on the drawing. So it comes down to how it's built and it needs to obviously follow the detailing and methodology that you outlined in the drawing, so you're gonna need to closely watch that, obviously, because you are also committing to post-construction testing, right?
Yeah.
And so we do have a draft resolution that those elements are a part of that, right? And as well, the range of acceptable levels from that post-construction testing are defined. I think it was 3 to 6 dB, right?
Yeah.
Those are well within comfortable audible range, meaning not a nuisance. So all of that is clear and understood. So with that, let's go to our consultants to hear from them on any highlights on their reviews. So we'll start with you, Natalie.
Yeah, I think one of mine is just a clarification, because Ari, you just said that the rear was going to be egress only, but I just want to, as stated on the plan, it's emergency egress only. So all regular coming in and out of the building will be directed towards 9D, right? And then those are fire emergency access, and that's what's on the plans. I just wanted to make that very clear for the public, because that was one of my previous comments, and I appreciated seeing that addressed, that there is a rear door that will be for emergency access.
Right, and there's an alarm on there, there's signage
Okay.
on there, so I think it's going to be
So as much as
clear.
possible,
Yeah.
public entrance and everything is directed towards the front of the building, facing kind of the more busier roadway rather than the residential neighbors in the back. And then besides that, I mean, I think from a code perspective, in terms of compliance with the code, it was kind of limited now to the noise. So I just kind of cited some of the noise consultants' things here, which I think you already covered in your intro.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Russo.
So the applicant is aware they have to approach DOT for work within the right-of-way. I think it's going to be a reduced scope of work, as the building inspector has noted. The fire analysis, or the sprinkler analysis is acceptable, so you're probably going to be able to use the existing service that's there. So there's going to be less disturbance within the right-of-way. You already discussed the noise consultants stuff, and it was just the board discussing the hours of operation.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, board. Thoughts, questions?
Yeah, I think they improved the proposal, right? They've dealt with the biggest concern was the noise, and I feel confident that they addressed that.
All right, so we still have open public hearing. We have received a couple of letters. If you're here, you have written a letter. You don't have to come up and repeat yourself. You can, but I don't necessarily recommend it for time purposes. We got a long agenda, but if you'd like to step to the mic and you have any comments, please do.
Evening. My name is Rob Van Cott. I'm on 11 West Church Street. I came here, I think, a meeting or two ago. So I reviewed some of the documents that were provided by the applicant. I read your letter from the applicant. Listen, I think, you know, these folks are really trying to do the right thing. So I admire that as somebody who, you know, supports local business. One thing I'd like to just propose or just ask is 1158 North Ave, that parking area in the back, like if the business owner of that property makes a deal with this business owner and says like, yeah, you can use my parking lot, does that parking lot become like a space for you guys to park in? Like, yeah, like I'm just curious, because that could kind of like.
Hang on, are you finished with your comments?
Excuse me?
Are you finished with your comments?
No.
Yeah, so let him finish, let's gather
Thanks,
questions, and
appreciate
then you all
So,
can respond.
you know, because like I live right in that backyard. My neighbor Jimmy lives in that backyard. There's a large number of underserved folks that live in the backyard behind us, right? Like it's a neighborhood with kids and families, and just like this gentleman's got families. And I just want to make sure that, you know, whoever comes into that neighborhood is respectful, truly respectful of the vibe that we carry over at West Church Street, and, you know, on this side of town. You know, the other thing too is that back entrance. Like I read the you know, one of the documents that talks about strict adherence to like not having anybody congregate in the back. You know, like how's that monitored? Is there a camera back there that basically somebody at management can basically see if people are going around back? You know, it's a bar. Like people come out. You know, it's a bar, right? Like, you know, we're all adults here. People go out in the back and, you know, do different things. They smoke. They hang out. They, you know, go to the bathroom. Like, I just don't want to see people hanging out in the backyard late at night making noise when my windows are open, because the reality is like, our windows are open. I think that's a right that we have as people that bought into Beacon and own homes. So, you know, the other thing too is like, one of you guys mentioned something about inspections and like post-construction, like inspections. Like, how do you know if like the architect's sound attenuation like features like are actually holding up? Like, is that something that you guys test or you get a report for, like special inspections? I don't know. Maybe Ari can like speak to that. But I'd like assurances that whatever it is that they're going to build and do is what happens. And that's really all I got to say.
Fair,
So,
thanks.
all right, thanks.
So let's get through, just hold your answers. There were 3 specific questions there.
I'll try to remember.
Try to remember them. You got parking, you've got congregating, you've got testing.
Sorry, and the secretary didn't catch your name. Sorry. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else? On this issue? Yeah, come on up.
Yes, my name is Keith Shipp. I live at 18 West Church Street. I've been a volunteer fireman in Beacon since 1982. I've walked around the building. I know last time the meeting was here, they talked a lot about the second floor. No access to the windows for the fire department. The lady was talking about egress on the second floor. I don't know anybody who would go into a business where you're sitting, drinking, partying, whatever. Somebody yells fire and there's only one egress on the first floor. It's a garage door and one door. Everybody's gonna head for that door. What if the fire is there? Nobody is gonna run to the second floor for an egress. I don't care what you tell me. There should be, my opinion, an egress door on the north and south side of the building with exit signs. You're trapping people right in as soon as they walk in the front door. Plus, parking. We're still talking about West Church. Nobody's going to park in the police department parking lot for any time. You're going to drink and party all night. You're not going to go down there and drive away. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Jim Zellinger. I'm at West Church. I submitted, but I've just got a couple of points to make. 1154 North Avenue does not have an established late-night persona. The examples stated in the application are on the other side of town. They all face Main Street. They all have parking that's very close by. They're very different. I mean, this used to be 2 towns, as we all know. It's very different on this side than it is on that side. I think the closest venue that has anything late night is Myers Old Dutch, and that's 10 p.m. on the weekend, so it would be a significant outlier in the area. And if those hours are so critical to the business investment, which it says throughout this application, that's the obligation of the applicant to put the venue in a place where it's amenable. In a neighborhood where, you know, there are lots of residential homes in the exact proximity of the building, it's not really amenable. So, I mean, again, that's on the applicant. I just think it's not right for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Teresa Kraft, concerned resident. Commercial enterprise is healthy for every community, but sometimes it's not an ideal mix in a close-by neighborhood. I personally believe it's a dangerous location alongside a busy state road with fast cars, poor parking, and tight side roads and driveways will put both pedestrians and drivers at risk. Not even the people that are going to this establishment, but the people, the cars driving by. There's going to be people all over the street. The public watching these meetings online do not see the faces of the audience of these neighboring residents opposed to these projects, feeling like they're not heard. Knowing how the system works, I also believe it's already too far gone in the design phase expenses and the board approval phase to turn back the scale, so I'm sure it's done.
Anyone else?
All right, that's a lot to remember. So the first speaker to address his concerns about the parking in the back as per the neighbor's access to that. There'll be no parking for 1154 access in that lot 100% of the time. The only thing I could think of is if there's a snowstorm and I have to get into the building, would I personally park there? But other than that, there'll be no patrons parking there, deliveries, et cetera. The second point on the first gentleman's comments had to do with, this is the third point about testing and how we actually test the sound mitigation. So one of the consultants will come out, whether it's the ones I hired or the town that hired. Now that we have criteria of how to test, they will take their equipment and bring it to the perimeter of the outlying buildings and test to see if it's under the threshold. They'll do this during either a test period where we have maximum output from the building, we'll have all rooms going on at once, it won't be open to the public, or we'll do it as part of our pre-launch where we'll have, basically an environment within the building that represents what it'll look like when it's open. So that will, we'll get ahead of what those readings are at that point. I forget the second.
Congregating.
Congregating,
Yeah,
thank you.
monitoring the back.
Yeah, monitoring the back. So there's a couple of things. So 5 times a shift, 5 times per 8 hours, the staff will be required to do a perimeter check. One of our 6 staff will be required to do a perimeter check, make sure nobody's out there. We also will have security cameras out there, just in full disclosure. It's not the type of thing where we'll be looking at the security camera 100% of the time, but we'll have motion alerts. So we'll be flagged to our devices when there is motion back there. So we'll be able to know when people are out there and get them away. It's strictly for emergency egress, that back channel. I think that addresses the first gentleman. The second set of comments had to deal with egress and how many emergency exits we have. We do have 2 dedicated exits on the first floor. We have a brand new one that we're building on the north side of the building. We have our main entrance. Additionally, we have the garage door, which can, in some emergencies, be open at staff discretion, but we're not relying on that. So we have 2 dedicated ones. And on the top floor, we have a dedicated exit with all signage that will be pointed to it. Most of the people on the top floor, their closest exit will actually be on the first floor because the stairwell will go right out to that north side exit. So I think that addresses those concerns. The building, yes, it is big, but you're nowhere more than 50, 60 feet from an exit at any given time in the building. So if I didn't feel confident about that, I wouldn't be doing this because we live in a community and safety is a big concern. And I can't remember the third, any addressable points on the third speaker.
The hours of operation.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's unprecedented for that particular space. I understand. It's not unprecedented in Beacon, and this is that space. The reason we chose it, it's because it was to code for bar, tavern, entertainment venue.
This is also a permitted use.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we would never have selected a place if it was, if that wasn't already established in the code, so.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll also note for the public's general interest, I don't know what you call this document. Everything you describe here is outlined in your occupancy management, premises monitoring and emergency egress plan. It's a matter of public record, so if you have any more curiosity about any aspect of your operations, you can access it. So, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And I guess I will just point out, because I feel like it is a little bit of a planning component in terms of where the activity is on Main Street right now versus where the zoning permits it, right? There is a desire within the comprehensive plan as well as the permitted zoning districts to have a more continuous kind of line of commercial between the train station and the east side of Main Street. So there is like existing conditions, but I think there is also a desire to have that linkage happen there. And so this facility is relatively close to the train station, right? And starting to create that connection down across 90 and towards the train station. So that is actually quite intentional within the comprehensive plan and the zoning code.
This would be also in the linkages district, right? Or
This
at least
is-
the area we referred to. when
Is
we were-
across, yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Anyway,
This is in the CMS,
Oh, it is,
CMS,
yeah.
this is CMS zoning district, so the Central Main Street zoning district. But it is right across the street from where you get onto Beekman, which is where the linkage district
Yep.
starts. Yeah.
Thank you. Anything else?
No.
Board, any other thoughts, questions? We can consider closing the public hearing. What did you have?
Yeah, I just have one thing. So this application does require GML referral, General Municipal Law referral to the county
What?
planning department. Yeah.
Never heard of that. What is it? Something new.
It was brought to my attention that the referral to the county was done recently, but the time period hasn't lapsed, and we haven't gotten comments back. We haven't gotten a response back. So with that outstanding, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't recommend that you hold off on a vote on the resolution. You can close the public hearing tonight, but I think we're going to procedurally just have to hold off on a vote on the resolution until August, until we get those comments back. Just as a practical matter, too, we've got 4 planning board members here, so if there were to be a vote on the application, it would have to be unanimous of affirmative vote of all
Yeah, I
4
was
members.
gonna get to that, but.
Yeah, and that applies not just to this application, but to all the
yeah, this
applications, if there's
somewhat-
any vote.
Yeah, this somewhat makes that moot. What is this?
The general municipal county, when we have to refer applications to the county Department of Planning, Dutchess County Department of Planning,
What-
for comments,
what triggers
it's
this?
locational triggers. This is a state road, so because it's on a state
Oh.
road, it meets the locational trigger.
I see.
I'm curious, is that for any, whether it's in a village or in a town?
Yes.
Anything on a state road?
Yes.
Okay, it goes to
Okay.
the county, okay.
Depending upon the type of application.
Okay, I was just
Yes.
curious.
Yeah, and we've done this, this is a common thing that we've done on other
Oh,
applications.
I must be losing
Yeah.
my memory. At least keeps it fresh for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, any discussion, thoughts, or otherwise, a motion to close public hearing?
Motion.
Motion to close public hearing by James,
Second.
second by Kevin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And we do have the draft resolution that
We
was
do.
prepared, so if anybody has any comments on the draft, we can make those revisions for the next meeting, but other than
Did
the
you send
GML.
that around? I don't think I saw that.
It's posted on the website, but I can certainly email it too.
No?
Yeah.
I'll find it.
Okay.
Just curious, why is it labeled amended site plan resolution?
Because there's an existing site plan approval for several years ago. When was it? I've got the thing.
For this,
In 2019, the planning board granted a site plan approval to allow this building to be used as art studios. So that's in effect now. So this would amend that to now allow the use to transform again to a karaoke studio.
okay. Thank you. There's always something to learn.
All right, so see you next month.
See you next month.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is public hearing and continued review of application for subdivision approval, 84 Anderson Street, residential, submitted by Sadhna Gupta. Good evening. Good evening. First thing we will do is act on a motion to open public hearing.
Motion.
Motion to open public hearing by Karen.
Second?
Second by James.
Yes.
All in
That's fine.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm getting there.
Okay. Sorry about that. Dan Kohler with Hudson Land Design, engineer for the applicant. We have a parcel at 84 Anderson Street. It's in the R1-10 zoning district on the north side of Anderson Street. There are a number of structures on the parcel. Those are the ones in red as shown on the diagram up here. They're generally in a state of disrepair, so we're going to be raising those. And we are looking to build 2 single-family homes on the property. The property itself has plenty of acreage to meet the standards within the R1-10 for the lot area. However, the geometry on the width was just a little bit shy, so if you'll see here, there's a sanitary sewer easement on this particular lot to the west. And what we've done is we've incorporated a lot line realignment with that parcel to give extra lot width to the lots that are proposed here. We went to the Zoning Board of Appeals and got a slight variance of 3.6 feet to the lot width of one of these lots. The others are all completely compliant with the code. So now they're all as of right at this point. So we put together a plan showing how the lots would be developed with single driveways, individual driveways for each of the houses, new water and sanitary sewer connections, grading, erosion, sediment control, et cetera. So that's the proposal before us this evening.
Great, thanks. We'll do the round robin with our consultants.
All previous planning comments have been addressed.
All good? Thank you. Mr. Russo.
The word preliminary should be removed from the subdivision plat, and we think there should be a note on the subdivision plat with regards to the variance that was issued.
Okay. Board, anything?
No comment.
Okay, we'll go to the public. Anyone here who has any thoughts they'd like to share on this application?
Hello. I'm here. I'm the neighbor to the left, Anna Joanna, 60 Anderson Street. I'm here also on behalf of, making sure I say their name, Andre and Chris at 85 Anderson, and Tom and Andrea Cerchiara at 10 Tillett Street. So I have a few things to bring up. First of all, I really wish I was here for the last meeting where they asked for the variance for that 9 feet, I believe, right, in between the two properties. At the time I wasn't in Beacon, but also it seemed, for my neighbors, after we talked about it, it seemed like a very, we didn't realize that it meant basically getting 2 more houses. And so what happened is that, right, they bought one property, the right next to me, and the one that's right, the one to the left where you don't see, you know, the house is all grayed up. It's a very steep hill. They have to build a retaining wall. I don't know if you remember all of that. So there's a big retaining wall. There is that huge driveway because there's like rock formation, and then there's just not, the space for building is not great. So they had to build this retaining wall that's right over my house, right? It's like up there. And now they asked, right, to a variance to move, to give some of the property, the second lot from that initial property to the lot that they bought later, so that they could get now 2 lots. So they bought a second lot, and now instead of being able to have 2 houses plus 1, we're gonna get 4 houses, even though technically even that first lot is really hard to fit 2 houses because of the geography of the area. And now they take a second lot that's too small for 2, and they manage to somehow combine them and build 4 houses. Now, it's not a big deal in theory, but we live on a pretty narrow street with no sidewalk. And there is a dead, like, I'm trying to see. I don't know if you can tell how it doesn't look like a big turn, but it's a completely blind turn because it's going up a hill and then you turn so you cannot see anything. Because Anderson basically goes in between 2 streets, right, it doesn't go anywhere, and then there is Underhill that meets it. This is a neighborhood where kids are running around and biking around nonstop, and there's a lot of young kids, and we're right by Forestall Elementary School. And so we have a street where we have almost no traffic that feels like you're in the country, and now it's going to be developed with potentially 8 more cars, more light, and just in general a development that looks more like the rest of other parts of Beacon, which is beautiful, right? Kind of lot after lot of one-family homes, but it's very different from the neighborhood, which is really kind of country now. And I understand that that's not a reason enough to not allow it. My concern is that we have, again, if it was 2 different owners, they couldn't have trade parcels and 9 feet here and there, and then suddenly we have 4 houses. They just wouldn't have been able to they were able to get the variance because it was only 3 feet. But it wasn't only 3 feet, right? It was 11 or 12. I'm sorry, I'm bad with numbers, but something like that. And I know in the variance meeting, I believe, Karen, you mentioned, like, does it fit the neighborhood energy? Maybe it's, more appropriate for 3 houses, and it really is. Again, especially when you look at the first plot, the incline and the amount of it that's actually buildable with like all the rock formation. I'm trying to make sure I'm also saying what my neighbors asked me to say. I also understand that the city is trying to increase housing and that we need more houses to be built, and I understand that private owners, I mean, if they're lucky enough to buy 2 plots next to each other, why not, right? They can do what they want with their plots. But I think, again, like, they did one thing after the other over several years, and when you look at the bigger picture, it just doesn't seem right. This is not, like, that area is really not meant for 4 plots, even though it looks fine on paper. If you see, again, the topology and the turns and the side of the street and the parking availability and the environment around, it really actually is a bit, I mean, I don't want to say extreme, but it's 3 would be much more appropriate for the neighborhood, for the children, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Yaroslav Dobryansky, 100 Anderson Street. I wanted to concur with Anna's comments. That is a big blind spot, definitely. The cars coming up the hill do not see who's behind. And that is definitely a family neighborhood with a lot of kids. It is a walking neighborhood. A lot of people walk there. There are no sidewalks. There's not room for sidewalks. It would be better if it was 3 homes as opposed to 4, because you are adding potentially 8 cars. As is, there's been a bit of an uptick in car speed going down Anderson, so that's concerning as well. And then I don't even know what the ramifications are geologically, because that's heavily rocked area. They would be jackhammering day and night to build these homes. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. John, as far as sightlines on that bend, any review or any concerns raised during your review?
They've actually listed all the site distances from each of those driveways. Oh, sorry. So, yes, they've actually listed all the site distances and the compliance with the required site distances from each of those driveways on sheet 4.
Thank you.
Teresa Kraft, this is also close to my street. I walk it every day. According to the planner's letter in tonight's packet, all previous planning comments have been satisfactorily addressed. The application is sufficient for approval from a planning and zoning compliance perspective. Unfortunately, there is no concern for the quality of life for the surrounding homeowners and area residents who will be left with excess noise, traffic, potential infrastructure failure, light pollution, wild animal habitat disruption. Scale it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? You may, as long as you keep it brief.
I mean, I know it's not going to make a difference, but so we're beyond Forrestal, and there is a big, ditch, tons of trees, and between my house and the house that's planned, there is a lot of trees now. They're going to cut down a lot. When you enter the neighborhood, it's like it goes from regular kind of suburban to like you hear frogs and you have foxes, and so it is going to change again significantly the neighborhood. The other thing that I'm curious about is really like, again, like this, my neighbor mentioned, a lot of people in the neighborhood are working from home. I mean, almost 4 out of 4 neighbors that I know are all working from home. So you're talking about, 4 construction. I mean, 3 is also hard, but now the more you add, right? Like how many years of construction, and it is all rocks. So that's another concern for people that are working from home. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'll just mention the mechanism for zoning changes is through city council. I'll just leave it at that. Anything else, board? Anyone else from the public? And also, I'll amend that to say as well, the zoning variance then becomes part of the as of right. So, again, it's the purview of a different body. So we can think about, talk about, or otherwise motion to close public hearing.
I just have one question
Please.
before we do. On Lot B, can you tell me the trees that are on the, between the driveway and the lot line? What is happening with those trees along the retaining wall?
Yeah, so the concept is that we're going to be placing a retaining wall. The way that the topography works right there, right now, those trees are all up on pretty much near that property line, but up in elevation, and it drops significantly, almost straight down on a one-to-one slope, or very, very steep, and there's a lot of undermining of some of those roots right now as it is. So our concept is we're gonna bring a retaining wall up and then put more fill back in there, so that's a little bit more of a level area over there. Obviously going to be cognizant of the roots that are there when we're doing that work, but that's the concept, is that we're going to maintain as many of those as possible. Right now we have them all shown as being retained.
Existing trees to remain.
Yeah.
And how much are you changing the grade between, you know, within the root zone of, I mean, the canopy?
They're cutting into it.
Yeah, there we go. I'm going to zoom way in here. So the retaining wall, this contour right here, the solid one that I'm kind of tracing, is a 190. The top of our wall that's over here is 189.5. And then as it goes a little bit further down, we start bringing that retaining wall down, the top of that retaining wall down, so it's a zero reveal at the end of it there. So it's 186 over here at this point. But what you see is these contours right here tie into the back side of the wall. So there's a little bit of fill on the back side there. But it's very slight. It's a 1.5 foot maybe maximum at that point. And that's in an area where the trees aren't right now.
And what's the distance between the trunk of the tree and the retaining wall?
I would say on the closest one is probably this one. That what I would say is in the neighborhood of 5 feet. This is more like 7 to 8 feet on this one.
And what's the size of the canopy of the trees?
Let's see.
Your driveway's down at 180.
Yeah, I don't have the canopy size. I've got the diameter.
Your driveway's down at 186, right?
Yeah,
At that point?
Yeah.
Yeah, 185, so then the retaining wall here at the bottom, that's just 1 foot higher than the final elevation of the driveway. This 186 proposed right here is on a 188 contour, so this portion of the driveway is a cut right here. That's part of the reason for that retaining wall there.
So there's 3 contour lines you're cutting away, right, in order to get to that driveway? 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to track which.
Yep.
So you're cutting away 189, am I right? Down to 186?
Right, and the back side of the wall will be at 189 and above, yeah.
Right. So they're doing this.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay.
So you're cutting a significant portion of the root zone, you know, out of the, so if your intention is to save the trees, you're going to have to do some serious mitigation, or I think you should honestly, like, you know, assess whether or not those trees are savable. And if you are going to save the trees, then I'm curious to know what mitigation efforts that you're going to make to save them.
Okay.
So you're saying these are going to be only into here?
Oh, it's only 5 feet from the
Yeah.
trunk of the tree.
Yeah, so tree 35 was a 17-inch black walnut.
Oh, that's big. So that's got a decent canopy.
Yeah, they're all relatively big trees there along that line.
Yeah, you make a good point.
I should have brought some pictures of it to show you the slope at the base of those trees right now, yeah. But I can go ahead and get those pictures and then.
Yeah, I understand conceptually because it's sloping, the trees are sort of in a
Right,
somewhat
but
precarious situation, but also.
But you're
to your
cutting
point, you're-
nonetheless, like there's
Yeah. No,
there's a
you're
root
absolutely right.
zone and you're cutting into it. So either you need to mitigate somehow or, assess whether or not they're savable.
Yeah, and the other thing, I mean, in theory, what we could do is, we're trying to maintain the existing driveway location right here. So that you see that opening between the hedgerow here. So we are gonna try to keep that driveway location there, but we could always flop the driveway to the other side, which pushes the house a little bit closer to that area, but gets rid of some of that grading for the driveway.
Yeah, I would
So
consider that.
that's an option I can look at as well.
It would save you some work and it would
Yeah.
probably preserve those trees a little bit better. So.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that,
Yeah, I'd be in
yeah.
support of that.
I mean, it's also just assess like which of the trees on the, on the opposite side of the house up towards the road would be lost and, assess which are more.
Yeah. Yeah, so if we came on this side, same thing, I think those were all black walnuts or locusts up in the front there. Whoops. Just bear with me for a second. So it's trees 19, 20, probably more like 45, 44, 43. 45 is a smaller maple, it's 8-inch. 44 is an 18-inch maple, 43 is an 8-inch maple. So those are a little bit on the smaller side on these over here.
And sorry, you may have mentioned it, but what are the maples up on the rise? What are the trees? Are those maples as well?
Up on the property line here?
Yeah.
They're all varying between 17s and into the 20s.
They're maple?
There's a mixture, so 34 through 40.
Yeah, I mean, those existing trees provide a certain amount of separation, visual separation between the existing home and the new home.
Yeah.
So, you might want to take that into consideration since the new homes, either people are walking into the situation. So if you're losing trees, if you need to lose trees, then maybe preserving some separation between the existing house and the new house would be helpful.
I think that was part of the concept too when we were laying it out, was not just that driveway location, but when you see this lot has a house that's very close to the property line here. It says it's 3 feet away at this corner right here. So I was trying to also keep the house further away from that house. So
Yeah.
in flipping driveway, that house is going to be a little bit closer there, but I'm okay with that too. It's a city.
Okay.
Houses are close, so.
Let's look at it. I know we have draft resolution, but if you don't mind coming back with that
Yeah, I can do
option.
that.
Yeah.
Can I ask a couple questions too, just for a second to the board?
Yeah.
I'm new here, so I got to be taught some of this stuff. And I just would like to know, at this point in this process, what is the power of our board at this moment? If this was my neighborhood, I know this neighborhood, it's an idyllic neighborhood, it's quiet and it's family run. To have 3 cookie cutters show up, all this construction at this point, although it seems like you did a wonderful job meeting all the code requirements and aligning it just right, and there might be nothing that we can do, but I would like to know as a board member where I stand if I'm against something like this. What do we do here?
Yeah, I mean, the fact.
Because if this happens here, and it started to happen, it's already happened in a couple other neighborhoods. Now we have precedents. Now this is going to happen, and the next block over, 2 people will pass away, 1 person will buy 3 houses, you'll put 6 houses on the lots.
So.
What's
right.
our power here?
Yep, so it is zoning compliant, and that's
Right.
the.
Well, that's the question. Like,
Yeah.
half the zone, is it
So
here
this is
just
what
for
the
a
city
matter of-
council has established through zoning as this is the appropriate character for this neighborhood. What the planning board can do is look at the layouts as we're doing now and figure out, based on that lot size is there an appropriate location for the driveway that meets the appropriate site distance
So the
requirements?
zoning board has
And
looked at this and has decided that this is
granted-
appropriate for this area.
They've granted the lot width variance. There was a lot
Minor,
width.
yeah.
There was a lot width
First, it
variance that was
starts with
required.
underlying zoning, right? And the zoning allows this size lot.
Mm-hmm.
Then on top of that, the zoning board has purview over the variance
Yeah.
and found that this variance was such that it was deemed appropriate. So all of that in total means that this is partly intended by, actually fully and completely intended by the city to be developed this way.
And then there is a section in the code that talks about the removal of existing trees, which this
Right,
is not
thank
the
you.
first time we've talked about these
But-
trees up on this rise.
What does appropriate mean to the zoning board as opposed to what it means to this board?
The zoning.
I don't find this appropriate
So the-
in my sensibilities as a community member, in something that I will want near my home, right? But am I sitting here as a community member, part of this board, powerless now to do anything because another department has deemed this appropriate?
So you're not powerless.
So what is my power then to
Yep.
stop this?
So a lot of the questions that have been discussed tonight are exactly the things within your purview to check, make sure that the site distances are appropriate for the driveways, that the driveway locations are in safe areas. Karen's questions about the trees, looking at the layout of the lot to make sure that you're preserving trees and preserving natural features as much as possible. So it's less of a yay or nay, and more of a, let's figure out the best layout for these houses.
So to answer your question
I
more
feel
succinctly,
powerless.
Jim, well, it's unfortunate you feel that way, but there is, at this point, the board does not have purview to say, stop, right? Because it's compliant.
It's compliant, and there's adequate water and sewer. There's a host of things. If we can review, maybe at one of the next training sessions, we can go through the subdivision chapter, but I would encourage you to look at it also, the subdivision chapter in the code, and it lists the appropriate things to look at when we're looking at subdivision applications in particular.
So I guess, one of the things that I'm learning is that as a community member, this is not the place for community members to object to this.
To object to,
You can object
no.
to the stonework, or is the canopy going to be okay? Is the driveway to my liking? But you are not stopping 4 developments from happening
In
at the
terms
same
of
time.
density
Yeah.
and the number of lots and the size of the lots,
You have to go to
you're
you have to
right.
type
You have
zoning
to go to the
City
city
council.
council.
That's why I said what I said
The
earlier.
city
City
council sets the laws and the rules that we just implement. So the ci-
It's hard to listen to your concerns and not be able to do anything about it. City council.
Can I give a?
That's why I said what I said earlier. We're not having a conversation, thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted an example, a similar situation now I can't remember, on the east end. It was next to Jody McCredo's house. Do you remember the five-house subdivision? We were concerned about aspects of that that were inherent in the site division that made it not amenable to the community. So there are situations, right? This may not be one of them. There are situations where I think we have a valid thing, and in that case, the applicant reduced the amount of units, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm just letting you know that and also there's situations where you're a holdout. So I hate to bring that up.
No,
but,
that's fine. Thank you. Again, I'm a
that's,
new member. I'm just trying to find my way.
I will say this, there is, one of the points of the public hearing is so that we and the applicant can hear what their neighbors are concerned about. And there's also, I see it as somewhat of a conversation, right? So in instances where the public is so concerned and the applicant is taking those concerns to heart, there's that opportunity to influence what the developer is doing. Sometimes it's not the nicest conversation, but that's part of the process too.
Yeah, and to that point, I recall many years ago an application where I think it was a subdivision application, and a member of the public came and expressed concerns about stormwater. There was, repeated pooling of stormwater in a particular location, and we were unaware of it. So that helped kind of change the stormwater design for the particular lot. So, that's an example of where public comments like that help make a better design.
Yep. So again, city council legislates, they write the laws, they create the zoning, we administer.
We're not, the building department is administrative. We're
also
we make
administrative.
judgment calls, right?
It's planning board's an administrative board.
Oh, just an administrative board. Okay.
Yeah, not legislative, not judicial.
I see.
Your
Okay.
Administrative board, yeah.
All right. Let me get us all hats that say administrator.
Jackets.
Okay, so I'd just like
Not
to.
you, you don't get one. Go ahead.
I would just like to reiterate, could you please take a look at Lot B to see if there's a way to save, to really actually save the trees that are there along the lot line?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. So we'll see you next month.
So we did open the public hearing.
Oh, didn't we close it?
We did not close it, but my question was going to be about resolution. You have not directed preparation of a resolution for this application.
we
Would you
had
like
draft.
that available for the next meeting?
Forgive me. Yes, we can do that.
Okay.
I
And
would like to leave the public hearing
that's fair.
open.
Let's leave the public hearing open.
Great.
I don't see any issues with that. And then let's talk about or otherwise move to authorize Jen's office to generate draft resolution for our review next month.
Motion.
Motion by Karen.
Second.
Second by Kevin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you,
All right,
Jennifer. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, and then we'll take a break. Cool.
Whatever you need.
This is item number 4, public hearing and continued review of application of subdivision approval, 108 Liberty Street, residential, submitted by Stephen Spaccarelli and Claire Tipley. First item of business will be to open the public hearing. I'll accept a motion to do so.
Motion.
Motion by Karen.
Second.
Second by James. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do we have your eye?
Oh, yeah, it's just,
Thanks.
Good evening.
Hi.
Mike Bodendorf, Hudson Land Design, engineer for the applicant. Just bear with me while I get this sucker going here. I think I got it. Okay. So what we have before you tonight is a proposed 2-lot subdivision of a 24,000 square foot lot located in the R15 district with frontage on Liberty Street. The existing address is 108 Liberty Street, and we're looking to subdivide one additional building lot from the existing lot. The existing house to the left will remain, and the proposed house to the right is the new one. The existing driveway for the existing house sits right where the new driveway would be for the proposed lot. What we're trying to do here is, as was discussed at the last meeting, is we're trying to save 3 mature Norway spruces that are located along the frontage. So what we're doing is we're placing the driveway for the new lot in the exact location of the existing driveway because it's been there for many years, and we'll provide a new driveway for the existing lot. And this is all in favor of saving those trees. So what this results in is this driveway is ending up being within 5 feet of that property line where 5 feet is required, so we will be seeking an area variance for that. Drainage from the property generally drains towards the back to an existing stream that goes through the property that takes on street drainage and drainage beyond the street, school, and probably from the mountain. We'll be making a new water and sewer connection for the new lot to the existing water and sewer infrastructure. And that is the proposal.
I wanted to note, just as far as the front yard parking, wasn't there some discussion about extending the driveway?
Yeah, we're happy to do that,
Yeah.
so that the parking is, at least on the new lot. I think the existing lot would be okay because the house is so far forward, correct? Yeah, we're happy to extend that driveway further back.
Yeah. Okay, we'll start with Ms. Quinn.
Yep. So kind of, I mean, continuing from the conversation, I think there's been a few things that we've been balancing in terms of what is within the planning board's purview here. So, I mean, my first comment was on missing information from the forms, but Mike and I were talking, and it's just a difference of digital forms that I'm getting versus hard copies. So I think that's been corrected, and Mercedes has the form with the correct information. So we can ignore comment 1. Comment 2 is about the driveway variance, so just noting that I think the driveway is currently proposed to be 2.5 feet from the side lot
Correct.
line, where a minimum is 5 required. So again, that's not within this board's power to grant that variance, so they will have to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals to seek relief from that required setback, right? But that is in between kind of the existing home on the lot and the proposed new home, rather than between an uninvolved neighbor. And then the last two things that my two comments are on: the front yard setback and the preservation of natural features. So these are the two aspects that we've been balancing that are within the planning board's purview. There's a required front yard setback of 10 feet, but you can go greater than that. So the new construction of the new home is proposed to be around 28 and a half feet setback. And so that doesn't necessarily align with the properties on one side, but it aligns with properties on the other side. And so I think what we've been discussing at the last meetings, and where I believe the board landed at the last meeting, that the greater setback on this property is okay, both because this is the terminus of the continuity, right? It's all the properties on one side are a little bit closer, and this kind of starts where the homes start to be set back, or the structures start to be set back further. And also because of the other provision that's in the code is preserving as many natural features and trees as is possible while still allowing construction to happen is kind of one of the other sections of the code. So I just kind of tried to memorialize that in the letter, that the board did discuss that at length at the last meeting, and we went back and forth between the different alternatives about setting the property back. And so I think the one additional requirement that John will talk about is like then where that driveway lands in the parking. And then the last piece is the preservation of natural features. So we did, right, there is the driveway that is existing. I think there's some compaction, so maybe you could talk a little bit more about, you did add some components there. You talked to an arborist, said the trees are in good condition, and you're doing additional protections around those to try to preserve them, right? Mm-hmm. What does that involve in terms of the protection for those trees?
So obviously there's your standard tree protection, minimal traffic on those areas during construction. You know, once they get in there, they have a large area to stage in the back, so everything would be staged in the rear of the property. As far as the driveway construction goes, it would be gravel and a geocell over filter fabric. So essentially we just come and remove the organics, place filter fabric down, geocell, gravel. So it distributes the load much better as opposed to just point loads from tires.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yep, so those are my
Thank you.
comments. Yep.
Okay. Mr. Russo?
So we've already discussed the parking, the variance requirements. Yes, they did get a letter from Kingsley Tree Service, or Tree Care, I'm sorry, with regards to recommendations to mitigate construction disturbance. One of them also was with regards to not installing sidewalk along the front of the property, extending north. So, you know, I think the board should weigh in on whether they'd like to see the sidewalk extended that direction or not. As far as the letter goes on to say that the utilities should be installed during winter, that would be fine on the site, but not in the roadway.
Right. They'll have to either construct the stubs to the site during the warm period or vice versa. You know, one's going to happen. It's not going to all happen at once.
Right. And then there was just some minor comments on some of the details.
And that's for the preservation of the trees, so you're not disturbing the root system during like spring, summer growing times, right? You're doing, okay.
Right.
Your site plan shows a concrete sidewalk. It looks like is it new, proposed sidewalk and monolithic, is it new from, now we're formerly Yarborough?
So there's an existing sidewalk in front of the existing house.
Okay.
It goes up to basically right where this catch basin is, right here, and ends there.
Where'd it go? Okay.
This catch basin, so it ends here. So we're showing on this plan to extend it all the way to the end of the property.
Which is not
We're okay with
recommended by
building
the-
it, we're okay with not building it beyond the driveway if the board,
Can I ask, does it pick up anywhere else further north?
no, it does not go any farther north. So where it ends now is where the sidewalk ends on that street, at least up. It may start again after the Angela Court, I'm not sure.
So there is sidewalk that extends into Angela Court, and at the intersection there, with Angela Court, the city just installed a new accessible curb ramp at the request of a number of residents in that area.
Is that the crossing?
I'm sorry, what?
Is that at the crossing?
There's an actual crossing that was installed at that location now.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, there's an actual
Crosswalk.
and ADA ramps on either side now.
So you connect all the way to that portion?
Well, it would be nice. I mean, they could connect across or along the front of their property, but then you still have a gap that would have to be filled in, but we would be getting closer to completing that.
So their property comes about to the, where's the power line? The
The utility pole?
Yeah. I'm just trying to give you guys a judge of where that would come.
I'm not sure if that's in here.
Would you, John, or Natalie, would you consider the current sidewalk situation in any way unsafe?
It exists now. I mean, there is a crossing up the road to get people across Liberty
Yeah.
Street and bring them along the school side and down along that side. The residents in Angela Court were ones that were requesting, because they have a number of people that cross back and forth, to have the crossing over to the school property there. It's just, you have a large stretch of sidewalk that just terminates, and
Isn't that a book, Where the Sidewalk Ends?
It is.
No, it just popped into my head.
Well, looking at this, just so like if folks are looking at Google Maps to see the situation, there is like an unobstructed newer sidewalk on the other side of the street that is on the same site as the school, right? So this being kind of a smaller street, not every road deserves a crosswalk, right? There's mid-block crossings in some locations, but you're often looking at what are the traffic speeds, what are the traffic levels, right? So there is, it's not like there's no sidewalks around in this area. I would say there is. You would likely, if you were walking to the school, you would cross over as soon as you reasonably could to the side where there is an unobstructed open sidewalk, versus walking along this edge of the property where there's a number of driveways, right? And kind of short driveways with short distances where people are probably pulling in and out. As a pedestrian, my inclination is always to kind of walk to the area where you have more view. So I agree with John though, like there will be a gap.
No.
I mean,
There's a gap also further south, at least according to Google Maps.
Yeah, going the other way.
It could be old, but I'm in favor of preserving these old trees. So if there's no other, concerns around pedestrian safety, I'd almost prefer to maintain the existing mature trees and the ambiance they provide, and, some of the rationale for the placement of the house, et cetera. I mean, there's somewhat of a composition, if you will.
Yeah, I think to your point, you're saying like down at Grove, when you're at that intersection, the sidewalk already, there's a gap there. So you're already likely crossing at the Grove intersection over to the other side and continue on that sidewalk for the majority of that.
Okay, well, I don't know if you guys agree, but I'm in favor of removing the sidewalk
I agree.
for the preservation of trees.
Or not proposing it, right?
Say again?
Not proposing it. It's not there.
Oh, yeah, fair. I should say removal of.
Removal it from the
sidewalk
plan.
from the plans, yes.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. So, we're good with that. Where are we? Anything else before we go to the public?
So just for the parking resolution, you're gonna extend the driveway, and just for the
Yes.
planning board, it's because there's a section of the code that says cars cannot be parked in front of the front facade of the building and the street, which is an existing condition in many parts of Beacon, but it is part of the code, so correctly, so what the applicant will do to work within that code provision is extend the driveway so that parked cars can be on the side of the new structure rather than in front of it.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to the public. Anyone here who would like to comment on this application? Yes, please.
Yes. My name is Esther Yarborough, and I live at 104 Liberty Street, and I've been there for about 48 years. Okay, I'm not quite sure that I understand how you're going to do the driveway. If my understanding is correct, you don't know about the access road. It's not only a driveway, but it's an access road, and it benefits the people at 104, 102, and 98 Liberty Street. That is the only way we can get to the rear of our property if we to do construction, and we have to use trucks to get into the rear. And it's already established in the deed that that is the access road. In 2010, I believe Mark Ebert blocked the access road, that driveway that you're referring to with the fence. As you can see, a fence is already there. He used the fence to house his dogs on the property. I wrote to the city at that time telling them that they had blocked the access road in as much as the city used the access road to get to the storm drain, to maintain the storm drain. But I didn't get a response at that time. And I want to say too that over the years, the city used the access road to clear it when there was a storm. There was an impending hurricane coming where they thought that there would be flooding of the storm drain. So they used it to access the storm drains with their equipment. And that's the only way they could get the equipment in there. And I would see the workers with the equipment enter the access road to the storm drain over the years to do work. And the city said that they would use the access road to maintain the storm drain because it was blocked. The city ceased accessing the storm drain through the access road. A blockage or removal of the access road or the driveway, as he referred to it, would prevent renovation on my property, which I intend to start in about 2.5 years, and I have to use the access road with the trucks to get into the rear of my property. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention. It's not just a driveway, it's an access road. It runs from 108 on the side of 108 through the property to the rear of 104, my property, which is an access road, to the rear of 102, which is an access road, and 98, which is an access road running by the storm drain, okay? And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
And another thing I want to say, I forgot this. There was 2 houses at 108 Liberty Street. One of the houses, the house that burned up, it was located on the side, I believe, of the access road. And when it burned up, they pushed the debris into my property. And when I'm out there gardening, I can dig up some of the remnants of that property, like the doorknobs, old peanut butter jars, and etc. So there was a second house on the property, but it was located to the right of the access road, okay? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And also, again, this is my last word, we have property line trees on the right. Are you familiar with those?
I'm sorry, what
We have property line trees on 108. Are you familiar with those? They cannot be destroyed or taken down.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I just want to tell you that. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you, come on up. I got a question for you. Is there a deeded access?
Not that I know
easement
of.
Anywhere on this property?
There's no filed map. You know, we looked into all that. We'll look into the title report and see if there's something.
Yeah.
I suspected that there was a house there at some point.
Yeah, it's too bad that they scooched all the debris onto 108, but, yeah, I think it would be worth, for the record, determining
We'll look into that.
whether there's any deeded easement.
Did you submit the deed with the application?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go back and look
I'll look at that more closely as well.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Teresa Kraft, concerned resident. Another project on tonight's agenda in my own neighborhood. Asking the city over and over for 20, 30 years for help and not hearing it, that's why people don't come here. I'm all about hugging trees in our beautiful tree city, but I also believe it's a stretch and a disservice to get sidetracked and spend hours talking about saving the trees along the front of this parcel. The 3 Norway spruce trees will be undermined with construction, regardless of the safety measures implemented. In the life of the trees, they're already well beyond their half-life, and any further disturbance will expedite the trauma and their decline. These subdivision parcels are located on a very busy section of the road across from the JV Forrestal School, and it's busy at all hours of the day and night, with cars parked on both sides of the street. This subdivision should proceed only if it can work out all the concerns of the Angela Court residents. It's good to finally hear out loud that this board has little to no power to stop development and poor development.
Thank you.
That's, for the record, that's not what we said.
That's not what we said, Teresa, please. I mean, come on. Come on. Anyone else? Okay.
I'll note that there was a letter that was submitted today to Mercedes, and she circulated it to the board, a comment letter from a resident in Angela Court.
Okay, so it's
Board
on the
has
record.
that, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, any discussion about closing the public hearing? Otherwise, a motion to do so?
John, I would leave it open
Why don't you
until
leave it
we investigate this access
Oh,
road
the easement.
issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You okay with
I
that?
think
Yep.
Yeah,
I
okay.
mean, as a practical matter, you're on the agenda for next week, right?
Correct.
For the variance, so they do need to get that variance next week. And then they'll be back to us in August, anyway.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. Okay,
Okay.
good.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you next month.
Yep.
Break? We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Okay, we're back.
I love that. That would be great.
Next item on the agenda.
Good job, smart people.
We're going to get back to business here. Continued review of application for subdivision approval and site plan approval, mixed-use commercial and residential, 321 Main Street, submitted by ARPA Gavigan Developments. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm John O'Rourke from JPO Engineering, representing ARPA Gavigan Developments. We are submitting on the application for a subdivision approval, an application for a site plan approval, again, to reiterate, for a mixed-use commercial, partly residential, partly commercial 3-story structure at the aforementioned address, 321 Main Street.
Okay. I'm going to observe that both our planner and our engineer have some significant review notes.
Yes.
Probably the first time I've ever heard John say he's written 5 pages of notes.
No, well, that I've stated it.
Right. Not the first time you've done it, but okay. So that's a significant number of notes. We're not going to review them all in detail here. We'll do some quick highlights. But what I'm going to recommend is that before the next meeting, you all schedule a workshop to go through these, because it needs some work.
Understood.
Okay. So are there specific highlights you want to point out for the board and as well for the applicant, Natalie?
Yeah, I mean, I think to John's comment, a lot of them are just kind of consistency between the documents and kind of referencing the parcels and things like that. So I think a lot of them are kind of ministerial cleanup of the documents so that we can confirm what we're viewing is the correct information.
Yes.
I think one of the kind of bigger things that plays into it is there is reference, and this kind of comes up to the conversation we were just having with the last application, there's reference to an existing easement, and I think there's a note identifying it, but we typically like to see what are the parameters of that easement if there's an area spelt out.
Okay.
So you're kind of identifying that there is an easement there, but we don't know the particulars of it, and I think that will be necessary to be shown, especially on a subdivision where you're creating new parcels and stuff. We need to know what that easement entails. So maybe the written language of the easement, as well as if there are boundaries to it, having that shown on the plan, I think is a significant one, just so we can make sure the layout is as proposed. I think one of the other things we wanted to confirm is with regards to seeker. I think I did have both John and I had some comments about the EAF and the response. I think there's clarification. I don't know, Jen, if you wanted to talk about this within the new regulations for seeker. If we can confirm, it's if the commercial component is less than 20%.
Yeah, so the amendments to the environmental conservation law that we discussed in our training session from last month, one of the new exemptions from SECRA is certain housing projects. It has to meet a whole host of criteria, including being in an urban area, which Beacon is, according to the census tract, under 300 units, so clearly this meets that. But one of the criteria is there has to be no more than 20% basically non-residential. So we just need to confirm whether that is the case here or not.
Understood.
So we can check if it meets that criteria. Otherwise, it would be an unlisted action under SECRA if it doesn't fall within one of those exemptions.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then, I think in terms of the comments, I will note, it is kind of stated that the landscape area requirement is met. It's stated that there's a proposed pedestrian access easement so that the one parcel can still access their refuse and bike storage and everything on the back. I think, so those are all good, and they're showing an intent to kind of meet the requirements of the code.
Yes.
They're just not fully documented in the plans that I can confirm.
Okay.
Yes, that's addressed. So I think a lot of the comments relate to that. And I think that's mostly it. So I think one of the things we were discussing is happy to sit down and kind of go through these in the application materials if we want to do a workshop outside of a meeting, just to kind of get these tidied up for the next meeting, or if you have any comments or questions on.
Understood. That
what we're
will probably
asking,
be beneficial.
You can reach
Thank
out
you.
to us.
Any highlights you want to point out?
No, I think Natalie
Yeah.
covered quite a bit.
Okay. Board, any questions or thoughts?
I had one more confirmation I
please.
just want to make. I think the last time we had identified a variance with regards to the height of the cornice, but you've addressed that, right? You ended up changing the
Yes.
storefront cornice, so now it complies, so no it
Yes.
doesn't look like any variance.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Wasn't this project before us
No, it's-
previously?
Yeah, we had a bit of a gap, but
Oh.
they're back.
Oh, okay. It's the same.
I believe so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
I think
was a
it
while
was
ago.
3 months.
Okay.
Set. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, one other thing. And I think this is just mostly because there's the most lead time to this, so it looks like there's, you had a surveyor do the survey of the parcels.
Correct.
Someone with the legal rights to those survey boundaries is going to have to do the subdivision plat.
Okay.
Kind of showing the actual proposed boundaries. Just legally, the surveyor, they have to give rights to be able to draft that subdivision plat. So that's usually part of this. I think you're showing us the intent of where the boundaries will be.
That's correct.
They just have to they have to be done and signed by either the surveyor, or if he conveys the rights to you as the engineer, then you can do it, but that has to be a formal subdivision plat.
Understood.
It has to be the surveyor.
It has to be the surveyor? Okay. I'm learning.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
There's just lead time to that, so I just wanted to make sure I got that out
Yeah,
on the
no,
meeting,
that's-
because I know surveyors are hard to get a hold of in the Hudson Valley right now, so if you want to give them notice on that.
I'm the applicant. We have a surveyor on the project. Brendan Johnson is the surveyor. He did give him authorization to mark the subdivision. He should have done it himself, but he had a backlog and he told us to do it ourselves. So we'll get him to do that.
Yeah, that's what you need for the subdivision.
We'll get him to
application.
mark up the new proposed easements as well and put dimensions on them. This is our first application. I didn't even know we could do a workshop. We should have done the workshop. I didn't even know
It's not typical.
I didn't even know that was on the table, but could have saved us a lot of the points and a lot of the things. So we appreciate, we may have wasted some of your time on that, and we'll have a workshop before we submit again.
Yeah.
And some of these drawings is the first time you've seen them. I know it's the same application, but 50% of the drawings are new drawings.
Understood.
So there's going to be some figuring out on that.
Right.
So we appreciate your advice on it, and hopefully you'll get us there.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of the compliance with the CMS district, the design regulations and the facade and stuff like that, it looked like that was, I don't know if the board had any comments on that, but from that perspective, which is usually sometimes where we get hung up, that looks like that's moving along, but it was just more of these notes and cleanups that I think the kind of legal part of the application that needs to be taken care of.
Yeah, one question I have is, just from the front elevation, that's clear, the rear elevation, oh, here, I'm sorry, there it is, the side elevation. I was curious what that looked like. Got it. No windows proposed on that side elevation at all?
It's on the lot line.
Yeah.
Pretty much on the lot line.
To the east, correct?
Looking, yes, it would be the east elevation.
Thank you, Madeline.
The west.
Inspector, and he said that on those hardened walls, the windows aren't permitted.
That's right, it's on the lot line. Yeah, okay.
Fire separation.
Forgive me, I thought that was part of the,
Operable windows are not permitted.
Yeah.
You can put fire rated windows in that do not open for light, but operable windows are not permitted.
okay. Okay. No, thank you for clarifying, that makes sense to me. Okay. We need you on the mic if you're going to speak. Please, thank you.
One other reason why we chose not to put windows on that facade is if somebody were to take down the little Pinnacle Books two-story building, then they'd be covering up.
Yeah,
any
no,
windows.
that makes sense.
So we put
I get
things
it.
that didn't require windows on that wall.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, board, anything else?
No.
Kevin, you got anything?
No, it's the kind of infill that I think was anticipated for Main Street.
Yep. Jim?
No comments.
Okay. All right, so we'll see you next month after workshop.
Okay, is there a possibility that we're not going to, because there's an element in there about soil testing and checking to see is the stormwater going to be able to deal with the permeability of the soil? We're not going to get back next month, no chance, because that's going to take some time.
It's up to you. I mean, if you want to advance, our review.
Might give them time to get things cleaned up.
But yeah, I mean, really, it comes down to you guys.
It'll get scheduled when you submit.
Okay.
Agreed.
The
Yeah.
question is, when can we go to public hearing with this? Like all the elements we're discussing, none of it's public facing. None of it's like I would like to get an impression: are we okay to get this building here? Is it something the public or the neighbours have an objection to? We just like to go to public hearing as soon as possible. And maybe you find this too early right now, but the sooner we find out from them, the better. It doesn't change any of the other elements that we need to deal with.
Yeah, let's get your application a little bit more in order before we go to public hearing. So it comes down to you. If you're able to come back next month and there's some significant advancement, it's okay if there's still a few things under development, like soils. You don't have to have it fully complete. It's just right now, there's still a lot of work, and I'd rather just focus on you getting your package completely together so we can do another review. So if you're able to come back next month, we may discuss, depending on how well you're able to advance this, scheduling public hearing for the following month.
Yeah, I think in particular, the subdivision plat is something that we don't, one of the public, the public hearing is going to be on the subdivision
Right,
plat, and
and
we
it's-
don't have
it's not there
a
yet.
formal plat yet to have
That
that.
is there, but it's divided into, you want it all in one drawing?
This prepared by the surveyor with the meets and bounds and the, yeah.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda. Application for, review of application for amended site plan approval, Edgewater Place Residential, submitted by Scenic Beacon Developments LLC. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the applicant. Tonight I am joined by Mike Bodendorf, our project engineer. Our parking consultant is Rich DeAndrea of Colliers. We're also joined by Mr. Weber from the applicant's team. And I should say my colleague Allison Fausner is also joining us. We are before you this evening for our amended site plan application proposing to add 2 units and 9 additional bedrooms along with certain revisions to the off-street parking facilities for the previously approved Edgewater project. As the board will recall, the Edgewater project included the construction of 7 new multifamily residential buildings comprising 246 total units, as well as 350 bedrooms located through buildings 1 through 7. There's also a common residential tenant amenity building and subsurface and surface parking, i.e. podium parking. And there were some land bank parking facilities and other improvements, including pedestrian trails, stormwater improvements, among others. The property is still classified in the RD 1.7 zoning district. Just by way of background, in 2018, the applicant secured approvals for the original project that included a triple play of the Planning Board, City Council, and Zoning Board of Appeals. Board issued a amended negative declaration and an amended LWRP consistency determination back in July of 2018, and then granted preliminary and final approvals for the project in September of 2018, and the City Council issued a special permit in August of 2018. The Zoning Board also granted relief for building stories, total number of units per building, and then building separation distances in 2018. So the construction of Phase 1, as you all have likely seen out at the site, commenced back in 2022 upon the issuance of the first building permit. Phase 1 included the demolition of then existing buildings, together with, of course, expansive site work to stabilize the property for the new construction. It also included the installation of major sewer and water lines, as well as retention basins, and then the construction and occupation of 4 of the 8 buildings on the property, specifically buildings 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then that residential tenant amenity building that I mentioned. So that first phase is now complete. During Phase 1 of the construction in December of 23, the City Council amended the code to authorize the board to internally subdivide 1 or more of the buildings within the project site that had already received site plan approval, internal lot subdivision, or in that case, a financing subdivision. Pursuant to the amendment, we then applied for and received preliminary and final subdivision approval from your board in March of 24. It authorized the creation of 7 total lots that Mike has up on the screen, 5 of which comprised individual buildings. 1 had 2 buildings because it's that L-shaped building on the plan, and then the final individual building on the remainder of the the remainder of the property is the final lot. The plat was later filed, so that was done in December of 24. So now we get to Phase 2. Phase 2 of the original project is now being built at the site, so you've seen the buildings that are fully tenanted that have been in Phase 1, and now Phase 2 is under construction, and that includes the building of buildings 1, 2, 3, and 4. We've been working with the applicant to try and renumber that in the future, so buildings 1, 2, 3 will come first, and then 3, 4, 5 will come after that. So what is before you tonight is a fully, we're looking at a fully compliant site plan that seeks only to modify certain components from the original approval, specifically the units numbers and bedrooms and parking. The amended Edgewater project includes the following. So we're looking to have a total of 248 dwelling units where the maximum permitted is 252 under the code. So with that, we're going from 246 that were approved, we're proposing 248, and then 252 is the maximum number of units in the building, or in the overall site. That's 359 total bedrooms, where the maximum number of bedrooms isn't regulated by the code, and where 350 were previously approved. That just changes the mix of the distribution of the units. 321 surface and subsurface off-street parking spaces, where a minimum of 248 is required under the current code, and where 329 were previously approved. The additional 2 units are being proposed as studios based on market conditions, situated in buildings 2 and 3, which results in a total of 37 units per building. The additional units won't result in any changes to the building height envelope or anything else. It's just internal to the buildings under construction. So we turn first to unit count. The proposed unit count falls within the permitted maximum dwelling units on the property and the number of units per building to be approved by the board. Then to building count, we're talking about 9 additional bedrooms, which are the result of the addition of 2 dwelling units discussed above, and then the proposed change in unit mix. Neither the total number of bedrooms or the number of bedrooms per building are regulated by the code, at least at present, and neither the original approvals or the final endorsed site plan specify that unit mix per building or the unit arrangement in the building. Parking was the other piece of this. This is a little interesting because we had a existing land bank parking agreement, which actually put some of the onus on the city to sort of indicate if we needed to provide additional parking, but we're coming back before you to try and do some of that now. With that, the applicant is proposing a total of 321 off-street parking spaces on the property, an amount that falls in the range. This project was approved before the change in the zoning regulations related to off-street parking. So just by way of background, the original project had a total of 329 parking spaces, where 328 were required under the then existing parking regs. And then of those 329 approved spaces, 238 of those were subsurface, 238 of them were surface parking spaces, and 46 of those were subsurface. And then there's the 45 land bank parking spaces that we're, for the most part, talking about tonight. And then the land bank parking areas, which Mike will speak to in just a minute, are located in 2 specific areas. We're now proposing to construct some of the additional surface and subsurface parking at the property at this time. Specifically, we're proposing to construct the original 238 surface and 46 subsurface spaces, in addition to 29 new surface parking spaces and 8 new subsurface. So 29 surface and 8 subsurface is the proposed at this time. We did, for the purpose of the current code requirements, we did include a report from Colliers, who did a parking and traffic analysis that was included in our June 30th submission to the board. And as further detailed therein, the proposed parking ratio is 1.29, which exceeds the parking ratio that the applicant has identified as sufficient based on their current build-out and the applicant's other developments in the city, which ranges about 1.25. So they looked at the other projects they have operating now to try and come up with that ratio. The letter also attests to the fact that the additional 2 units are not anticipated or would result in a negligible traffic increase. This one's a bit funky because some of the regulations have changed throughout the city, but this still remains in sort of its own box, which is the RD 1.7. So procedurally, this requires amended site plan from the planning board, but also still requires an amended special permit from the city council. Most of the projects you'll see, CMS, linkage, or otherwise, the planning board it's not even treated as a special permit for multifamily, but this district was still treated as a special permit for multifamily by the city council. Per the code, we did submit to you. The code writes it as the planning board is the agent for the city council in that process. So we've submitted to you copying the city council, but part of the request tonight will be for the board to consider giving a referral to the city council to evaluate specifically the special permit component of that. We'll also be asking the board consider setting the public hearing, so we will have a public hearing with you, and we'll also have a public hearing with the city council on those amendments. It's just the way that this code is presently written. You mentioned earlier in another application, because of our proximity to the Hudson River, which would mean Fishkill, we also require a general municipal law 239 referral to county planning for their comments and feedback. Similarly, there was also discussion about seeker. The proposal before you to amend the application would be considered a type 2, or we submit that it would be a type 2 action, which is exempt from the seeker review. So with that, I'll have Mike give just a very brief overview of the parking in real time, and he'll say the correct surface and subsurface.
Thank you, Taylor. So if you remember, long ago, we had 33 land bank parking spaces located in this area here. During construction, we discovered there's an abundance of rock there, and we're looking at like a 12 to 14 foot cut through rock to get those parking spaces in. So we started looking for alternate areas for land bank spaces. We did have 12 spaces approved in this area here. I think most of those spaces have been constructed. 11 are here and 1 on this side. For the new land bank spaces, we're looking at 12 spaces at the end of this parking row here, adjacent to Building 1. And we're looking at 5 additional grasscrete spaces just at the apex of the turn at the south end of the parking area. This area will become a public park in lieu of the land bank spaces. As Taylor mentioned before, we did discover ways to get 8 additional podium spaces underneath buildings 2 and 3.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. We'll start with John. Mr. Russo.
Okay, so in the original plan set, sheet 6 of 16 included all the information as to the number of units and bedrooms, so that should be made part of this, the amendment. Sheet 11 of 16 in the original plan set included the proposed grading of the site. The plan should be revised to reflect the proposed grading for the areas where the parking's proposed to be constructed now. As you're extending the parking to the northeast corner along Bank and Tompkins, we'd like to see some additional landscaping into that area. And then the sizing of infiltration basin 3 should be reviewed. Where the original land bank parking would have been constructed, it would have gone to another stormwater facility. You're now putting, increasing the impervious that's going to another stormwater facility. That's going to have to be checked.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to incorporate the landscaping as recommended.
Okay. Thank you, John. Ms. Quinn.
So, I mean, my first comment was in regards to kind of the description of the project, but specifically with regards to the environmental review. So I'll kind of leave it to figure out if it is confirmed as a type 2 action.
I misspoke. It's not type 2. It's exempt under the.
Okay,
I know.
thank you.
We have a new classification under the new regs. So not type 2. It's exempt.
Okay, so maybe these comments don't
Or
matter if we
accepted.
don't have to redo seeker. The math wasn't mathing for me when I was first looking at it, and I think now because the 8 spaces are getting relocated. So just to
Okay.
confirm, there are no more land bank spaces. Once this approved.
Correct. Once it's built out, there will be no. It'll just be built.
This proposal is approved. If this proposal is built, then there is no more land bank spaces, and you have built out all the potential land bank spaces.
Correct.
Okay. So with regards to if seeker review has to occur, there was, no, okay, well, there was language discussing, keeping land bank spaces because of lot coverage and impervious surfaces and things like that, so I just kind of wanted to cite that if we had to go back
Well,
and.
just because we don't have to do seeker doesn't mean
Right.
those kinds of comments aren't relevant to review and consider as part of the site plan process. So it's not, we don't have to go back and revisit seeker and do an amended neg deck and go through that process.
Yeah.
But the our underlying zoning requirements and site plan considerations.
It was more in
do
the
still
seeker
apply.
review is where it was discussed in the neg
Okay.
deck in terms of talking about that, because I mean, I think ultimately your net is going to be less coverage than if you would have built out those 33 spaces.
Right. 'Cause we're making more continuity in the central
And
space.
because those 8 went underground
Right.
rather than being on
Right.
that top, I think the net is actually.
But we'll get a number to that effect.
Yeah, so that was just kind of, I was looking for clarification on that. I confirmed with the maximum density, I kind of just restated that in here. For parking compliance, I think the code has changed, right? And so there is the range, as the applicant pointed out. I think with the new code, there is a range, but then there is also more latitude for the planning board to look at specific projects and ask for project-specific information. So I think it was really helpful that it was given to us that there was an average requirement of 1.25 spaces per unit. I think just because this application is talking a little bit more of the addition of 2 studios, plus I'm assuming maybe some 2 bedrooms have become 3 bedroom. What was the unit mix that made 9 additional bedrooms or 7 additional? Right, we're getting more bedrooms in here somehow. So some of the unit mixes are happening. So my only comment here is if the planning board wanted to discuss that further, yes, there is a range. Yes, the proposed parking falls within that range, but there is the latitude for the planning board. And I think there's a unique opportunity here because you have 108 units in this exact site that are already occupied to potentially look a little bit more at, we got an average of 1.25 per unit. It would be helpful to know how that's, if you have any more real-time data on this site about what you're seeing in terms of parking demand and car ownership.
Yeah, I think the most effective basis is just that. It's real-time data on what the actual demand is over the course of time since you've been active.
Yeah, so yeah,
we'll clarify that the distribution, the mix, and
I think we had an opportunity here for a little bit more. There is flexibility in the code because of that range, but with that flexibility comes a little bit more requirement for justification. And then I think my last comments were already kind of hit by John in terms of there's also the relocation of the trash enclosure and that built-out area that's now coming closer to the property line. So just, I think, helping to see the landscaping and screening there now that that's being brought closer to that property line would be helpful to see. That's it for my comments.
Thank you. I may not be finding it because the site plan is so dense, but where, please point out, are the additional units being
added? Oh, which buildings?
Yeah.
The buildings aren't changing, it's just internal.
It's a I got you.
Yeah,
okay.
it's just
you're not adding
no,
you're not adding square
nothing's
footage.
changing. Yeah,
It's reconfigured.
It's internal.
Got it. That's why I can't
which
see
buildings?
it. Buildings 2 and 3
On these plans.
on the plans. Yep. Where the hand is moving on the screen.
And are those the last 2 that aren't built?
There's 3 that remain. Well, 3-ish. The L. Yep.
I'm sorry, which 3
The top, the bottom of the screen here. Mike, just highlight the buildings that are all the ones that are being under construction right now. 1, the L, and then the 2 above it.
Yeah.
Built.
Okay. All right. Board thoughts, comments, questions, musings.
How many affordable units are there in the development?
It's a great question. It's the code required BMR count. So I'll get you the exact number. I think it was in our narrative, which Ally, Mr. Weber's telling me 25, but I will confirm that. But it's the code.
Does the additional 2 units give us any room for an additional affordable unit?
They're effectively tantamount to BMR units because they're studios. So the rent that they drive are, I mean, that's
not. That's not.
It's not on. That's the market rate for a studio, but they're proposed as market rate units. But effectively, based on other units he has in other buildings, that's what they typically rent for.
Great spin.
That's not
it's real-time
facts.
facts.
Yeah, that's not an affordable unit. I'm asking.
Yeah,
there'll be an additional affordable unit.
They're proposed as market rate. The code it satisfies the BMR units.
All those words to say no.
And the requirement stays the same, right? Because it's 24.6 is the requirement, so they were required to build out 25 units at affordable.
Yep.
Increasing to the 248, that percentage now goes up to 24.8, so they're still going to get rounded up to 25 units.
If we did 250, then it would be another unit.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else?
Yes. I just want to make sure that the landscaping plan that you're going to provide also addresses the land bank parking to the west of the northern driveway.
Yes.
Okay. That's it.
That's an affirmative.
I think Mike has already started working on that, but we're going to evolve that into more of a...
Yeah, it's very close to the property line there and the road, so the screening will be important.
Mm-hmm.
Got anything?
Yeah, one of the more interesting parts of the new parking regulations were the opportunity to reduce the amount of parking. And for a number of reasons in the city, to encourage public transit and other things, to minimize the amount of impervious surface area, and for other reasons. there's, one of the questions I had was, are you trying to maximize the amount of parking for the convenience of the future tenants? Is that the intent here, for their convenience? Or if there was an opportunity to reduce that amount of parking, was that something you would take advantage of?
So I'll answer with, we're trying to meet sort of the ratio that we're seeing in the existing construction. In the future, sort of, it is being built out and it's anticipated to do that, but I'll let the developer speak more to the real-time, I guess, facts.
Good evening, board. Rodney Weber, the owner and developer of property. Having now managed and having been managing 170 units here in Beacon itself, I have hard data rather than New York State average data. And going from all apartments across, all the way from the east end to the west end, because we bridge the gap. And on average, on all units, depending on, doesn't matter if it's studios, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, we're averaging 1.25 parking spaces per unit. So that's the average across the board on all 170 units. Now, being down by Edgewater, of course, because we're restricted as far as any off-street parking is concerned as well, we don't want to hinder our neighbors. So just having that 0.2 extra just gives a few more visitor spots, because down in that area, we are seeing a lot of more Uber Eats and various things, because everything has to be delivered, whereby on the other end of town, people more walk to where they need to go. So they're doing a lot more orders, et cetera, et cetera. So they are having more taxi services, and so a little bit, and it's not much, a couple extra spots for visitor parking so they can come in and out, works really well. But again, we don't want to hinder the neighbors that have been gracious to us during the construction process, and we don't want to encumber them by having our residents then park on their streets.
Is the 1.25 actual demand or just what you provide?
No, it's actual demand. Out of the 170 units, we're seeing an actual demand of about 1.25. No matter if it was a 4-unit building on the over by the Roundhouse, or if it was Creek Drive or wherever it may be, we're seeing the average demand about 1.25 per apartment. And again, that doesn't matter. We're going from studios all the way up to three bedrooms. Okay. Yeah.
But if you're averaging that out, so you're saying that you're averaging that out between your units and your bedroom count, right? So you're saying that the 2.5 is coming from some, right? Like, you're seeing no difference between a 3-bedroom unit and a 1-bedroom unit, or a studio, like they're all having one car?
Funny enough, yes. We have, the few 3 bedrooms that we have, we're seeing 1. Some of them we have 1, and some of them have 2. A lot of the 2 bedrooms, we're seeing more towards 2, depending on the couple who live there. And some of them, of course, we have 1 person living in a 2-bedroom instead of 2 people living in a 2-bedroom. And again, even with the proximity of the train station being so close, to Edgewater, we're seeing a tiny little bit more demand there rather than over at the other end of town. Funny enough, 7 Creek Drive, for instance, we have people still that have no cars, and they live within the units. I have within 25 and 7 Creek, there are 3 or 4 apartments where they have no cars at all. So again, on average, and then yet we have condo buildings which are also on the project, which we don't own, but we help manage. And they have a 3-bedroom, and they're averaging 2 cars. And then we have it's always thrown off by somebody who has a collector item car or whatever, a motorbike or something of that nature. But that is the average.
So it's useful to know that average across all of your units, but what I'd be more curious to know what you're seeing, what's trending here specifically.
Same.
Right. So,
yeah.
Okay.
Even with, because we have quite a few, we have some studios. I think originally we were going for a lot more studios on that complex, and we're down to 30 studios now. The studios are definitely in demand, especially market rate, because some people You know, they just don't make that BMR count because they just like a couple $1,000s more per year, and they don't get into the BMR. So we're seeing a lot of those people need those market rate studios, and so the studios are some of the first apartments that actually go. And that's another reason why we're pushing these 2 more studios on that particular project as well. And they won't differ that much as far as price is concerned. As a BMR, it's a studio. You can't push it that far. You know, it's a one room.
Okay. Anything else?
There's on the plans, it indicated there was a pollinator garden that was being relocated, and I think we have a right to expect some sort of development of that. That's something that's been a lot of interest from people I know in that project that's been going on around the city. So.
Oh, that's great. So we've been trying to do that. We did that over at Creek Drive. We created a pollinator garden and a little park over there. It's been doing really well. My bees are very happy for that reason. And then also we've done the same now, and that's another reason why the 45 parking spots that they're talking about right now at Edgewater, all that is a pollinating garden as it exists at this present moment. We're going to add some more trees to that, but that is the idea. All our landscaping is always native species for the most part. We do have a little bit of grass because some people like to sit on a bench with their dog, you know, and we can't really put them in a pollinating garden. But for the most part, it's all native species, and yeah.
Okay.
But that isn't part of this application. Like the landscaping was something that you did separately?
Yes.
And it wasn't part of a requirement of the previous approval, because that wasn't part of, people were glad to have anything was approved. This is before you bought it. So we had different, like I said, we didn't have as much self-respect, I think, in some ways. But I think if part of it is the good job that you've done with the landscaping, I got to give you thanks for doing that. And I don't know whether or not that's something that we want to, we would expect to have something shown, that the landscaping that would be changed and added, where that we relocated, I guess is what I mean.
Sure, we can actually put it on the plan so people can actually see where the pollinating gardens are and where they're existing today, and where the additional ones will go. And we're trying to do our best to work with nature, and we're actually seeing an attraction of quite a few birds. We have a professional bird watcher as well as a writer of several books in the field in Seven Creek, and he's really appreciating the return of all these various species. So it's been fun to see, and also hear the story. So I appreciate the note to that. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, board? Anything, Jim?
No comment.
Okay. So, a couple things. One, I think applicant, you requested setting public hearing.
Setting the public hearing here, and then, yes, we'll start with that.
And then the other having to do with the recommendation to council for a special permit, right?
Correct.
So,
And
what
there's
order?
a third thing to SECRA.
Oh, there's number 3?
Yeah, making a motion to find this exempt under SECRA.
Oh, we actually
That's
have to formalize that.
Yeah, we did that for the first time last month.
Okay, let's do that. That's easy. Let's do that one first.
Okay.
So I'll accept a motion to find this application exempt under SECRA under the new laws.
Motion.
Motion by Karen. Second?
Second.
Second by Kevin. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Next one, let's talk about recommendation to City Council for a special permit. Would this be an amended special permit?
It would,
Yeah.
yeah.
Any discussion, thoughts on the matter? Just in terms of how we would characterize a recommendation?
I would recommend the change to the parking layout, because
So the parking layout would be up to you. The city councils, their jurisdiction for the special permit is over the multifamily use.
Yep.
So they would be looking at the addition of the 2 units.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of, where do you split the baby? But
Yeah, I mean,
the addition of the 2 units is really what they would be reviewing. The layout is within your purview.
yeah, well, it seems reasonable to me if, there's already in a development, and we do need housing, that to add housing there makes eminent sense to me.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, and I think, given that it's within existing footprint, it's a reconfiguration to add units, perhaps in demand. I mean, I think those are all fair reasons to either, we rarely remain neutral, but to send a positive recommendation. Any other thoughts on the matter?
Yeah, the impact isn't huge,
Yeah.
and it would be worthwhile for us to, or I think it's worth to ask to show the landscaping. That
Yeah,
was the main
fair,
thing.
fair. They're going to come back with that. That's sort of outside the conversation
That's
about the
something we've already
recommendation.
asked for.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha, right.
So, who's writing that recommendation? Is that you, or is that?
Mercedes and I
Mercedes.
work together on that.
Have you captured our exemplary rationale that I just spelled out,
That it's
Mercedes?
good to increase the housing stock at an existing development. Yes. Does that capture it?
Without increasing
Without
the footprint.
increasing the footprint, yeah. Okay, so with that, I'll accept a motion to share that recommendation with the city council.
Motion to share that recommendation?
Motion by Kevin.
Second.
Second by James, all in favor?
Aye.
And then, what say you on setting public hearing for next month?
Motion.
Motion by Karen.
What's the motion? I'm sorry.
Public hearing.
Public hearing?
Oh, second?
Second by Kevin, all in favor?
Aye.
And only thing, I don't know that you need a vote, but for referral to county, I know that typically happens just because you set the hearing.
There's no vote
Yeah.
needed, yeah. That
That's
just
it.
is done
You
administratively.
took a real big risk here with just the four of us. Tough
should
group
say
here.
Honey's really good at that.
Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda. Review application for amended site plan approval, 248 Tyrone Avenue, residential, submitted by Beacon 248 Holdings LLC.
Chair, I'm
Good
just
evening.
going to remind the board that I'm
You are
recused
recusing,
on the
yes.
next two applications because I work with the applicants in other municipalities. And so I'm going to excuse myself for the meeting.
You're going home.
I'm going home.
Good night. Drive safe.
Right under this. Yeah, nice.
And then there was one.
See ya.
You're going to carry the full weight of the planning and engineering reviews, right, John?
Anything you'd like, sir.
Do it. Let's do it. Hi.
Hi, Jay Blumenfeld here for Beacon 248 Holdings LLC. Thank you, board. I'm joined tonight by Soko Fernandez from the architect team and Kyle Aaron from Labella with the civil engineer. So this is our first meeting on the regular site plan submission. Just to review the background, this board voted on a neg deck and a LWRP consistency on May 12th, and that was followed by May 18th. We received a concept and a resolution approving the concept plan. So we came back and put together the full site plan submission and submitted that. Since then, we've received comments from Mr. Gunn over the weekend, and I'll just review a few.
I'm sorry?
Did I say Mr. Gunn? I'm sorry.
Mr. Russo.
Mr. Russo.
Giving any comments? I wasn't doing anything this weekend.
I apologize.
Especially commenting on planning board applications.
Yes, my apologies. So we received comments from Mr. Russo. The first one I just want to address
I can
quickly.
understand the mix-up, but
So I'll just address quickly the first comment because I think there was some confusion, and I'm sure Soko will say the same. The approval that we received from the City Council was for 136 additional units, 27 of those being BMR units. The architectural plans may have appeared as more units than that. That is because some of the units, especially the ones that are basically situated in the current, in the existing foundation, the way that we were able to work out those units was by making those bi-level units. So they show up on 2 floors. So I think just a simple way to alleviate confusion is that we will, the architect team will label those upstairs and downstairs so that we could
Yeah, there
avoid
was
that.
no stairs in between the floors to even tell that, and from floor to floor, it was labeling it with the bed, you know, lower level, so if
No,
I had
I
2 floors.
I understand the confusion. looking at it afterwards, that was something that could have easily been avoided, but I think that our submission that we'll submit for the August meeting will hopefully make that very clear. So that was one item. Another item, just a note quickly for housekeeping, is that the concept plan had the two buildings labeled 100A and 100B, and we figured that would be super complicated for tenants to live in an A and a B, so we opted to change it to 50 and 100 Arno Drive. I'd love to relabel the other two 300 and 400, but that'll be a little too heavy of a lift, so we're calling it 50 Arno Drive and 100 Arno Drive. Aside from that, the one other comment I will make is that there was a lot of discussion about the mechanical screening previously. On this submission, we did not detail too much of the rooftop, and the reason was that after a lot of internal discussion, we'd rather have a discussion with the board, understand exactly the preference. I'd hand it over to Soko and to Kyle to go through a little bit of their submission and the response from Mr. Russo. But afterwards, I think if the board would be okay with it, I'd like to just discuss a little bit about the screening and what we'd like to see in the next submission. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Soko, and she could talk a little bit about the architectural comments received.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Socorro Fernandez. I'm representing the architectural team. I will just complement what Jay has said, his brief overview, by addressing also the comments from John Russo's letter. He already mentioned this, but we did not label the two-story buildings with the upper and lower story, so this will be fixed, correctly labeled, and will be included in the plans to be resubmitted for next session. It was also a note about a date that would be fixed, not worth mentioning. One of the big items was for the elevation views, we were asked to label the materials, colors, and dimension. This will be addressed. Our intent is for the composition and materials to be consistent with the existing buildings 200 and 300. Another note was for the architectural floor plans to reflect the location of the sewage pump station within the building and the generator for the pump. This would also be addressed. This is not yet in our plan, so this will be in the resubmitted plans. And this is very brief, but this encompasses all the notes. Regarding the roof, green roof, it will be addressed in the site plan notes that Cal will be talked about, but the 10,000 square footage that is required will be distributed between the proposed and existing buildings, but this will be further addressed. Just wanted to briefly mention it. And I'll leave it for Kyle.
Good evening. So as far as the site plan goes, since the last time we were here with the concept plan, that existing conditions plan that was based on was from, I believe, 2010. So we have updated the existing condition plan for the current existing condition, which also allowed us to better differentiate on the amended site plans what is there already, what's installed, what's installed but needs to be reconstructed to a certain extent based on the new buildings being constructed, and then what is new improvements altogether. You can see here around buildings 50 and 100, kind of what I'm talking about with the, here in the parking area, there's a saw cut line where they will cut the existing pavement at that location, and then everything to the east of that will be new pavement, new curb line. Curb line needs to be moved a couple feet because fire code requires buildings of a certain height to have aerial fire truck access, so that's being widened. Curb line then has to move. So those are all the improvements that have now been shown. Same with the Greenway Trail. You can see the location where the existing trail will, the point at which it will be realigned, reconstructed, or constructed new altogether, specifically behind 50 and 100. In addition, the amended SWIP was prepared. As Soko mentioned, the water quality will be provided by green roofs. They will be located on buildings 50 and 100. Additional information is forthcoming on that as far as specific locations within the building or within the rooftop. But as she mentioned, it totals 10,000 square feet of green roof. There's also 2 hydrodynamic separators that are already installed actually, but they have to be moved based on the new layout. So those have been included in the amended SWIP as well. I also received the letter from Mr. Russo. So there's a couple tweaks that are going to be submitted in the next package. I'll just go through a couple of them. The dog run fencing is going to be consistently 4 feet on all sides. The type of fencing is also going to be specified. We're adding some additional silt fence for the erosion control plan. We did reach out to the fire department, and they confirmed that the truck that was used, we used the same truck that was analyzed back when the previous site plan was prepared, but the fire department confirmed that that is still meets city codes requirements for the trucks, specifically one on order, I understand. As a result of the comments, there will also be some SWIP revisions, primarily just a result of confirming and clarifying some of the calculations to make sure they meet the DEC requirements, but I don't anticipate any of those impacting the the green roofs that we're proposing, and that's really about it.
You'll also need Department of Health.
Yes, we'll be submitting the Department of Health submission separately, but we will be copying the city on that submission.
And we'd like to get a copy of the updated engineer's report for the water and sewer.
Yeah, that'll be in the DOH application as well, so that will also get to you, yes.
Okay.
Great. Can one of you explain what's happening at the 2 new buildings between the ground plane on the creek side and the building? What is that?
Are you talking about the staggering here?
Yes.
So that is the terrace level, which it might be easier if we go to the
Is that partly what I'm seeing in?
Actually, it's probably not going to be easier that. But basically, it's the cellar level of the building, the bottom floor, is walkout terraces. And that's what you see kind of delineated into separate boxes. Those, excuse me, those are associated to the individual units. And then this wall is about 2 to 3 feet in height, just to kind of separate the greenway space from the resident space. It was originally completely straight across, but we pulled the greenway as close to the stream bank as we could to keep the separation as much as we could. So we think this is kind of a little more, less linear, more natural flow for that terracing.
Yeah, okay. So it is what somewhat represented in one of your renderings called buildings 100A,
Yeah, I just
100B.
want to point out, the rendering shows that wall a lot higher than it would be.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks a lot higher than 3 or 4 feet.
One of the things that we're going to, I think we'll be able to update by the next submission is really looking at all the details on these renderings and make sure that they match exactly what we're proposing, but that's...
Okay, yeah, that'd be helpful.
I think that's the biggest thing we saw.
I am in support of what you're doing here at these 2 new buildings. It's unfortunate, it's unfortunate that you didn't think of that in the first 2 buildings, and I don't imagine you're bringing this or extending this over to those 2, but it's an improvement over that black wall that you're faced with as you walk along the...
I'm hoping to still be able to figure something out creative with Deborah, landscaping-wise, that could help soften that up, but I don't disagree.
Yeah.
One other comment I'll just make quickly is that the lighting, just especially in the image we're looking at, the locations will still have to be coordinated a bit more and be a little, I think we're going to bring those bollards down closer to the trail They don't really serve much of a purpose where they are right now, and we're just going to take a much closer look at that specifically.
Who's your lighting designer?
So Labella has a lighting designer that's part of the team. I don't know how much. A lot of the actual fixtures were brought over from the first stage with the same model, make and model, and the consistency is about the same as what was previously approved. It definitely
There's a couple issues with them. I mean, maybe we could talk about a couple of things to update them.
Sure.
I mean, just a simple one is just the CRI is down at 70. It's recommended 80 or above. You're down by the water, you get the nice plants, right? You're going with a very low CRI, so your color rendition is going to be pretty bad. There's no kind of max or min information for your photometrics, so they're a bit useless at the moment unless you can supply all the information for the photometrics, especially when it comes down to spill along down by the waterside. There's no cut sheets for the fixtures too. That'd be great to see those. There's really no information. And then there's a note in here about Salux being the manufacturer, but then your detail shows it that it's RAB. So you have two different manufacturers here. You got a confusion of what products are, so the heights and...
So we're going to look over...
If you're going back to it, it's just generally just saying you need to go back to it.
Full cleanup.
Right.
You can't get anything past Jimmy.
Maybe talk to your lighting designer about trying to layer this stuff in, and bollards and pole tops are not designed. They're just bollards and pole tops.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Just real quick, we didn't get to Mr. Russo. I just jumped in and started blathering, so.
Yeah. Well, basically, everything's been covered.
Everything's been covered. Good. Okay. Did you have anything else you wanted to highlight?
No. I mean, I have a number of comments on the SWIP, but as their engineer noted, they'll be going through all those.
Okay. All right.
If I may, just to mention one slight correction. So the green roofs, our thought is we need at least 10,000 square feet, correct, of green roof. I believe it's allowed to be on the existing buildings too, and I think we'll end up with more than 10,000. But what we would like to do also potentially that we're trying to work out now is potentially adding on the north side of building 300. Some more green roof there so that we kind of balance it out, because our intention is to add to these two buildings green roofs, but the existing two buildings really have a small little row of cedar mats and some planters, but we'd like to see some green roof out of there. So just as a note, and in terms of the rooftop, I think the one active rooftop, which is not drawn in the plans, but we've been discussing internally, is looking over this amenity plaza on the north side of building 100, and then adding in green roof where we can throughout those two buildings to, number one, get what we need, and also make it make it as much of an amenity as possible at the same time, creating some moments there.
Fair. Yeah, I can't count how many times applicants have come to us and said, this is going to be great, going to be green roofs everywhere, and then they never get built. But it sounds like you need this for your requirement.
We need it, and I would have liked personally to see a lot more of it. I think that the small little strip that we do have along the creek on the roof, we get a lot of positive feedback from, and it's doing very well now.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it sounds like, we just still have to develop a lot of this detail, so.
You're providing irrigation up there for those green roofs also?
Probably not. I mean, the sedums are pretty hardy, drought resistant.
Not to argue with you, we have cedar mats in 3 buildings, and every one of them, well, we have one actually that does pretty well without it, but we've put in drip irrigation that is, it's very minimal, works off of the hose.
DEC does require it during the initial. So, and I always look at it when it's, going to be as hot as it is, drought conditions, and that stuff burns out. Now you're not getting...
Yeah. We have one building in Poughkeepsie with a cedar mat green roof that was put in 6 years ago, and we forgot to turn the irrigation on this year, and it's doing lovely. But we did turn it on.
You got lucky.
So.
Yeah, again, look, it's not one of those areas that we have high visibility into and can't be policed. If it's a requirement, it's got to get built, right? So just remember that.
Understood.
And yeah, it can't burn out and then forgotten about.
And if I could, the mechanical enclosure, just the last thing, because of that has been such a point. I think the main thing that we did here that we want to keep to that it was a problem on the first two, to say the least, which is that I think the main thing is that we moved it back, the mechanical enclosures, from being on the edge. I think that's the biggest issue that we've had. Happy to hear the board's opinion. So instead of having it close to the street side, we've moved it back, and I don't know if we could pull that up.
I was going to say, pull it up and put it on.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find that quickly. Yeah. So this is one of the rooftops. So what we showed here is that between the two bulkheads is where we would put the enclosure. We believe the height of the enclosure itself is, obviously you're looking at a bird's eye view here, but the height is going to be minimal. It's just to, get to the top of any condensing unit that we need. And from the street level, I think that's just number one. You won't really see much of it.
Which building is that one? Is
This
that 100?
one is 100.
Why don't you go to the elevation views, because from the elevation views,
Sure.
Yeah. Looks like, I'm looking at building 50. It looks like it has a mechanical enclosure, and what is this, an elevator overrun?
Yeah, they're pretty much set up the same.
Yeah, so they both have sort of an elevator vestibule with some interior space, enough space for
Oh,
a
the other one, the
bathroom.
smaller one's a stair. I got it.
Yeah, it's just a second means of egress.
Yeah, okay.
So on this elevation, it does not show the enclosure. I actually believe that the rendering does show it slightly. I might be wrong about that.
Yeah, let's
Take that back.
just get it right, so, and clear for us, so that we can,
Is the board in general open to the enclosure being the same as, I know I don't have a picture to reference, and that's my bad, but the first enclosure that we did, and I think we could do it a drop shorter, is simply 1x6 wooden slats painted black. And obviously, in this case, it wouldn't be up against the street. It will be much further set back.
yeah. I'm not remembering exactly what you ended up with on the existing buildings, but yeah, if you could come back with some representation, some photographs of that, we'll assess. Yeah, let's look at it.
Okay.
I don't want to rely on memory.
Well, that's,
Okay.
we will develop that further. And any other
What else?
comments that?
Speaking of the enclosures, when this was first proposed, before I think your participation, one of the architects said, "Oh, that's going to be shiburu. We're going to cover all that in this burnt Japanese craft material."
That was
is
a long time
difficult.
ago.
That was a long time ago. My point about that is that we've recently had some issues with what was proposed and what was built, and documenting that in a way that I think is appropriate to the level of skill that you guys have and the design intent, and also that documents it so that we can be sure that everything we've discussed has been not just respected, but sort of like we worked together in order to make this the best thing that can be for yourselves and for the community. Would be, I think it's what we should expect. Yep. Is to have that documented and just be, directly tell us, is it painted? What type of paint? Is it,
Right. I believe actually that I'm familiar with the Japanese wood chart product. I think there's two places in the country you could get it, but the one thing I would avoid there is that the direct sunlight exposure, I think, makes that specific product work, but I might be wrong. We will look into that.
If you go to the Hudson Valley Shakespeare Festival, Studio Gang just built that down at Garrison. They have all shiburu and all the, I was stunned at how, plus they had plenty of money. But it was very nice, and it just reminded me, it's like, yeah, these guys for anyway, it just seemed incongruous. So just as a realistic, because there's other people that have done unrealistic statements, and it's better just to.
All right, so we'll work on specifying all materials and being as specific as we can be, and putting that on the plan.
I would say on the renderings and the elevations, it would be helpful to have detailed views of, like the east facade in particular, and how you're breaking up that the mass of that facade. Details of the northernmost amenity plaza wall, on the east side, and Yeah.
Right,
The renderings
so-
right now are taken from a distance that you can't really see, you know, what it looks like. So just to have, you know,
Right, in terms of the elevation, so what I'm showing now, and the two buildings have them both, I think what we're missing is that big wall by the
Yeah, but
amenity
it-
plaza.
yeah, the scale though that those drawings are done at, it can't tell any detail. So I'd like to see detailed blow-ups of those, you know, different aspects of that east facade in particular.
Right.
Close-ups of the cladding.
Yeah, and how, you know, if the walkout terraces are staggered, you know, what does that look like? You can't see it in the rendering.
Right.
We don't really have a picture of what the wall below the pool, at the pool, you know, terrace
You're talking
looks
about the
like.
short facades, when you say east facade?
No, the one on the creek side.
That's the east?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is east.
And also, being
what city
specific
am I
about
in?
the, oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, I just really want to be able to see what you're proposing, and the scale of the drawings now doesn't really allow for any detailed analysis and assessment.
That's a good point.
Okay, we'll
In
see
fact,
what we could do.
If you haven't already, I didn't see them. I wasn't looking too closely for them, but, and that's why I had the short facades in my head, but the shorter facades too, are you able to show what's happening on those? The
North and south.
north and south facades, yeah.
Yeah, is that?
We only have them in the colorized elevations, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oops.
I was looking for them in
Right
black
there.
and white. I see,
Oh,
okay.
My bad.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Thanks.
Yeah, and that's one per building, so that's the other building right here.
Got it.
This one just shows the amenity plaza on the right side, so that's just doors opening to the deck.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. All right, what else?
Just a clarification question also. My understanding is that the public hearing from the concept plan covers this, or is that incorrect?
No.
No, there needs to be a separate public hearing.
Okay. So then is it too early to ask for scheduling that?
What do you guys think?
What was the question?
Can we schedule a public hearing?
I think it's, I don't think we'll, another meeting, I think, let's hear from the public as soon as possible.
Okay. Motion to schedule public hearing for next month. Would you like to make a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Karen.
Second.
Second by James. All in favor? Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Starting to get slow at things.
Okay. Item 8 on our agenda.
Almost forgot.
Continue review of application for amended site plan approval, 364 Main Street. Mixed-use commercial and residential submitted by 364 Main Beacon LLC. Good evening.
Good evening. While we get our clicky gigger technical terms set up on the computer, for the record, Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the applicant. Tonight, I am joined by our project architects, Jason Anderson and Andy Woodrum, both from ADG Architects. We're also joined by Amanda Baxter and Anthony Petruzzelli from the development team. Mr. Chairman, as you mentioned, we are before you for our continued amended site plan application review, proposing certain amendments to the previously approved building program. We did appear before you originally back in May for our amended application, at which time the board declared itself lead agency for the seeker review, and for the members that are not here, they were present, including Acting Chairman Randall at that meeting. So at the meeting, after reviewing the submitted materials, the building inspector also addressed the planning board and explained that, well, he's gone now, that the revisions detailed in the original planning submission dated April 28th, there were certain items that were not approved as field changes, and then the applicant focused the discussion with the board on those specific items to assess whether they should be physically reverted. So as we noted in our May supplemental submission, as was requested by the board, in order to look into additional improvements, the applicant reassessed the building program and then detailed in that initial submission responses and or revisions based on those board comments These revisions were primarily to respond to board's feedback about the front of the building and its entrances. So that was our original supplemental submission. We introduced those additional revisions at the board's June meeting, at which time the chair requested that we reorganize the previous submitted information into a spreadsheet for the board's review. So that spreadsheet and those responses to Mr. Russo's engineering comments were included in our June supplemental that's before you tonight. So before I do turn it over to Jason to review the spreadsheet and the proposed amendments for the application before you, I would like to just give a quick background of where the project's been. As the board may recall, our predecessor, the applicant's predecessor, received site plan approval back in 2022 for the 3-story mixed-use building on Main Street. It's presently located in the CMS district, and it's in the also a portion in the T or transition district, and it's not in the HDLO or the historic district landmark overlay. We're not proposing any revisions to the approved unit count or the commercial square footage or the number of off-street parking spaces with this application. Instead, the site plan changes that we've incorporated into our redesigns are aesthetic and facade changes to the building, and they include storefront articulation, window head detailing, residential entrance changes, the rooftop layout, and then the 911 signage. Again, some of this responsive to the board's first discussion back in May. As we discussed in the May meeting, there were several items that were approved as field changes, and then as I just mentioned, there were some items that were not. Those are detailed in our submissions and in the chart, and the specific items that were at issue included the vents on the east side of the building, the straight brick window heads, the 4-inch window sills, the storefront materials, and then the removal of shadow boxes, which we later confirmed with the building inspector related to the east side first floor, but those were later clarified. So it was really the 4 items that we're talking about that were not approved field changes. So the site amendments relate to those 4 items. Tonight, we're prepared to have a more, I'll call it ARB style discussion to the extent the board sees fit, although again, not in the HDLO, regarding this application in the interest of trying to reach a consensus with the board about where our design is, where we've proposed changes, and again, hopefully to try and reach a consensus on proposed revisions that we can finalize in a plan and set for hearing for review. To set that stage, as we detailed back in May, we put into the table the requested information, and we've been working closely with city staff on every angle of this, including multiple site visits, and we appreciate the building department being out there as the building comes to fruition. I'm sure you've all walked past and seen the setup in the commercial space of the gym tenant who's ready to occupy the space. Some of those improvements since then is the installation of a rail between the sidewalk and the drive access that runs parallel to the building, and then the addition of wheel stops and a ramp, and then completion of certain changes on Eliza Street for access and parking in that area. But as I said, just to set that stage for you all, I'm going to have Jason kind of come up now and walk you through what we're proposing as part of this site plan amendment.
We're going to go through it my way.
Sure.
Okay?
But if I may, Mr. Chairman, can we just present the changes, then
No.
Okay.
We're going to go through it my way.
Sure.
Okay? So first, thank you for the spreadsheet. I want you to confirm here that this is full and complete. Captures everything.
Yep. So again, Jason Anderson, ADJ Architects. We feel that it is full and complete.
Okay. I'll also note that in some of the mitigation strategy / proposed solution, and we're going to go through each one of these, but we're going to do it my way. You note that certain things were installed as per the approved city-approved CDs. In my view, that's not a good reason, and we'll talk about why. You, as an applicant, had a responsibility to submit to the building department the exact approved application, site plan application. The fact that it was submitted to the building department as deviated from the approved site plan does not give you a pass on those things that were built based on the permitted drawings. Is that clear?
It's clear. And if I may, one nuance, and this was presented in May, so forgive me, I'm going to have Jason just speak to the approved plans, which are renderings, construction drawings, and then what was approved as the building permit. There are some details there, but that will be part of our presentation of the application. So we hear you, but this application is so complete as to include a additional field. This was discussed in the field.
We're going to go through this my way. And so with that, I want to sift through this. first,
Yep.
I want to understand, and you've highlighted them, but the,
You're going through the chart, yes?
yeah, I'm going through the chart. The backup, the documentation of those approved, what you're saying are approved field changes. So we'll start with number 5. Fire-rated windows, stairwells, and rooftop lobby.
And
Do you have documentation that that was accepted by city building officials?
we do. That was originally discussed on site with Bruce on January 2nd, 2025. There was an email related to that, and then it was readdressed when Brian came on board, April 24th, 2025.
Okay,
and we
and
have
that's
emails.
on record? We have that?
Yes, that email, yes. I don't,
Just to clarify, that's Bruce email, Brian on site or follow-up, so it's communications internal that we have, but
Okay.
I'll, you know, I'm not, that,
Cross it off the list. The Juliet balconies, was that documented as approved?
same January 2nd, 2025 email to Bruce, and then readdressed the same.
All right.
Do you have a response back from him?
So we do not have a response back, but it confirms that what was discussed and was sent to the building department, and there were no responses on anything that was ever submitted.
and if I may, Mr. Chairman, and I'll defer to your building inspector too, how field changes are issued, whether it's so it's cutting and fader. If a new application came before the board, we would submit to Brian in writing, copying the city attorney, seeking a determination to get that in writing. But that isn't always how a field change has, or whether it was a Tim Dexter, whether it was a Dave Buckley, whether it was a Bruce, or I suppose Brian, but some of these are verbally authorized. So yes, best practice is absolutely to have it in writing. But what we're reflecting back and what we can provide to the board, so as to avoid sort of the he said, she said, we can provide you an affidavit to each of these materials. So I think for purposes of that, we do have that material and that background, but we'll provide an affidavit to further support that from the ownership and development team.
So what you just said about number 6, doesn't it, to me, in my mind, constitute a clear approval? It basically, what you described is that you said in an email to the then building inspector, this is what I'm going to do. You didn't hear back, and you did it anyway. Is that right?
So you're correct in that they didn't hear back, but as we've been advised by our client, that was the information. And we have our construction team here with us that, again, sort of attesting and raising your hand and putting under oath, which is what we're suggesting we would include in a supplemental submission. That was a authorization provided in the field, which is typical. It is typical to have verbal approvals as to field changes. While that could be something that and I look to Brian, I'm not saying that he approved any of this. I'm just suggesting that that happens in instances and the field because of what can be encountered.
Quite honestly, because of situations like this, it shouldn't.
I totally agree.
I don't disagree that field changes should happen verbally.
Right.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I'm just, at the emails you're referring to, I have also, you know, and I'm just, you know, I was just asking because I was looking at them today and searched all over and I completely.
You're looking for the response back. Right.
That's all I was asking.
And it was also my understanding, and maybe you can help clarify this, Brian, but that field changes are in the realm of items that are so insignificant as to, warrant either, a verbal or, in this case, they should be written. But the balconies was a significant change. It doesn't, in my view, based on my understanding of what a field change is, qualify as a field change.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, so just for the benefit of the board, and ultimately I know we're not open for public hearing yet, but for what will be the public hearing, the applicant proceeded based on what they had as being a confirmed field change and designed and built out those windows in a way that you couldn't just simply swap out today and build a Juliet balcony. They built those windows based on that field change to be what's there on the building today. So they've done that work, it was built out, and it's continued. So I'm just...
So you're arguing that because it's built The way it's
No,
built,
I'm arguing
we
because there was a
can't go
field
back and
change.
fix it.
That's not fair, Mr. Chairman. I'm saying what
What
they
are you
suggest.
saying then?
I'm saying that they had a field change that was approved. They operated
It's-
under.
So again, it's not clear to me that it was approved. I don't have any proof of that.
And again, I can speak to, I'm suggesting we could provide an affidavit swearing to that. That's the best information I have that I can provide to you,
So-
other than the communication that was relayed as a, just to reiterate,
So
they
to
submitted.
summarize, you're saying, take my word for it, that Bruce
It's not
is
my
out
word
there
for it,
and
Mr.
he's-
Chairman. I'm just representing the applicant. The applicant has indicated.
You are the applicant as you represent.
I understand. I'm suggesting
I'm not going to argue with you. All I'm saying, I'm repeating
We'll provide
back
an
to you
affidavit supporting that.
what I'm hearing from you, and it doesn't jibe. What I'm hearing is that you indicated to the building inspector that you were going to do something. You didn't hear back.
Well, no, they followed up from
a
a
meeting. Anyway.
if I may, we followed up from a meeting at the site with the then building inspector to affirm the discussions that took place thereat, so as to try and memorialize that. You're absolutely correct. From the records we have, there is no written response from the then building inspector. In a time of transition, I'm totally.
I could very easily write an email to say, per our conversation, and put it on the record. And look, I'm not
And true,
saying that's
Mr.,
what
and the
you
building
did,
inspector could write back and
but-
say, we did not discuss that, that's untrue, you're wrong, I didn't say that. You're right. So there's both ways to look at this, Mr. Chairman. I think for the Juliet balconies.
Here's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Because of where we are,
Mm-hmm.
you've reduced, even eliminated any trust this planning board member has in this applicant. So forgive me if I'm questioning the veracity of your statement.
Well, loud and clear, Mr.
Again,
Chairman,
let's
we've heard
move
it.
on.
We're trying to work towards, we've developed the plan further. We haven't just sat with what we've got. We've been out on the site working at this. We're trying to put into, we're here with real plans to go through this with you. We appreciate that it's in more time and that you put us at the end of the agenda so we could get our elbows deep into this. So we're trying to work through this. Jason, do you want to just walk through some of those?
We're going to go through this again, my way. Number 8, site grading, front patio and ADA ramps. This is around a much bigger underlying issue. What the hell happened?
Can I clarify something just before we proceed
Yeah.
further? So I was brought in 3 months ago after everything was stopped. I was not the one that prepared not only the site plan, nor did I prepare the construction documents. I am only here to address this. So what I'm offering, though, is my understanding of what has happened, and I've been brought in to essentially try to repair where we are at the moment. So I just want to mention that. So you're asking what's happened, so I will answer from what I know, from what we've learned from the applicant. So on the site plan, it shows no difference in grade. And when you look at what's out there, there is a 2-foot difference in grade on the one side.
What happened?
At the very beginning, the site plan was incorrect. The sidewalk stayed exactly as it was, and the finished floor stayed exactly as it was. So whoever prepared the site plan drawings.
So what you're saying is this is a giant mistake?
Absolutely.
And this mistake was not pointed out to anybody at the building department when it was discovered?
It was discovered and pointed out on October 30th, 2025.
And when was that? When the building was already built?
Yes.
Unfreaking believable.
So if you take a look, so we were trying to forensically figure out, okay, could anybody have seen this? And we believe they could have. So
it's 2 feet. I'm sorry, guys. This is ridiculous. And I'm going to continue to entertain a review. I wanted to theoretically ask you, what if the planning board simply asked you to revert back to what was approved?
So can we show you what you
I'm going to do this my way.
Okay.
So we're going to table this conversation about this height difference because that's a bigger conversation. We're going to continue to go through, and again, you're saying that this ADA ramp, because of this height difference now discovered after the building was completed, that the ramp was approved by DOB as a field change. Is that documented?
Similarly, it was on October 30th, 2025, and followed up with an email
Per our
confirming that
conversation?
discussion.
Okay.
And
French
that was-
drain.
Brian can also, I don't, what.
Yeah, the ramp was me.
Okay.
Because there was no other way to get into the building. I wasn't aware at the time that it was taller. We had a meeting out there discussing the ramp and bringing the sidewalk around to connect to the patio at that time.
Understood.
That's what, it wasn't, oh, it's 2 feet out of the ground. We know that. It was, we need a ramp.
I get it.
And then entrance to the patio, so.
It's what?
I said, that alone is stunning.
Right, and you can see it on the visual that we have on the screen before you that shows, you can see the sideways FedEx, the delivery box, like there clearly was, whether that was ADA compliant at the time, probably not, but whatever was there clearly was not.
The what, I'm sorry, I didn't.
On the screen, we have an image of what it was. This, I don't know what year this was, but this was on the old M&T Bank. You can see the.
Look, look.
It was a very modest.
It was not 2 feet.
You all are now the applicant. You're the owner. I don't care what happened or who owned it before.
You asked the question.
There was a
still changed,
responsibility here,
and it's been
and
installed.
there's a responsibility that wasn't followed through, and there's accountability that needs to be had. This building is a giant sore thumb on Main Street. Again, I'm going to repeat a little bit what I said last month, because I'm so goddamn angry at the waste of time. If you look at the original drawing set you have right here, look at the number of, go over to the right side, the number of revised per planning board input. The amount of time we spent on this with the applicant. And I know you bought it from somebody, but God damn it, you had a responsibility to review this and to do it the right way, and you didn't. So you're wasting our time. I'm happy to now go, well, no, I'm not happy. I'm angry that we have to spend the time doing this.
So you asked a question about the revision. That was a field change. It's been installed, it's been reviewed, and it's now constructed.
I get it. The French drain, was that documented?
October 30th.
I'm sorry, can we go back to the ramp real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the ramp actually needs to be reconstructed because it's not ADA compliant.
Well, there you go.
They have a proposal to move the ramp.
You've got to be kidding me.
No.
Wow. Okay, so again, we're going to put that aside.
So can I
But I
clarify?
just want to make that one
Thank
clear.
you. It just, thank you for pointing that out. It just makes this even more ridiculous.
Can I clarify that too? So that was prior to the drawings that you have before us, which is when we developed that
Excuses.
ADA ramp.
Honestly, excuses. If somebody doesn't know how to build an ADA compliant ramp, they shouldn't be in the business. Period. The French drain. That you're
October
noting as a
30th,
field change,
2025.
you have documentation that that was approved?
All this documentation is the same.
Yep. That was me, and it's gone.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about the French drain.
Yep.
Is that meant to address, there was a complaint from the neighbor about the parking lot in the back, flooding their property, right?
But the other direction.
This isn't that location? Okay.
Other
So that
direction.
wasn't an attempt to.
That was back down a lot, further down a
To
lot.
mitigate, and nothing was ever done.
Mike.
Okay, right.
Correct, that was unrelated, other direction.
Yeah, and nothing was ever done. Nothing was ever done to mitigate that during the course of construction. They refused to do that work. Do you remember the issue, right? There was surface drainage, going on to the neighbors.
There's a curb there now.
There's a curb there now, never mind.
Right, and
Okay.
this wasn't an area that
Unrelated.
even showed a French drain.
This was nowhere
drain
near
going
This
in.
Yes.
is between,
Okay.
this area is between the parking lot, if you were directly behind this building, and then the mosque's parking lot
And
next to it.
it was just to gravel and not to a stormwater drain. Is that correct?
Correct. It was
That was the
to,
problem with it.
an island in the, well, not an island, a bump out in the parking lot, but the curb that they installed fixes the
Gotcha.
running.
I'm sorry to take up more time. This
Okay,
is
so
gonna
that was
take-
you.
yeah.
No, that's fine.
Keep
Let's,
going.
look, if they're going to waste our time, we might as well take advantage of it. Shadow boxes, east side, first floor. This is where I'm going to need a visual.
So
So that was an error on my part. If you look at their proposed, apparently there were windows when it was Citizens Bank, and somehow they left like a shadow in there, but it's not.
Let's see visually. What is that? So, and what was, sorry, Bruce, what was your, Brian, what was your error?
Right.
Well, you got it. So their original, when they submitted the renderings last month on the east elevation to the left and the right of the entrance to the residence, there were what I was describing as shadow boxes, but apparently it was a layover of windows that were demolished when it was the old Citizens Bank, and they had never removed them off of the drawings for whatever reason was the explanation that I was given.
I
I
don't.
know that's not a good explanation right there, but that's.
Can someone explain this to me clearly?
So it's these right here, we believe. There is no reference to a shadow box anywhere on the drawings, but we think it's these lines.
What changed? Please explain it to me.
There is nothing, we don't know what those are. I mean,
I was
there's,
thinking they were like recessed
And what's the bilk?
shadow box. I don't know.
Well, what did,
that was
so wait a
the
minute.
description.
So wait a minute. You went ahead and built this when you didn't know what the hell they were?
They're not on, so they're shown here, but they're not on the construction documents. So when the builder built it, they built it according to the construction documents. And there's no call out or anything.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So what did, please clarify then, what did you build?
So what is built is what is shown on these existing conditions drawings right here.
It's flat. It's a flat wall.
So this right here, so this is that area where you see 3 on this side, that's why I've got them side by side, and then it would be what's shown, it would be right here. So it's just a brick.
No, that's clearly a detail on the elevation, like it's a line weight.
Yes. There are a number of things that are like that are maybe a line or a line weight, but there is nothing that is indicated whether it's on the planning board drawings or on the construction drawings. So they're in neither location.
They are on
What I'm seeing here on the planning board drawings is pretty damn clear.
They're recesses in the brick. On the planning board elevations.
That's pretty clear to me.
This is a, so what would the applicant build?
A recess.
Okay.
We'll look into incorporating something there. We'll look into.
Or you would have said, hey, what is this? How do I build it?
Again, it's not on the.
Let's get some, if we're going to deviate, let's get some clarification from the planning board or the building inspector.
Understood, and again, not on the construction drawings, but we hear you. We'll, that the board's opinion
So
seems to be it was
I don't
shadow.
agree with your assessment here that this one, no physical mitigation required. I don't think we would have approved this if these were just blank, stupid walls like you've built them. 12, landscaping. This is a disaster. The landscaping, whatever's installed, is a joke. Adjusted based on further discussions with city officials. Who and where's the documentation?
So we met out there, and the plantings minus the grass are there, or what's supposed to be there, county-wise, but there's stone where there's supposed to be grass.
It's a mess.
Is I believe what this is referring to.
Are you, can you confidently say to me that every single piece of landscaping that is there now, and again, the last time I looked at it, it was just a mess. There was gravel everywhere. The plantings were anemic. That what you have planted there are what's approved on your approved site plan.
Everything except...
Down to the
at
species.
Everything except at the front of the building, which is not completed yet.
All right, we're going to check that. Removed rocks from the area adjacent to the mosque. So you're saying you completed that. Removed pavers and associated improvements at the front bike rack. Seated lawn. Thank you. Okay, so that one you're saying that you've mitigated.
Yes, they've mitigated.
You've reverted back to the approved. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, they got rid of the French drain and went back too close to what was approved.
Eliza Street entrance, what is this?
They had to widen the entrance itself.
And there's a parking space adjustment too.
So
And that's a documented approved field change?
Yes, we have emails back and
Thank you.
forth.
Site plan revisions, steps and gates. Remove the rear concrete steps and gates adjacent to the mosque that were shown in the original site plan drawings. Why?
I'm sorry, which number are you?
14.
14.
City engineer request is what you're saying?
Yes, so that would be, Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong. That is back here.
The concrete steps were removed?
Sorry.
There's essentially a green space that goes from Main Street back through the building, and that's where we're noting it.
Explain it to me in clear English. What happened?
I might defer to John.
I never authorized the removal of any steps.
So for this one, the property line is not to the adjacent building, so a fence on our property would stop, and there'd be a huge gap to the side of it. That's it.
I still don't understand. It's not clear to me. What happened?
So unless the fence continued and connected with the neighboring property, there would just be a huge gap around it.
So it looks like it's in this location here. So here's there was a sidewalk, or proposed right here, a sidewalk that essentially went down the building at this point and then ended at on the right-hand side here, this is the approved drawings. And it shows a gate and then some bike racks in the green space there. So this is what was approved. And instead, that concrete sidewalk was removed.
Why?
And seated.
Why?
I think it was due to the elevation change.
So that's what we're indicating here.
It was going to nowhere.
It's a sidewalk that would just be alongside the building.
The rear sidewalk was elevated, is that?
That is correct.
That's the reason why the sidewalk.
Again, there were no grades shown on the site plan, so I don't think anybody actually went out and surveyed.
Okay. What you're saying is that remove the rear concrete steps adjacent to the mosque. This is your solution? Reflect the extension of the planting bed to the curb, the Main Street driveway entrance.
There were no steps shown. Steps were added that was tried to be the solution here, but that didn't make sense either to try to make up the grade that's out there existing. And so instead it was done all just with green space.
And what you're saying here, and it sounds to me like you're saying it incorrectly, that somehow the city engineer requested this.
I wasn't out there for this change.
No, you're looking at the one above. It's 14. Right?
No, that was me, Anthony, Mark Day.
Wasn't.
It wasn't, yeah.
It wasn't, the city engineer wasn't there, no. It was their engineer that was there.
This has to be correct, guys, because this is making me even more angry.
14, reason for change.
That was on June 5th.
Full brick masonry upgrade. I need clarity on number 14.
There weren't concrete steps on the original.
Yeah, they weren't.
We're not going to figure out here. A waste of our time. I need clarity. The next time you come back, I want to know exactly what happened and what's built.
We'll give you pictures from the field of what it looks like now.
Full brick masonry upgrade. Thin brick veneer was specified and approved. Full depth brick masonry system was installed.
You know, the thing is, you could have built the reveals with full brick. I thought the reason why the flat facade was built was because you defaulted to the cheaper thin brick alternate, which in a number of conditions we've noticed that you can't do window returns as they've been designed in their field conditions. It can't be built, right? So then building it as if it was a thin brick and spending the money for full brick is just ridiculous, right? There wasn't any, it seems like someone was not paying attention who was building this. I'm not blaming you, I know you weren't there. But that just seems like, it's a lack of respect for the craft of building, if nothing else.
Yeah, I agree with you. Look, honestly, I don't care whether it's thin brick veneer or full brick or how you characterize either as an upgrade or downgrade. All I know is that what we were looking at and spent a ton of time on with the applicant for the finished result of those renderings, the renderings that you had published to the public on your storefront as you were building this, don't look anything like what was built. That's what we approved. I don't care if it's thin brick or full brick or how you do it. But I'll also say this, I agree with Kevin. The level of construction out there is poor.
I'm just going to go back, if I may, Mr. Chairman. We're following your order, but number 14, Brian, can you just clarify, you spoke with, you indicated that change was requested based on a meeting with Mark Day, and number 14 was the step, those metal steps?
Yeah, they're there.
No, I understand. That was requested, the change was requested by...
It was the only way to get to the panel.
But who was, I was just asking, who was at that meeting? It was you, Mark Day?
I was from Corey and Scott.
And Corey and Scott,
I go back
okay.
and look, probably Scott.
Okay.
Maybe Ezekiel.
Okay, well, that's Matt
Right?
and Mark Day.
I don't know. I don't remember exactly.
Okay. I just want to clarify.
I remember Mark Day was there. It was
Yeah.
the day that they were having the issue where he came up with the French drain.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, well, we'll confirm, but just for the benefit of the board, that we want to
right.
make sure that was accounted for. And
Dumpster enclosure.
Discussed.
So we
Dumpster.
get it back.
Are you going backwards?
No, I missed one. Dumpster enclosure.
11.
So this, again, it sounds like you changed the masonry surround with metal gates to a wood fence enclosure. I want to see it in detail before we approve it.
The dumpster enclosure is done, and they did ask me about that.
Okay, so that was approved as a field change?
The whole, it continues with the fence now. So
Okay.
it blends right in.
All right, so all of the ones in green that we talked about, that you have clear documentation of approval by Brian, cross them out. The remainder, we need clarification on, and the elevation change we're going to come back to. Okay. I also now want to understand what on this list, very simply, as far as your mitigation strategy, is to revert back to what was originally approved on the site plan. Let's go through them, and then as we go through them, we're going to discuss them a little bit. So let's start at number 1. Is that reverting back?
Corbelling?
Sorry?
The corbelling. is what we're referring
Yes.
to, right? So, no, we are not proposing that.
We're going to come back to that. Number 2, is that reverting back?
There was nothing approved, so I don't know what reverting back
Well,
would
I'll
be.
tell you real clearly, those vents on the site plan were not approved. So, number 3, is that reverting back?
It's not proposed to be reverted back.
Okay. And then, okay, number 4. Okay, we're going to come back to those.
Okay.
Applicant contractor change, purple. Are any of these reverting back to what was approved?
So, yeah, so we are, there's a couple actually. So can I ask a question with regard to reverting back?
Yeah.
Okay. To exactly
Yes, what was approved?
the appearance of what was approved? Or exactly what was, and if I can explain.
Give me an example.
So, for example, on the doors or the front facade, right? So they look like they are, but if I go to the elevations that are here, that are shown on the approved drawings, it just says glass storefront. So we have glass storefront out there. What's indicated, though, it's just what's the image is. So on the construction documents, it talks about stick-built. So glass storefront was installed, and what's being done is to make it appear, it's aluminum right now, that's out there, and the proposal is to make the bottom portion here look exactly as what's shown and what's shown on the construction documents. It just won't be stick-built, it will be aluminum frame. So at the end of the day, the image will match, but what's on the construction documents, not the approved planning board documents, are two different things.
Again, I don't want to hear about the difference between the approved CDs and the planning board documents.
So then, actually,
You
this
should
will
have
be-
submitted something in the CDs that were going to get a permit, what was to match what was approved.
So then it will be reverted back
Not
to
an
what's here.
interpretation.
It will be reverted back to what is shown on this drawing, which
Okay.
is storefront, and then we're going to match this image down at the bottom.
Okay, cross that one off. 17, trim profile at commercial eyebrow roof. Explain this one to me.
Yeah. So again, this is what we have.
Are you showing me the approved building?
This is, yeah, the
approved
right,
site
I'm trying to
plan?
give you both. So the right-hand side is the approved, and the left-hand side is what we're proposing. I'm trying to make it so that you can sort of compare back and forth. So what was not done, it's very hard in this image, but there is an OG profile here. And again, it's shown on the CDs. So what we're proposing is to remove that flat stock that was put there and put that profile back. So yes,
Zoom into the rendering on the left, please.
absolutely.
What was site plan approved?
It's just that, that's the only difference, is that trim profile.
Do you remember this?
The detail on the,
Yeah.
on the awning? Not the specific profile. I don't remember looking at it. If it was on the drawings, it was
The
part
only
of the
place it shows
detailing.
up is in the CDs.
Give me a minute. It's loading.
Can't see it clear there.
Okay.
So that will go back to, I mean, we're bringing it back to what the CDs show, but we're assuming we're trying to document every change that we noticed.
I understand.
When you say that the trim detail is in manufacturing,
So actually, if you look at the CDs, it doesn't exist. That's it was a made-up profile. So we found an actual manufacturer, and that's why we actually included the detailing on one of the pages of all of the trim details that we're proposing, so that you can see that it's actually
or
something.
it's a custom-made piece, not a made-up.
Yeah, but it's the way it's called, the way it's shown and made. It must be. We don't even know how you'd make it.
You have somebody make a custom knife and run it through a mill.
Yeah.
No,
I've done it.
So I've done that as well.
I'm just saying that it can't be.
So it's the same profile.
Is it true? You could get a knife made for any detail.
So if I
Very
can.
expensive and probably not practical in this situation, obviously, but.
So not really. If you look at and again, I'm going to mention the CDs. If you look at the CDs for that, they don't match what's here either. So even
okay.
with that profile, so
there was a design intent approved on the site plan. It had a profile.
well, we can't find the profile on the site plan. The only place we get it is in the CDs. I'm sorry. I know what you're asking.
So show us a clear detail of, this is not clear enough to me.
So I'll show you our clear detail of what that is. This is flat. Yeah, which page is it? Yeah, but this isn't, that's just the call out. I'll make sure you have that.
I have it. It's in the construction drawing.
Exactly.
It's right here.
So we're trying to bring it back to what the construction drawings
Do you
show.
have a construction drawing?
Not on the screen here. I don't have,
Do you have them on your computer?
not accessed here. Sorry.
I can't get it to the computer, but it's on A402.
But
And
it's,
if you want to pass this around my tablet, you can see.
but it's, again, to your point, there really is nothing on this
It's the overhang.
exist.
It's only got like 5%, so you gotta. Sorry.
Get at it.
This isn't clear.
That's the only place it's shown. So it's not on the planning board drawings. It's only shown in that location.
Well, here, we have an opportunity.
Absolutely. So that's exactly it. And that's why we're creating details to present to you.
And you're saying this is what you're proposing?
So the profile, you notice how it's like
I
elongated?
want to see it exactly how you're going to build it.
Absolutely.
And in a resolution that I can understand it. 18, window head detail.
Okay. So should we look at the planning board drawings first?
Yes.
So we look at two things. We look at, if you'd like to look at the rendering first. So the rendering shows flat, we're assuming a soldier course, but it's difficult to see in all of these renderings. So I'll go to the straight-on view. Now if we go to the drawings, and actually let me go here. Here it says painted AZAC and glass storefront, but there is.
What is that?
So
Is that the CDs for the permit?
No, these are these are the planning board drawings. I do not have the CDs on here. This is your planning board drawings.
You also, do you have access to all of the ARB review notes?
Yep.
So Karen just pointed out, there's a very specific note here about what those window heads are to be.
So.
And the sills.
And the sills.
I'm sorry?
And the sills.
So here's the thing, though, if you take a look at the drawings that were signed, and this note in particular that's here, this note says that if there's a discrepancy, these elevations, the 2D elevations, are to be followed. The renderings are not to be followed. The elevation drawings shown on this sheet indicate the approved design, and in the case of a discrepancy between the design elements depicted on the elevations and renderings, the elevation shall govern.
And the elevations show arched windows.
They do.
There's a header detail that shows, it spells out that it's arched.
Yes. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. But I'm showing, you asked what was on the planning board drawing, so I'm showing what's on the planning board drawings. That's all I'm doing. I haven't gotten to, I'm not disagreeing, I'm just showing what's currently there. And the same is true for the corbelling.
What was the original plan? All right, what was the original intent? It's what we discussed as a planning board, as an ARB. It's what's noted in the ARB notes. And, you know, this note, in my view, is BS.
I don't disagree with you.
It's an applicant just covering their ass, so in instances like this, why then do the freaking rendering?
I don't disagree.
So what are you proposing?
So what we're proposing is what's shown on the left-hand side here. So I'm going to go, maybe I'll start with the drawing. And so this has to do, can we tie in the corbelling together? Would you mind if I address both? Because they work together.
I'm sorry?
Can I tie in the corbelling comment together with this? Because they work together.
Sure.
Okay. So let's go back to the planning board drawings again. So here we see the corbelling that's shown, right? And it creates that sort of shadow line that you see
Pretty
there.
clear.
Right? That's part of that. So it's in these 3 bays, and then it's also in this one bay here. Okay, so that's on those. If I go to the elevations, of course it's not called out, but we see a different color brick essentially shown here. There is no notation or anything on it. It doesn't say if there's 1, 2. And I will make one quick statement on the CDs. It doesn't exist at all. Okay, so that's where we are today. So what we're proposing, because trying to take both of those together and come up with then a design solution that could try to address what we believe originally was intended, not to have this flat facade, but to try to create depth and try to articulate sort of the pilasters that are coming up, as well as address just the flatness of the windows and all of those pieces. So what we're proposing is essentially to take these 3 windows and do a head detail, a trimmed out head detail that goes across all of them with brackets below, and doing that at all the locations where we have the cornice up above, right? Because there's different, you know, cornices that are on, even on, so if you look at the original planning board drawings, it's only at the front sort of corner there.
Worse.
I'm sorry?
It's worse.
Okay. So I disagree, but I appreciate the feedback, and we can then talk about what could be done. But
let me ask you something.
Yes.
Again, at the risk of hearing excuses, and look, you've got a tough job. You didn't sign up for this. Or no, you did. You didn't sign up for the. You didn't sign up for my.
The question is why. That's the question.
Why? Why wasn't this built the way it was drawn on the planning board approved drawings? Why? And I don't want to hear excuses.
If I can give you
Was
my...
this willful ignorance?
I don't believe so, because the way that I've understood, because I've looked at the timeline. So coming in, if I could answer that question for you. So as I looked at the timeline, the contractor came in, got the building permit, and built what was on the drawings, with the exception of the field changes that were out there, and that's listed.
That's not a good answer.
Okay.
I understand
You
that
did.
happened.
Yes. So I'm trying to answer that question with that. And so essentially we're here, right? We have a finished painting that we're trying now to
You understand the
correct.
position we're in?
I do.
Do you
I
understand how difficult this is for us?
I do.
And now it's almost 11 o'clock. And you understand the position that this applicant put the city in. You understand the position you're putting our building inspector in. This is a goddamn mess. And you're asking us to help you fix a giant mistake. Pardon me, but a big pile of garbage on Main Street. This is an ugly building. It's built poorly. It looks horrible. It's not what we approved. All I'm hearing is excuses.
I respectfully disagree, Mr. Chairman.
And I'm not hearing very good explanations as to how you're going to fix this.
I think we are working to develop a consensus on a lot of the items that we talked about tonight. We went through a lot, so to say that we appreciate that we're diving into this, arms in, hands in, legs in, whatever it is. We're working through it. We're trying to come up with design ideas, and that's why Jason's here, to work through those considerations. It doesn't sound like
It's
that's
putting
specific.
lipstick on a pig. I'm sorry, guys. This is a mess.
You're looking for more articulation on
I want what was approved.
above the windows, specifically above the windows, right? Because we're talking about the corbelling and those details right now. A lot of what was approved, a lot was on the plans, we've gone through this, didn't meet the construction drawings. So
I do not want to hear about the goddamn CDs one more time. You had a responsibility to submit to the building department what was approved by the planning board. And you didn't.
again, I realize you're speaking through
You
us.
willfully ignored what was approved by the planning board. And you built something on Main Street that is not good. Not the caliber we expect. It's ugly. And we did the work.
We proposed changes to the building that are before you. So we're, I had a different discussion during the site visit with city staff, and I articulated it a different way. If the building had been before the city, it had been fully tenanted, everyone was living in the building, having a good time. If we came back before the board and sought these changes, that's what we're before you now. We're pursuing this as a fully built building. We have a gym fully built out. We have tenants that have leases that have vacated those agreements, so we've lost tenants. We have folks begging to get into the units that we have.
I do not want to
We are now
hear.
developing.
I don't want to
But we're
hear
developing.
about
We have a plan that's before you, Mr.
your
Chair.
problems.
We have a plan before you that has
Because you
changed.
created this.
That's great. We are here before you because the building inspector said that we had to come back for certain field changes that were not approved. So we are now before you for those specific items, but more. We've changed the plans, we've updated it to try and reflect the comments that you're providing constructively. So that's what we're here. So Jason was just presenting those, what are we calling them, lentils, or those the corbels? Window heads. So,
No, it doesn't make it any better. Makes it worse.
So
That's my opinion. Kevin?
window heads, sorry.
Originally I was prepared to go into more detail as to the specific problems, like go into this is why this molding is wrong, this is why this doesn't do the job that the previous project had done, but
It's awful.
listening to you, right? I think eventually we're going to have to do something about this, right?
It's a terrible compromise. The position we're in is to make poor compromises.
The window detailing that you're discussing doesn't address the articulation in the facade itself, which was the biggest detail of the facade.
It was discussed at length.
Why wasn't the Corbling built?
Yeah.
Why?
I can't, you actually?
You can leave that rhetorical.
Okay.
I know why.
Okay.
I just want to add a little more fuel to your...
And it angers me.
Let me add a little more fuel to that. So again, this is a distinct property from the rest of the projects you traditionally see along Main Street, where it is and what district it's in. So we do need to distinguish that the review for this application on site plan review level is not with certificate of appropriateness and not through the HDLO standards. I have to make that clear because this is distinct from other applications that you may have seen, 300 Main Street, 416 Main Street, others that have recently been
How does
before
that
this board.
statement you just made help? How does it help?
Because what we're proposing are, if this building came before you today, before it was approved, what is being shown here isn't impermissive, isn't not zoning compliant.
No, we probably would have made the same comments in the ARB that we did over the course of...
But that's, all due respect, that's a certificate of appropriateness level.
That doesn't help me.
But it helps, but it distinguishes this from your traditional
It's still
application.
subject to ARB review. It's, just because it's not subject to, this board is still also the ARB.
I said it was going to add fuel to your fire for the moment. I just wanted to make it very clear that it is unique because it is.
It doesn't help.
It's a heavily parked building.
So what's the point?
Should we move on to the next topic? I think it's clear that the board is not comfortable with the corbelling, window head, whatever
How are you gonna fix
term
it?
is. And, I think there needs to be an alternative proposed from
Agreed.
what the applicant is proposing now. But, given the time, and there's other applicants that are here tonight that would like to be heard as well, maybe we move on to the next topic to try to get through the entire list tonight.
Thank you. Sorry. This is just unbelievable to me.
And we are asking and treating this somewhat like it's a formal ARB review. If the chairman saw fit, some of these matters did go through a ARB subcommittee component. If the board saw fit in having that be somewhere where we can get into that granular level of these specifics, right? The few exterior non-safety related, completely untenant related, but building facade related components, is there a way we could schedule some type of an ARB subcommittee component for this? So as to focus on those details precisely to that. I think that where we can package those things that are not safety, and we have fire inspections, everything's done on this site, but so we can focus on those details with you in a very different and intimate component.
I think we need to take advantage of what John demanded, which was those itemized, the itemized list of things and what, how they were non-compliant. That's important. And the other
We did
thing
that.
need to
We've
do
gone
is-
through that.
Okay. Not entirely.
Yeah, but we need to make determinations on that. Like,
Yes,
right?
I want to continue to sort through this list. In my view, the biggest issues are the height difference. Short of tearing down the building and lowering it, we're going to have to deal with that. But we're going to have to deal with that in each specific manner that height difference affected this application. Railings, ramps, materials. So that is going to be a specific focus.
Just to clarify, we did that. Those have been constructed and have been revised on the drawings to reflect the ADA accessibility, and we've submitted a additional for the commercial ramp to Brian as a field change that's consistent with that, the whole operation you're describing. So I just want to be clear.
No, so, yes and no, I would say what you just said. The ramp that is existing right this minute was considered a field change. The submittal that was submitted last week and a half ago, whatever it was, I did not consider it to be field change. I didn't let them build it because they're offsetting it from the building. I think that needs to be handled here. If the ramp wants to go back in its place and you can get it to be compliant, that's one thing.
So then
and I understand why you had to shift it to make this switch back off. I completely understand why. but it's now.
So let's touch
outside
on that,
of
just
the
if I may,
building.
Mr. Chairman, because that was a big component of, that's just for, this is only related to the commercial access to the building, not the residential. This is commercial ramp on the side of the building.
That
Jake?
technically isn't needed if you entered in from the east side of the building, honestly.
I want to review what you're intending to finally leave there in toto.
So that's what's here. That's what was submitted.
Okay, so we'll talk about an ARB subcommittee in a minute. We'll talk about that in more detail. We're going to talk about these windows and this corbelling in more detail. Because again, I know you've proposed a solution. It doesn't measure up. The residential entrance detailing, the canopy. Are you reverting back to what was approved?
So we are not proposing to revert back to what was approved, but we can also explain why we're not proposing to revert back. Would you like that explanation?
I'm reading your.
So, because I could share it. So if you look here, this is what was approved, right? So here is the canopy.
Yep.
Here are the side lights. There's our door. This is from the scan, existing what's out there, right? So this is a recessed area. That's there. Correct. So that's existing. When I took a look at that, right, there's a number of things. It's not just a canopy. It's the proportions, the dimensions, what that projection is. And again, this was built based on what was in the item that can't be mentioned. So I will go to what we're proposing. So my thought was to try to get back to where we were, right? So let's come up with something where we can, do an entablature over pilasters, try to make that more in proportion with the stair tower that's there, and really get closer to what's there. We don't need it for any code reason or anything like that. We have the recess, so we're not trying to protect those doors. But that was to then more closely get to what we thought was the intent of what was there.
Is all you have this elevation?
No, I've got details on how that's built and all put together.
All
So
right.
fully dimensioned and shown on this.
Or initial thoughts? We'll review that in more detail.
There's two big questions: the material, the finish, and also the construction of it, and all of which have problems. There's another thing we might want to consider is the whether or not we want mock-ups, right? If there's going to be like an AZAC trim with paint on it, some sort of finish, and it's going to be on the brick and whatever, which that has to be, I think the only way that you have to do a mock-up in order for that to, at the end of the day, at the end of this process, not like next week. The other thing is, some of your profiles are weird. Can I just say that, like, I do a little bit of traditional work, and there are the American Builder and a lot of other things. There are conventional ways in which, reveals and trim molding, depending on the type of OG you use, right? And also the way it's terminated on the top, right? There's sort of this unconventional way that you're doing that here, which is is like it's the wrong side of the uncanny valley, right? It's not traditional, and it's not inventive enough, right? Where you've decided to like Michelangelo riff on these traditions, and it doesn't work.
If we went back to wood.
And I'm just saying that the job that this is meant to replace, right, is the corbelling, right? The shadow, the level of depth that the wall has, right? And if it's if this is the way that it is, which is those odd, that like sort of upside down, some of the profiles actually look like they're upside down, right? They don't look like in the right orientation in some ways, and they're also not terminated the way a traditional thing would be. One of the reasons for that is that it creates shade and shadow in a way that's feels normal, and is the sort of like normal expression that conventional, traditional construction has been done in Beacon and other places for a long time. Maybe it's like invisible, but part of it is that the reason why there's a difference between looking at a traditional building and the way that it's detailed and the depth, part of which came from the way that it was constructed, and the sort of the way that details are applied to a construction now, right? Is if it's not done in a completely realistic way, or in a way that reflects the way construction is, it looks false, it looks fake, and it also doesn't do the job, right? So I don't think there's, I didn't get any sort of, using this unconventional profile thing that you started using, I didn't find anything that tied it back to the existing building, right? So it looks a little applied and a little out of place, because it's not the same language as the cornice, much as that's not exactly what was approved.
Can I summarize? We need better ideas from you guys. Can you come here for a second? This wasn't on the list.
The events?
No. Look at the cornice. What is that? No, what is this?
The cornice is different in the...
In your bracket spacing?
So the bracket spacing...
Amateur, sorry. Sorry.
I'm saying what's on the drawing doesn't match.
And
No, it
and this.
doesn't.
What
It
is,
doesn't.
What is the why are the different depths on the, that's not on your list either.
In the,
That was intentional?
No, I'm saying we're trying to represent what's on the drawing, so we're showing what's there.
oh,
This is
that's
what's
what's there.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's what
It's awful. It's not what was approved. Not on your list. We need better ideas. So let's do this in an ARB session.
Yeah, in proportion. Sorry? There's all the proportions are just a little bit off, right? I mean, I'm going into like giving you an idea of like just the beginning of.
I'll also highlight, there's no, again, I don't know what your plan is, but it was in this photo too, but there's absolutely no screening for all the mechanical units. What? What's going on? Why wasn't it on the list? What's the solution? We're not, this is, again, I don't want to have to do the work here. We need better ideas. We need a comprehensive series of solutions, not lipstick fixes like these window headers. Again, I don't mean to be mean, but it's not getting there. You have to agree as a design professional. I mean, look, I'm not going to ask you to answer that, but come on.
I'd also like to add to the list, in the original drawings, the site plan drawings, both the elevations and the rendering, the cornice is flat. It's the piers the vertical piers, brick piers that project from the face don't travel through the cornice. The cornice is a flat element.
So what you're saying right here, right?
What that would suggest is that the cornice is proud
I know what it would
of the
suggest.
recess.
I do know what it would suggest.
Right? This is just common sense.
I know there's a lot of suggestion here. You said exactly, when we looked at these drawings, the approved drawings, a lot of suggestion.
But look, you can translate suggestion into buildable documents that represent what was intended as far as the design and improved on the planning board drawings. That's not rocket science. So again, I don't want to keep going on about this. I don't want to keep yelling because I'm going to get hoarse. We'll set up an ARB subcommittee meeting to go over these items in detail, but you guys have to come back with better ideas.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
How you're going to fix this.
In prior instances of those scheduling matters, typically you would have the board think of dates that might be available. Is that something we could do offline with Jennifer?
Let's do it offline.
Okay. Separately, the one other sort of discussion point, so while we have, sounds like we have capital C consensus sort of leading in on the front of the building, not the ramp that you want to further review for the commercial entrance, but we've dealt with the residential front of the building. Beyond that, would you consider scheduling, because again, this is sort of the feedback that 248 Toronto was just talking about, but looking for the public input to go along with our...
Be careful there.
No, I fully understand. We're trying to, we have a very, if I may, we're in a very difficult circumstances with the tenancies in this building and getting occupancy and getting, so Mr. Chairman, you don't want this to be a 53 Eliza or something else where there's, we're trying to put good into this building and make it happen. We need people to be in the building, so I'm trying to suggest that we want to hear from the public. We know we're going to hear from the public. We read Facebook. We get it. We want to just try and, it's going to be part of this process. And we're trying to incorporate these suggestions.
You need to come back with better ideas, and it would be much to your advantage if you came back with ideas that the community and the public can get behind. All you're going to hear at public hearing is probably very similar to what you're hearing from me. Anger. Anger at the willful ignorance of the work that this body put in to this application for the betterment of Beacon, not this crap. This is, again, our city. Every single one of us have raised children here. We live here. We love this place. We do this because we care. And this applicant showed how little they care.
And I'll say it.
You're not going to get a public hearing scheduled for next month.
All we're suggesting, and the applicant has, is here before you, presenting these changes and trying to work with you. And clearly, we're up here.
I see you're trying.
Trying to be respectful and
Not
trying
enough.
to manage that.
And look, again, you have to understand.
We do.
With all due respect, why I'm so angry. This is not a sign of disrespect. This is an expression of anger at my and my fellow board members' wasted time.
Thank you for your time tonight. We'll look forward to scheduling the ARB and putting in additional suggestions.
Thank you.
On the
We
exterior.
need a formal motion to refer to the ARB.
Motion to
Motion.
refer to the ARB.
Second. Motion by Karen, second by James. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to the next agenda item. And that is miscellaneous business, Mirabou LLC request to discuss the lighting design along Mirabou Lane.
Oh, thanks.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good to see you again.
I'm nervous now. But
So easy now.
Look,
Michael,
The air is out of the balloon.
you
now.
should know, it's not easy to set me off,
I know. Yeah.
which is a pretty good illustration of just how, sorry, thank you.
Well, I'm here to
Yeah,
ask for
reset.
permission, not forgiveness. So this, Mirabou Lane has 10 16-foot poles and 4 10-foot poles, and this came about in the last couple of weeks before we were getting the TCO, and Brian rightly pointed out that we had not done the lighting on Mirabou Lane. So we put up a bond, and we have a time frame. I think it was 6 months from when we got the TCO to get the lighting completed. So what happened was that we've now had 2 months of real life, and with Marable Lane seldom being used. It was always a secondary entrance. We always thought that we would do this when we built the 5 cottages. You know, that's on us, that's our fault. And Brian was right for raising the issue. And the design of the lighting, it followed the design of the parking lot lighting for all of our guests and the internal roadways, you know, that support the parking lot. So it's excessive. And so we wanted to ask your permission if you would consider an alternate lighting design that might be tied to, you know, the construction of the 5 cottages. So it's, you know, I drove through the Christie Road, and they have a light every 330 feet. So the lights on Marable Lane are every 75 feet. And it just creates just a huge bright spot. And nobody uses the road. So what we have is, at Brian's direction, we put up barricades at night, 6 o'clock at night, and then at 6 o'clock in the morning, you know, we open them up. And it's only to be used for staff and deliveries. It's basically our staff. So our Beldor's truck might pull up to the service area and then leave and head south and go out to Grandview Lane. But normally they just turn around. But so Christie Lane has, not that it's, you know, the same as our commercial property, but it's, you know, it's very sparse lighting. You would expect there to be more in the neighborhood. The neighborhood to the south, Slocum, has 0 streetlights. There is 1 central Hudson street light right at the intersection of Grandview and Marable Lane, so the entrance to Marable Lane is identified. Yep, so we, you know, we would like to not do any lighting on Marable Lane.
So that's the punchline, okay.
The what?
That's the punchline.
That's the punchline, yeah. I mean, just to be straight, I mean, you know, Brian was right. If we have to do it, we'll do it. You know, it's a $98,000 expense, but we think it's excessive for that application.
Is there any, and maybe this is more a question for Brian, is there any requirement for, you know, a level of emergency lighting at all by code, or is there any specific requirement?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, it's a driveway, basically, right?
It's a driveway. It's a secondary driveway, and it's, yeah, we just highlighted, you know, the different colors. I mean, the red is 16 footers. I mean, you know, it's like street lighting, but.
Look, I would say that.
It was on the original site plan, then
I understand.
it was on the amended site plan, so Brian is right that it's on the plan.
You should build it, but you're
that we should
asking
do
for
it.
relief not to.
Right, and I think he, you know, the intention lighting was put along there because of the cottages being shown and
Yeah.
everything.
And that, your cottages are a different phase, I'm
Right.
assuming, if you
Right.
ever. end
Yeah,
up
there's
building.
2 shown on this plan, then if you go to the next plan, Mike, there's 3 that are closer to the buildings.
Yeah. You're not building those now.
We're not building those now.
Yeah.
You know, we're actually going to start, well, you have architectural review for how they look on the outside. Now we need to play with how we make the inside, you know, flow. Yeah, so
Although,
we're not building
were
those now.
those weren't a part of your original site plan approval?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
were?
they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's actually, you know, there's renderings that are, you know, part of your approval. So we would just, you know, we can propose something that's more in line. I mean, you know, and it might be just, there's 4 like switchback curves on the road, and I mean, that's where you need lighting. You know, those are dark spots. The big long, this is only, it's 1,300 feet long from where the blacktop ends, the very first light that's shown,
Yeah.
all the way down to Grandview.
Look, unless there's a specific code requirement for egress or whatever, I don't know what it would be.
Yeah, I'll look tomorrow, I don't know.
I don't know, what do you think? I mean, I personally have no
It sounds like
problem.
it's actually better
Less is
operationally
more,
right
I'd
now to
say.
not have lights there.
Yeah.
Because it's light pollution, it's probably distracting from the view from the main property.
Yeah, yeah, the focus is on the building, you know, and it's, no pedestrian, I've never seen, I mean, I'm there all the time, you know, no pedestrians, no cars.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine a lone individual guest is gonna decide to wander off down that path in the dark of night.
Yeah, they're not.
I hope not. I
There's
mean,
no reason to, no.
Yeah.
I would.
Me too.
You're right.
Yeah. But I
So-
wouldn't want lights.
No, so there's
Well, you wouldn't
16-foot
want
poles
lights.
there right now that are active, and you want to take them down?
No, there's nothing.
there's just
Oh, there's
they're
nothing
not
There's nothing there.
Okay,
No.
so the original plan had 16-foot poles.
Right,
Please don't
right.
do that.
Right.
Is there landscaping? Can you make it pretty?
It's all, well.
Can we
the
do
whole-
something like light a tree?
Oh, there's landscaping that goes, you know, right from the mansion all the way, there's the open field, we call it the south
We
lawn.
can light a path by doing really, really, really low bollards.
We-
And then
yeah,
you can make something really pretty here.
Yeah.
I think just
And
by
we like
having
the
a
bollards,
darkened
we
big-
have bollards on the site, and,
But
you
they're
know,
all
for
still
all the
like
paths,
2,300
but they're
lumens.
very-
They're monsters.
They're what?
They're bright. The bollards,
These
as
things
far as
are
the spec
bright.
says.
But I was saying the bollards that we have in front of the mansion,
Got 'em on
you know, they
dimmers?
light up the pathways,
Yeah.
but they're really not, they need to be more directional to light up, you know, if we're gonna do bollards. We were even thinking, you know, something, solar, and put a solar panel on the south end down in the field.
Yeah, they make plenty of those, and you could do more of a less of like a roadway or a parking lot fixture, and you could just do a
Right.
landscape fixture.
Right.
Right? Just
Yeah.
to add something to it, and some
Yeah.
kind of safety if someone does go out there.
Yeah, and again, the way I'd look at that is that that's an aesthetic decision. I don't know if that kind of sort of augmentation, if you would decide to do it, would need planning board approval.
Yeah, we will come back, we'd have, you
Yeah,
know, we will
whatever.
come
Okay.
back to you.
Well, look, so the whole point is right now, you don't have cottages there. That's almost a remote and very little used drive. You don't want them, I see no reason why
Please
to
don't
put
put
them in.
them.
Yeah,
Okay.
so,
They're just too bright and they're too big.
I mean,
But is there, so are you offering to design an alternate plan that would be implemented
Yeah,
when you do the cottages?
We want to do something that's
So-
compatible with the cottages.
Yeah.
You know?
So I think
so you'd
probably.
be coming back to us for.
Right.
We
for
have to come back,
amended
and we have to,
approval.
we would just,
Yeah.
you know, before we come for a building permit, and.
Okay.
The bond is tied to, the agreement with Brian, that we had to do the lighting within 6 months of the TCO, which was May 8th.
Yeah.
So we would need, you know, some relief on that time frame.
I get it.
All right?
There's no codes for
Yeah,
that
yeah.
thing. Like, it'd rather you wait till you get the cottages straight
Yeah.
and design lighting around that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then think of your landscape, less of road and more of landscape,
Right.
trees or bushes or
It's
shrubs.
heavily, where the cottages are, they're tucked in, you know, these are 150-year-old trees.
Yeah,
They're
you
tucked
light 'em
in
up.
between the trees, you know, so we don't want to take any trees down.
Yeah, so light the trees, because the trees, the canopy of the
Yeah.
trees can give you the light you need to see around the other places, and it can look really great.
You can't have.
So do
You have
we-
a lot of
have-
vertical
You
illumination.
can't have
on this
sky
thing, too.
lighting though, right?
Say again?
You can't light the sky, you know. Any lighting has to be down. But
Climb
we
up
can-
and light down.
Yeah, we figure
on
it out. Yeah.
And find another way. But there are ways, if you're under 600 lumens, you can light up, so light it up at 400 lumens.
Yeah.
Do we need
There
to
are ways to
formalize
get
this
around all
somehow?
this stuff to make it
Yeah.
look beautiful that doesn't get dark sky. Dark
Yeah.
sky is meant for like, you know, really bright lights.
Right.
Like these things turned upside down or with bad
Right.
cutoff. But you can do architectural lighting, you can get up lighting. I mean, we're doing it on 52, right? That big hotel. Those are all under 600 lumens, so you're okay going vertical.
Competition on 52?
Yeah, there is.
Don't get this guy started on lighting.
Yeah, that'll be all night.
So we
All right.
don't see anything in the fire code with regards to requirements of lighting on the access road.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So how do
And
we
we
formalize
did
it?
build Mirbeau Lane to accommodate fire trucks too.
Right,
It's
because
20
it
feet
is
wide.
required secondary access
Yeah.
to the
Awesome.
site.
And when they came and tested all the fire trucks, they didn't even care about it. They didn't even go down there. They just did everything in the
They
front of the
looped the
building,
guy.
so, and that worked out great, so.
Because you had the barricades up, no?
The what?
Because you had the barricades up in front of it.
Yeah.
That road is worst case scenario.
Yeah.
How do we
So
formalize
what
this?
do we need?
I understood that there was going to be an alternate lighting plan presented eventually, but it sounds like the idea is the lighting plan would be deferred until the time the cottages are built. But obviously, in order for them to get their final CO, they need to make sure that that's documented on these plans. So I think, and, you know, I'll look to Brian if he disagrees, But I think what we can do for today's purposes is a motion by the planning board to allow the lighting for Mirabou Lane to be deferred until the cottage phase. Prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant would need to come back and finalize that lighting plan with you. And a note would need to be added to the plans. It needs to be documented somewhere on the plans that that's what the planning board has agreed to defer that to the next phase. Does that sound acceptable
I will
to you,
leave
Brian?
that process up to you. That's what should happen, yes.
Yeah.
How it gets there, I'm going to defer back to you.
Okay, all right, I just want to make sure.
Then Jennifer,
we're
what
in
do
agreement.
we do with the timing tied to the bond, the 6-month deadline?
There would be no requirement at this time to do the lighting.
Okay.
So you would be able to move forward with Brian to finalize that and get your
Yeah.
bond back, because there would be no obligation to do the lighting until such time as you come back for the cottages.
As long as
Okay.
we so move.
Exactly.
Right, so,
So do you want us to submit a site plan with some type of note on it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
and we can do that as,
We can do that as a motion here tonight.
yeah, no, that
And a
part, yeah,
condition for
but
approval or
as a condition of the approval, right? That they're going to submit that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, a motion to agree to defer lighting on, what is it, Mirabou Lane?
Mirabou Lane.
Yeah.
Until such time as applicant returns to the planning board for a review of the cottage portion of their application, with the condition that you submit a revised drawing to this effect for the record.
Okay.
The motion to
Motion.
do that.
To
Motion
all
by
that.
Tim, second by Kevin, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good, thank you.
Can I say one thing? I had a
Yeah.
meal with some family the
You
other
what?
day. I had a meal with some family at Mirbeau the other day. It was
And how was it?
incredible.
Good.
It was incredible.
Yeah, we've had
You're not supposed
some
to plug local
bumps in the
businesses.
road, but yeah, the
In
food's
your
been
official
great.
capacity.
Yeah, anyway, I have no regrets.
Yeah, everything
Did he mention
operational.
he's gonna be there on
worked out
Saturday?
great.
Yeah, everybody involved.
Thank you.
with all
Let's keep going.
The service.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so we have 4
12:30
certificates of
res.
appropriateness under architectural review. First one is the sign at 213 Main Street.
Okay.
Good evening.
Let's do this. Good night. Great to see you. All right.
Hey, hello, my name is Fat and I represent a project in 213 Main Street. So right now, let's see how let me connect.
Yeah, no, it's pretty clear by your application what you're proposing. I got a few quick questions.
Yep.
Ooh, is this coming?
Your,
Oh, it's going to BJ's.
sorry, the bracket,
Yep, the
that you're
bracket.
showing in, that says product size,
The
looks
product,
a little bit different than what you're showing in the rendering. So which one is it going to be?
yeah, the things I send in from Amazon.
Okay.
Yeah. Because when we rendering, we try to find the product. It seems like not always exactly the rendering.
I see.
Yep.
And then in the rendering, your sign has what looks to be an errant C after the word restaurant. I don't imagine that's intentional.
No, just a restaurant. Because when we do the rendering, maybe I.
Is this
make a mistake.
AI?
Pardon?
Is this AI?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's
you gotta
why.
see.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you're also proposing to paint the,
The outside right now is.
it's green, you're going to blue.
Yep. The color is the.
Pale navy. It's a nice blue.
Yeah, I agree. It's better than the green,
Yes.
much as I like BJ's. It
It's
looks
the
like you already
color
had your
is
signature.
Hell Navy HC154.
Yeah, no,
Yep.
it's a good color.
Oh, I can't wait.
No, me too.
Okay, looks like you already had your sign made. Sign's already built?
Yes. Yes.
Did the, yeah, anyway. What would you do if we didn't approve this? Yeah, look, any thoughts, questions?
It
Otherwise,
looks
No, that's
fine.
great.
yeah, motion to approve.
Motion.
Motion by Karen.
Second.
Second by James, all in favor?
Aye.
With
Yeah.
the understanding that the bracket is the one not in the rendering.
Yep.
That
Correct.
is.
Yep.
The
The actual product is from the image
Yeah,
from
from
Amazon.
O Tooling.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank
Good
you,
luck.
sir.
When do
Have
you
a good
open?
night. See you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, Rombout Avenue. Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
We have a new single-family home. Sorry, what, it lists your tax lot, but what number
So
are you?
there's no street number assigned to the vacant lot, but it's between South Brett and South Cedar.
Is it the one next to the Gary Joseph one?
No, that's on our block.
Heather Kahn for Studio Va.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so you're proposing what looks to be kind of a modern house.
Yes.
Yeah, as far as modern houses go, I think it's a good one. I think it's also very unique to the character of the neighborhood. So we should talk about that. Again, we're not ever going to advocate for, Disneyland, everything being the same. And in fact, I think there's enough variation, but again, on Rombout, up and down Rombout, but this is quite the deviation. I think it's the closest thing this kind of comes to is the, what's that building down the hill toward?
Where on Rombout is this? I'm slow, it's not coming up.
It's between South Brett and South Chestnut?
South Cedar.
South Cedar, sorry.
Yeah.
So it's...
See, it looks like the office building that's on there.
Yeah.
And is it east of the office building?
Yes. What do you think?
What property is this? What's the number?
There is
So 160 is right next to it, is to the left of it.
160?
Rombout Avenue, correct.
Thoughts?
Oh. Wait.
I could nitpick a lot of this because I think it's like, once again, it's like, it has these allusions to sunset homes and other things with the roof lines and other things, and then there's like an aspect of a simpler modernist material with the cedar, but
I guess he sold that again.
So we realize that it is different from the neighboring houses, but we've worked very hard to give our client what they're looking for. Anthony Williamson, his parents live next door. He grew up in Beacon. If everything goes as planned, this is their forever home, and this is the aesthetic that they're looking for. And I don't think it's so outside of what can be considered appropriate for Beacon, even though the adjacent houses.
There's nothing like it on Rombout. Only an office building. I mean, it's my aesthetic. I prefer, if I was going to build something, I would prefer it in that direction. It's just as, that house that's across the creek?
Yeah.
That is, by that walk, and it's just a monster. It's a modern house.
Which one?
The one right near me.
Yeah, the one right near you. Nothing looks like it, and it's just this monster of a modern house.
On Spring Valley, the Paula Dowd.
Valley. We just keep hearing back from people.
Right, like that one suffered from size, not so much look.
Yeah,
I'm just curious, how does this sit on the property?
You couldn't tell the scale of that from the presentation.
The scale's monstrous.
And that's...
Oh, I'm thinking of your parents' house. I'm sorry. I
No.
what you're talking about.
Spring Valley.
Yeah.
Do you know that one? There's like no yard anymore. And it's just like this massive modern, doesn't match anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, two of us live on Rombout. We're really familiar with the whole area.
I still
My
don't know where this
forever
empty
home's on
lot
Roundabout.
is.
Here, it's here. It's really a side yard or back, you know.
Well, it was part of that corner's property, and then he sold it to them, and now I guess
I know. I
he's
see.
building
I know the one.
another house on that property.
Well, yeah, I mean, this one's a little bit more contemporary.
Well, that's a giant extension. It used to be
Yeah.
a small little house, and then they built that off on the side of it, which is kind of like
Look,
in detail.
I'm all for variation. The one thing I would, and it's a little nitpicky, but the front door, the one you're showing in the elevation with the horizontals, I don't know, would they consider
We
this-
actually, we're just doing a solid door.
Solid
So
door,
there's
thank you.
two changes. So there's the door, they decided they want to do a solid door, and the color that's called out on the siding, we're actually going with the mahogany, which I do have a sample of. It's a little bit darker. It kind of matches the rendering color a little more closely.
That's the color of the door, you're saying?
No, this is the color of the siding.
I
This is
see.
a siding product.
It's mahogany or mahogany
No,
colored?
this is rice hull recycled into a shiplap product.
Is it going to be sort of, you're showing,
Shiplap style with mitered corners.
you're showing a sort of a deviation in the color along the,
There is
elevation.
some variations in the product naturally, just because it's made from recycled rice hulls. It won't be as much as a traditional cedar, but that is the look they're going for, except with a product that would last.
so here, the.
I think the pitch of the roof is problematic.
Yeah, we can get to that in a second. Here's my concern, is that the success of part of the success of the look of this has to do with the variation in color on the siding. If this then comes out as a solid brown block,
Right.
it's gonna be monotonous.
Is a natural material versus a manufactured material, which doesn't have variation, right?
Not as much as
Yeah,
natural
as
wood
shown in
would.
the rendering, right?
you pull the garage 5 feet?
Which is a big difference.
It's only 5 feet? For a garage?
Holy cow.
Is that the only sample you have?
It is. You're looking for a larger one?
And from the back of the property is only
Just,
5 feet.
you see what I'm saying about?
I do see what you're saying. If you go on the product website, they do have examples of full houses in it, and I think it does illustrate the variation.
What's it called?
It's Modern Mill. It's the Acre shiplap product.
Modern what?
Mill.
Modern Mill is the manufacturer.
Okay. What's the,
Under the products, it's the shiplap Acre, and then there's the colors below.
okay. That gives me a little bit more comfort. Okay. Did you want to talk about the roof pitches?
Yes. First of all, a question about the windows, the second floor windows. Is there a reason why they're not at the same, the header's not aligned?
The roof height in that area is taller, so we're trying to maintain proportions between the lower roof and where those windows fall, to sort of match the massing.
Okay. I have a little bit of trouble with the pitch. It's kind of like neither here nor there. It's not flat and it's not pitched, and I feel like there's just not enough separation between the two.
Part of that's because of the overlap, right? One of the things you've done is because they intersect, they can't cross each other. So the compositionally, you've limited yourself to this awkward angle that we think we both saw, that it's like not, if it was overhanging more, it would be more Frank Lloyd Wright or have that expressiveness to it, you know, that it was like it was overhanging and it was doing a job, you know, and it had a bold shadow. But it's not, it's just, it's, you know.
It's 2 feet. I mean, I realize it's not.
It's 2 feet, yeah, it's
we're not
actually big.
into Frank Lloyd Wright territory, but it is a significant overhang that does protect.
That was just an example of not what I was proposing or anything. So.
You kind of remind me of a jaunty hat.
Right. So one way to do that is to just poke it up, make it taller in the middle, and have the same thing happen, right? But then you also get, you know, different.
Then you start to change roof pitches.
The roof pitches and
we're also looking to maintain, you know, our envelope, our insulated envelope is our roof plane, and we're trying to not make the ceiling so high that we're just increasing heating and cooling costs. Like, so there's a lot of different variations that, you know, we're trying to work with.
I would say that if your ceiling, not that it's an issue, but if your interior ceiling followed that roof and it was higher, it would have more of the sunset home vibe that some people are fond of. And I think it's more expressive and it feels more, it's going to have a better feeling inside of a room to have it be more dramatic, right? And the wood, the extra material is nothing. It's all labor. And the heat, it's, you know, you can turn down your water heater temperature a degree or two, you know.
I'm confused as far as what you're asking.
What I'm asking is, I'm saying like, yeah, push it up in the center.
So you got 1 in 12 right now, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, without necessarily seeing it, I can kind of start to visualize what a 2 in 12. I mean, would a 2 in 12 start to?
Yeah, you can't do too much because then it's an A-frame, right, or something.
And we're also starting to get into 80s territory.
Right. And then it's
which I would. That's not what we're.
Well, this is the neither here nor there aspect of the whole thing in a way, right? And that's not fair because then you've already gone very far down the road. I think what we're trying to do is help make what people see from the street be more, be better. I don't know. Because that's an awkward, especially some of the other elevations that aren't straight facing really make it feel like it's not.
Those lovely vinyl houses across the street.
Sorry?
Well, no. Well, you're not doing that, and you don't have to do that, you know? And plenty of people do that, and some do a good job, and some do a bad job. And one of the things, at one point, I'm sorry to go on and on here, but at one point, the board, many years when I first moved here, basically wouldn't approve anything like this, whether it was just nobody wanted, those boards did not want contemporary architecture at all. It had to be traditional, it had to be a peaked roof, had to have, you know, tall windows that were taller than they were wide, et cetera, et cetera. There were certain, and there wasn't a rule about that. That was just like everything else was denied. I had friends who were trying to build modern houses like this, and they were denied twice, and later on. So
thanks for the history lesson.
Sorry?
I just kind of sketched out a 1 in 12 and a 2 in 12. I don't know, would you consider going to just a slightly, like 2 in 12 pitch on those?
I think it'll help. I mean, my only concern is that it's like, Round Belt's full of so many issues, some great houses, some not great houses. So I can't really tell you, like, it's not appropriate for the street, right? Because I kind of think you throw anything in there. My concern is just how much of the lot it takes up. I mean, it's the whole lot is filled with wood, horizontal wood now, and the back of the lot too. It's just what I'm concerned about is what happened on, was that Spring? Is that it?
Spring Valley, yeah.
Yeah, but it's code compliant.
Well, look, as long as it's within the setbacks and it's compliant to those degrees, I mean.
It hasn't been reviewed yet for zoning compliance. When the permit comes in,
Then you'll do it?
Yeah, I mean, if there
You only have 5 feet for garage setbacks now?
That's what, yeah.
5 feet in the backyard too?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we did check all that. I realized that you need
Just
to
for the
review it,
record,
but
I hate
from
that.
our end, we did our lot coverage, and it's included in the site plan.
So look, I don't know if you guys were
Have at
here
it.
when we did our workshop about, you know, what our sort of review criteria are. You know, there is that too dissimilar or similar.
Oh, we could totally deny this on too dissimilar. There's
It's
no
com-
houses
there's
like that on
nothing
the
like
street.
it. There's an apartment building. I mean, there's an office building.
Yeah, you couldn't sue us and say we were being whatever if we did that, because there's, you know, you could say that, but I don't feel like that's the right thing to do.
No.
You see
I
what I'm
don't
saying?
either, but what I'm saying
They
is,
all look like
I'm raising that because we're asking for a slight compromise here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not opposed to the 2 on 12. We can definitely look at that. I don't see that being a problem. I don't want to say yes without letting them see what that change looks like.
I understand. So, thank you for considering. So just for context, you've got two architects here. You got a professional designer. You got people also who live on Rondout.
I realize that.
Right down the street from you.
You're part of your daily experience.
And if you heard my rant and tirade before, we take our jobs very seriously because we really care. And look, we also understand that folks want to build their forever homes, and they like what they like. So I appreciate you working with us, because we're all doing this not to be pains in the ass, but to, you know, work to make Beacon better and do our jobs the way we're charged to. So, thank you. If you will consider that, that would be helpful.
Yep.
Anything else?
No.
Outside of like a 3-hour session with tracing paper and whatnot, which we're not going to do, right?
We're not. No.
Which would be more gratifying to me than anyone else, and that's really not our job here, you know? No.
So you're willing to come back next month?
Yes, I do have a question about that. If we were just to accept the 2 on 12, would you approve it as that?
Well, I'd have to ask my fellow board members.
How binding is that?
An approval is an approval.
Yes.
I mean, we just sat through this whole thing where approval meant nothing. You know, so how binding is us saying 2 on 12 with no documentation, no renderings?
It'll be in the record
no
as
anything.
part of
Yeah, we would have to resubmit the drawing.
It would be.
All right, then I'm fine with that. Yeah.
You comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with that.
Comfortable with that? Okay.
Yeah.
So, a motion to approve with the exception of the roof pitch being modified to 2 and 12 on both of those planes.
Roof modified?
Yeah, the roof pitch modified to 2 and 12.
And part of the thing here is that contemporary architecture in an older neighborhood, we have to do a higher level of scrutiny for it, you know? It's not illegal, but we really should expect, and I don't think, no disrespect, but like, there are really great architects that would do contemporary buildings. If this was Stephen Hall or somebody else, there'd be all sorts of other things. Don't mean to be, but I do think that it's totally within part of our responsibility.
Kevin, you don't need to justify.
I'm just saying. I'm more talking to you guys, and maybe you're already heard
That's
too
all right. I
much.
just want to move on and go home.
Let's keep going.
10 to 12.
Okay.
It's 10 to 12.
I have a 4:30 wake up.
These
and
two
I'm tired.
pitches.
So you're referring to the roof above the front door, that main,
The main house, both.
the main structure?
Yes.
Main
Both.
Not both sides.
Yes.
Yes.
They are referring to both sides.
Both of them.
But then they're gonna come back together if you raise them both up at the same time.
No, they're
Necessarily. Not necessarily.
If you go from a 1 on 12 and a 1 on 12 to a 2 on 12 and 2 on 12, you're not changing the angle.
We're not changing the relationship between the two, but the pitch is changing.
The pitch, we're changing the
Yeah.
pitch.
It's getting higher in the middle.
It's getting hot
So-
light. And then there's an adjustment that has to happen just in terms of height to make sure that they don't clash. You know how to do this. She knows how to do it.
And we're approved. Did we approve?
We approved, so let's move on.
We're approved.
Thank you.
Also, thank you.
Appreciate
I
it.
apologize.
Wait, did we do a motion?
We did motion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
James, you seconded?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we make it? How many more?
We are now at 53 Russell.
Howdy.
Hi.
Hey, buddy.
Whew, it's past my bedtime.
You said it.
I'm Andy Reinhardt, owner of the property at 53 Russell with Gina Samarge. And we are hoping to convert our existing garage into an ADU.
Okay.
So the agenda says facade.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It is and it isn't. So there's, under the new ADU law, when a building, an existing building is within 10 feet of the property line, and also within 20 feet of an adjoining neighbor's property, this is the first one of these, it has to come for ARB. So that's why it's at facade. So that's what this is doing here. The building didn't hit the 1,000 square foot ARB requirement. I think it was 400 square feet.
Yep.
But it's its location on the lot to the adjoining structure.
Okay.
So it's too close to the property line and it's here because it's too close to the property line and there's a house within 20 feet.
The house, yeah, the neighbor's house is 14 feet, I believe.
Okay. And it's an existing building and you're keeping it, or you're knocking it down and rebuilding?
No,
or
it's a garage. We're just going to convert it. No
Looks like it's
knocking
being
down
sort
and
of
no
reclad.
adding.
Okay.
So I'm just curious, why do you have 82 Union Street here?
Where?
What is that?
Oh, the neighbor, the photo of the neighbor's property?
Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's what was requested.
Oh,
It's around the corner.
I see. Yeah, look, this is ultimately an aesthetic improvement.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
I'm just curious, why, when you turn the corner from the front face, why are you painting it blue? Just curious. It's a design choice?
Yeah.
Okay. Any thoughts, guys? This is going to be a studio.
Yeah. It's
Contribute to
way better.
affordability. Being so small, you won't be able to rent it for an outrageous amount of money because it's just not big enough.
That's true.
And so,
You got some really small windows. Why are these so small?
Oh, the side windows? Is
Yeah,
that what you're
the one
referring to?
over the sink. I kinda
Yeah,
get that.
they're pre-existing, and
Oh, they are?
I believe John Moss is the architect, and he actually suggested removing them because,
No, I mean, what, you just removing them and altogether?
yeah, just because the structure has some bowing, because the ceiling was originally constructed without joists.
No, if you're going to have somebody living in there, you need light.
Yeah.
It wouldn't meet code for air and ventilation.
Right. So we hadn't figured, I had not figured on trying to enlarge those two windows, but
They're existing?
since that's coming up, this isn't in the plan we submitted, so we would have to submit a change, but there's a door on the corner of the building, and we had figured on filling that in because the refrigerator's going there. But I took some measurements, and we could have a window there as well.
Look, it's ultimate. I was just curious about why they were
It's
so small.
fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's fine.
yeah.
Okay, look, what guess then?
Let's do it.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by
Second.
Karen, second by James.
Second?
All in
Oh.
favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Motion by Karen, seconded by.
James.
Good luck. We have one more?
For future reference, how do you want these kinds of applications noted on the agenda then?
What do you mean?
So I only have two options typically. I have facade or sign for a certificate of appropriateness, and then for single-family home, it's just that, single-family.
Just call a facade. We'll just be surprised when we open it up.
Because this is a.
Every little book.
But this is its own category.
I don't know, this is new.
Yeah.
This is
Can you add it?
We've got to get a new drop-down menu.
I don't know, I'm thinking maybe just changing it, instead of just listing it as ADU perhaps?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on.
We're gonna hit 12, aren't we?
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
It's the last one.
REA, man.
Do it.
I can get
Denied.
us out of here by 1 o'clock.
Make sure you really draw it out, right?
Yeah.
Take your time.
Over-explain it, please.
Oh, I got to yell at you first. Come, what the hell happened here?
Were you not here earlier? Damn.
It's a little different.
A little bit. You've basically cut a hole
This is this one?
through historic detail on this building. Come on, man.
Why'd you do that?
Is it just the door?
There's a couple other items.
Go back to the building.
Yeah, I'll go over it.
Let's go through it.
But you can see it from the other road. So it's not really-
Let's
Okay,
just
so
understand what exactly you're asking for, and then
Okay, so the first item is we're proposing to change the steel columns to wood. They're still square, they're still black.
what steel columns?
On the
Holding up the deck in the back.
And the size.
What size?
Hmm?
What size are they going to be?
6 by 6.
That feels anemic for the height of these things. Are you sure that's even structurally? I mean,
Yeah,
what's
we
the
look at-
height?
It's the minimum to code, I think.
Yeah, actually, let me check, because we might have gone
It
to
is
8.
13 feet 7 inches from top of slab to second floor, so it's about 13 feet of a post. You might want to bulk that up a little bit.
Yeah, well, you think about just,
2 by 4.
it may be structurally sound, but I don't know. But when you think about the proportion and the height, they're like sticks.
Well, I mean, that's what we had with the metal. We can go to 8 inches if, I mean, because that's what we're talking about. If we're making changes, we can do it now.
Yeah, you also notice that your platform, the stringer, or the edge of the platform is just slightly bumped out from the columns. And if you were constructing, it would be substantially, it would be out farther, and it would give more articulation like you had before with the metal.
It's the same detail.
Why do you want the wood instead of the metal?
It's easier for them to work with, the connections and it's not another contractor
Tree.
out there.
Not another tree.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're doing. There's just something different about metal round metal at 6 inches and wood at 6. It's just very different.
I mean, I think the appearance is going to be the same. They're both square, profiles, and it's the same color.
Why did you draw these at different scales? Are you trying to make me angry?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I would recommend 8 by 8.
That's fine. We can do that.
All right. So then you're also.
Then the next
modifying-
item is we're proposing to replace the garage door. It was a rusty steel roll-up garage door. With that big housing on the outside of the building. So and it was damaged beyond repair during the demolition. So what he's proposing to replace it with is a glass and aluminum, bifold door.
Are you serious? You're putting MDF above this thing, flush with the brick?
That was his proposal. We can talk about that.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
That won't even last. Painted MDF? It's not even a hardy board. It's not even an exterior milling.
There's an exterior MDF.
Version.
Yeah, but we can look at that.
But even so.
Yeah.
This really screws with the scale of that.
And you don't show the color of this painted MDF.
There's a color.
There is a color?
What's this? To match existing brick color.
That was what it was.
What's the color of the frame?
And this is what we're going to get.
On the door?
Black.
Well,
You need a better
Can you
solution
put a
here,
window
Arya,
in there
man.
instead?
Yeah.
What?
And also, didn't you just recently design an
Hey,
enclosure?
guys, let's not talk over ourselves. So, one at a time. Karen was going.
Sorry.
Would you consider a transom over the?
Oh, just to fill that in? I have to see, because some of that was above, actually, it started interfering with the ceiling height, because a lot of that upper stuff was for the housing that was removed.
Wasn't that big rolly thing to open out
Okay,
into
but
the
you could have
exterior?
a shorter transom and then some
Well,
trim
I
around it.
mean, what I'm wondering if, just as a suggestion, is if we trim it out as a transom and, do something with it, so it's not just flat, painted.
Yeah.
Make it black, put trim on it, divide it up into panels.
Yeah, I think you got to do something to emphasize the height of that
Yeah,
correctly proportioned opening.
right.
Not try to mask it and just blend it to the brick. It's
Okay,
gonna look
no,
terrible.
I'll talk to the owner about that.
Yes.
But I'm sure that we could do that, like a panel thing.
And I think if you put a small awning on it, right, it would shed water, and it would also tie it into the existing trim in the existing building.
Well, I just think you need a better solution here, Arya.
No, yeah, we can, I mean, if there was a panel up there trimmed around the perimeter and then divided into four, like the door is, and just make it look like it trimmed out.
To me, that sounds
detail.
like a better solution.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, it's a bookstore. You kind of want light, and if you could do glass lights in that, that's even better. But
Yeah, I think that's a problem, but there's also so much more light with these glass bifold doors. I mean, that's an improvement.
I
to the-
understand.
yeah.
Fair. All right.
right,
So,
then
Wait, what about the shed awning? Where's that going?
That's over the entrance. We'll get to that. Yeah.
The legal entrance?
The third item was the rear elevations were not drawn with the existing arched opening, so that's just a correction to the drawing. The openings are arched. We're reflecting that in this. There was also a couple of windows that you can see were with that vertical mullion thing. That they're like some weird casement windows, so we're replacing that to match the other ones. So again, that's an improvement. I
okay,
think.
that's an improvement.
Yeah. So then, so the last item is that there was something happened with that door opening. There's no other place to put it. So what we tried to do was, rebalance the that.
I'm going to be honest with you. If you had come to us earlier and said this is the only place to put it, I would have said no.
Yeah.
Because you're cutting right through historic detail.
That happened.
And there's a window right adjacent.
Yeah.
There's a window opening already. It's just, this is like.
Terrible. Terrible.
I'm just so, sometimes, I don't know why, is it just
Can you make the window
compartmentalized work or
the
what?
door?
No, that's in the tenant space.
What about the short one to the right of the door?
No, that you'd be falling down the stair. Well, I'm not sure what happened. It's a weird replacement stair that they put in at some point. The landing doesn't go all the way to the wall, so there was some, misunderstanding and.
Right,
the
but
original.
when you're dealing like one of about four, jewels on
Yeah.
Main Street,
No,
right?
Many
of which you've had the honor to work on,
Yeah.
You should have more respect for these things, and
It
I know you don't
has
have
nothing to
total
do with
control.
lack of respect. It has to do with what happened in the field, and I'm trying to take care of it.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, and I just,
It's bad. It's really unfortunate. It could rise to the level of me yelling at you, but I'm tired.
Late at night.
But I mean, come on, man.
I understand the location, but I'm trying to rework it around what
Where's that
is
door
there.
go to? That weird window above it? No, that doesn't.
Again.
Oh, that's the old.
Cut to that side of that highlight, right, or is it to the right? Because your buildables have it off-centered, and it's
Right.
actually off-centered the other way.
Right, yeah, but then,
Wait, your elevations and the pictures don't, are we looking at the same? Is this? No, I'm not looking at a different.
the picture's that one above the railing. Of
You
that
need
area.
this door?
Hmm?
You need this door?
Yeah, it's the only way into the apartment. And that's the door that has that awning on it, so there's going to be a little, visual disconnect from there. Also, it's the same, these are the flat elevations. The only people that are going in there are the
What
tenants.
side of the building is this?
East.
East.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It opens to like circular courtyard. I think.
So what's with the side panel?
That was because of where the opening was. I was trying to at least recenter it around the detail.
Yeah, that's the one.
So basically to expand the visual of the opening, and then use the awning with that as well.
Can you just do two panels, one on top of the other, just to mirror weight? I don't know if I like how we're making.
Yeah, I mean that was a little reference to to that brick detail.
No, you're just highlighting the fact that you fucked that detail up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is just bad, man. But
No, we'll do two.
Yeah. This is the second project where we've seen something in the field that you weren't in control of mess up a building, right?
Mhm.
And so I think somehow we got to solve this problem in the city because
this
these
is part of the reason why I made this other applicant a spectacle. I mean, this has got to stop.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
what the hell are we doing here?
Well, no, I know.
I know the other one,
Yeah.
the whole story behind that. We don't need to get into it.
No,
This
no.
is-
We can't change what's happening on the inside in order to make the outside better?
Well, I mean, the tenant has already claimed that space. It's all very tight over there, and this is crazy.
See, again,
Yeah,
this is
staircase.
just like, we'll just do whatever because it's convenient for us.
Respectfully, it's not the same as that. This was a condition that, that was brought to me in the field. I'm trying to do what I can with it.
But you submitted the buildables for this, so you knew about it. Like
And-
the drawing you submit to my office that I haven't issued you a permit for,
Right.
has this door cut in off-center, like not under the window. So you knew about it, and the rear elevations on the buildables you submitted is exactly why 364 is the way that it is.
Right,
You got ARB approval
Mm.
at 1 minute, and then you submitted something to the building department. If I gave it to my deputy or something like that, they wouldn't have known it was an ARB, and they didn't match.
Yeah.
And the only one that did that is you.
Now, I'll look at that because we submitted for the permit before that
And the
issue
drug
came up.
advocate got us here.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
there needs to be coordination on these things.
Yeah.
And,
I agree.
and I know you have an excuse to say, like, I'm not getting paid to coordinate. Well, somebody needs to be made responsible for this coordination.
Yeah.
And it can't be the building department official
Oh, no.
because he's not
Yeah.
there day in and day out during construction and dealing with field
Yeah.
conditions. And obviously, the field condition thing is being taken advantage of by not very sophisticated contractors or people that just don't care, and owners that aren't being made responsible for their actions. What happened today was part of trying to begin the process of making people responsible or for these problems to not happen again.
Usually I get retained for, the CA part
No,
of
I
it.
understand, but
But-
that's a failure, right?
Yeah.
That's how it failed. It
Yeah.
failed, because dude, you're not paying me, I don't care. I cannot care, because I'm not obligated,
let's
I'm not
move
under
on.
license.
Let's move on.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, in
this
normal
is cut
conditions, I
out.
would do that.
But now it's in front of us to approve?
Yeah, I was
Is that what it
asking
is?
for forgiveness rather than.
So
Wait,
deny.
we
No.
need another drawing.
Put the detail back.
Well, I'm just, I mean, if we're what we talked about is pretty clear. The 2 panels on the side panel, the paneled, transom detail above the.
We need another drawing. I do not think that we can approve this with the amount of changes that we just suggested, with the multiple. Ari, I apologize if this seems rude, but there's multiple errors happening over and over again on these things. And please don't, we have to, in some way, make things more difficult for people and to assure that there's some sort of responsibility taken by somebody's part, even if it's not yours, so that these errors don't keep happening over and over again. Because we all work hard, we're here forever.
Yeah. That's how it should work, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, we're not being punitive here, but.
I just wanted to ask you if there was, we talked about 4 items. Make the columns 8 inches, and the 2 panels on that panel of the door, and then the panels above the, divided into 4 with a perimeter. I'll make it look good, but also the guy has a stop work order, and he can't do anything on the inside. I'm just letting you know the context. I know it's not your concern, but I'm telling you why we're pressing to. If you're okay with those couple of things, which are very clear, and I'll submit, the revised drawing.
No, we're submitting. We'll review next month.
How can we keep going the same way? We can't. You can't keep doing this over and over again. We're all going to be serving here a long time. You're going to be doing this a long time. This can't keep happening.
No, I'm ready to retire.
Yeah, but I'm just saying on this one, it just seems that the changes that we are saying are pretty clear. To.
Sorry.
Okay.
Not approved.
Okay.
Okay, so motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Kevin.
Oh, second.
By Karen.
I was wondering what's taking
She's like,
so long.
All in favor?
I'm so tired we can't figure out how to get out of here fast enough. Oh, God. John, I'm sorry if I went on and on.
All right, we're at 7 o'clock. I think we can start on our training session. So we're going to spend the first half hour of our meeting, as we typically do, forgive me, in our training workshop, where we'll talk a bit more about ARB and sort of our review purview, what the rules in the historic district, the HDLO, might look like, and what the regular review criteria are, and then, just open discussion about what, if any, I say that in jest, challenges, we find in our ARB reviews. So with that, were you going to kick us off?
Yeah, I think Jennifer and I will do this in tandem. Sure. So today we'll be looking at Chapter 86, which is the architectural design standards through which the ARB kind of reviews applications, right? And then we'll also look at the Chapter 134, which is the historic preservation chapter. We've somewhat reviewed 134 previously when thinking about designations and the criteria. I think we reviewed them in detail at the beginning of the year in terms of the criteria laid out there. I don't think we've gone through Chapter 86 in a while, except for 2 meetings ago in April. We did, In May, we reviewed the applications for these, the application forms for these two, right, for ARB and for the HCLO properties, just to kind of go through what's being requested of applicants, making sure that those requests are clear. So I think Mercedes kind of took notes from that meeting 2 months ago, and it has been updating the forms. So hopefully those will get out, those forms will get updated and get out to applicants, and then over the next few months, we'll start to kind of look at how the applications coming in may have changed and hopefully get more detail that the board needs to review those. But I think the chair had kind of asked, or John had asked, that we just touch upon again what the criteria and kind of the discretion of the board is with regards to these two applications, so we can kind of talk through that with the board, hear from you what's working, what's not clear, and then Jennifer and I and the board together may be able to think about potential amendments or clarifications that we want to take to these sections of code and kind of bring in front of the council for consideration, right?
I should also say we should discuss as well, not just what we review in terms of architectural review, but also how it also applies to certificates of appropriateness.
Yes. So do you want to start, Jennifer, I think with chapter 86, it's a little bit more.
Yep, so chapter 86 is your, as Natalie mentioned, just your standard architectural review chapter. And section 86-6 in particular is the section of that chapter that gives you the criteria that you're supposed to be reviewing when you review ARB applications. And these are for applications that don't necessarily involve a certificate of appropriateness, because that's another layer of review standards that would apply. So in section 86-6, it says that the board shall base its recommendations on the following criteria. And that is that no building or structure or land development shall be so detrimental to the desirability, property values, or development of the surrounding area as to provoke one or more of the harmful effects set forth in section 86-2 by reason of, and then it gives two things. So we have to figure out whether the application is going to have a harmful effect on the surrounding area. I'm just kind of paraphrasing and breaking it down. It's going to have a harmful effect on the surrounding area in a way that's going to implicate one of the purposes and intent, the sort of harmful effects that this whole architectural design chapter is meant to preclude. So I'll go through that. And that is section 86-2. It says that excessive similarity or dissimilarity leading to inappropriateness or poor quality of the exterior appearance erected in residential and commercial districts in the city adversely affect such beauty and symmetry, as well as the desirability of surrounding properties and neighborhood areas for residential, commercial, or other permitted land uses. By doing so, such conditions impair the benefits of occupancy of existing properties, as well as the stability and value of both improved and unimproved properties. As a result, they prevent the most appropriate development and use of such and cause degeneration of property, with attendant deterioration of conditions affecting the health, safety, and general welfare of the community. And further, they destroy the proper relationship between taxable value and real property and the cost of municipal services provided therefore. So basically, if you let property deteriorate and become horrible, it's going to lower the tax base, lower tax revenue, and therefore have an impact on the cost of municipal services, because the cost of municipal services are going to remain the same. If properties are allowed to deteriorate, the tax revenue is going to go down, and we're not going to have enough money to fund those municipal services. So that's kind of the...
Can we pull that apart a little bit?
The gist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe just stop on that one and
Yeah.
just sort of pull it apart, right? So one of the biggest challenges that we face and have experienced is the somewhat subjective nature.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm also now picking up on another aspect too, you know, in this deterioration clause, it's almost a sort of a more building department level constructability or quality of construction type conversation. So, so there's two things I just want to talk about a little bit, right? One is that subjective nature. The other is, again, this idea of quality. So maybe we start with the quality one first, because this is always kind of giving me pause, right?
Yeah,
It sounds to me like, right, so how do we judge whether an application in front of us could potentially, you know, lend itself to a diminution of, you know, property values and that sort of thing? I mean, again, unless it's like quality of materials and poor construction, there's also the aesthetic part of it, which then pushes, in my view, back also into that subjective realm.
Yeah, and I think it's almost like it's talking about like a domino effect. If you let, you know, one house come in that has, you know, poor quality materials and the design is of poor quality, that's going to potentially lead to a domino effect in the rest of the neighborhood to allow other properties to kind of be pulled down.
So again, in my mind, that's a subjective, right? Because in my view, there are many products that are, again, this is just my viewpoint, there are many products that are of poor quality.
Right.
Vinyl. Not everybody can afford hardy board. Not everybody can afford real wood, right? So where do you draw the line?
That's a good question. I mean,
super subjective.
It is, and that's sort of the unfortunately, that's the nature of architectural review. A lot of it is subjective. You know,
so can we just use as a baseline my taste?
So I think what you need to do, though, is, you know, we got through some portion of the standard of review. There's others too. So, you know, the sort of undesirability of what you're looking at in the ARB application has to implicate one of these purposes and intent. So one of these infirmities.
I think the criteria that you were starting on starts to help narrow that down a little bit, but I just think the response to your question is you're absolutely correct, right? Even the first line of that intent there says, even that is, you know, cannot be excessively similar or dissimilar.
Yeah, and we've actually been able to invoke that.
Yeah.
In the past, to many applicants, you know, ire. Because also that is somewhat subjective too, because you can be in a part of a neighborhood that has multiple different styles, multiple different generations of, you know, Victorian or mid-century or arts and crafts. Those are very different from one another. So what's to say that a modern home within that context is too dissimilar?
Yeah. I mean, I agree. It's completely subjective to a discretionary review of a board of 7, right? That's kind of why that gets put to a planning board that is comprised of the peers of the applicants, right, in terms of being residents of the community. But I agree that it's a very hard and
not very toothy.
Not very toothy, and I think it puts a lot of onus on the board and the applicant to kind of really pull apart and discuss each certain application. But I don't think it gives you clear guidance, right? It's not very. Once we get to chapter 134, where there's things like the cornice must be this high or this in XYZ, that's where we started to get much more form-based, whereas this is very, I think, design and to the discretion. Many communities have started to move away from this type of discretionary review because of how difficult it is.
It's vibey.
Yeah, I was gonna. It's what?
Vibey. It's like is that what's the vibe of this? And so the judgments that people make that are subjective, and it's inherent in the nature of this. It's not, our town is not a Cold Spring. And I think part of it was that you couldn't enforce a rigid design sensibility like you would in Albuquerque or Santa Fe, let's say, not Albuquerque, you know.
Yeah, I'm not looking to turn into like Lavalette.
Oh, understood. But what I said, more prescriptive standards would be difficult, right, to enforce. And if you said no vinyl, I'm just sort of taking an opportunity to riff a little bit. Is there you would be, more wealthy people would have an easier time meeting those standards than people that have lived here a long time and are maybe don't have as good a
Fair.
income, right?
What are other communities doing to address this challenge?
I mean, I think they all face it because you all come up, the same kind of comment and question comes up in seeker review, right? Because there's that community character. Is this consistent with community character? So I do think all planning boards face this in some sense. I see different communities. Some now rely more on architectural consultants outside of the board if they don't feel like they have the expertise on the side of the board. I will say that I don't know, in the communities that I have worked in, the review of like single family homes is not often, I don't often see that caught in front of planning boards. Many communities exempt 1, 2, 3 families from coming before a planning board. So it is a little bit of a unique, because Beacon's so small, I think they chose to have this additional review over their residential neighborhoods.
That's the area where I think we have the biggest challenges, the certificates of appropriateness on one single-family homes.
Yeah, and many, we could do more of an analysis. I could do more of an analysis of communities in Dutchess County in the area to see what they're doing.
I'd be curious.
But I know a lot of them exempt architectural review of single-family homes for that reason, because it's just kind of getting right to the line of like a private property owner versus kind of planning board. But I think if we could touch on the 2 criteria under 86-6, it gives you a little bit more, but I think I will still, we're agreeing that there's openness here. But so the first prong is the repeated and adjacent use of identical or nearly identical facades or structures arranged without respect to natural features or terrain or other existing structures. Right, so this is, I think that one was put in there. So when you're looking at this detriment, I think the guideline that has been given is anything that is too
cookie cutter, right?
Cookie cutter, not paying attention to natural aspects like trees, topography, things like that, right? So kind of clear cutting and doing tract housing, which you see, I think, all across the West and many parts of the U.S. in terms of that more suburban. So that's something that was put in here specifically for the board to be able to review and avoid.
Yeah, I mean, again, I go back to like real world experience where you've got something that's just plain ugly. And it's ugly for any number of reasons. It's not scaled proportionally correctly. The windows has slapdash all over the place. I mean, what does that fall into? I mean, I could name any number of different things we've encountered that are somewhat what I would still consider subjective. Like, you don't like it, but I do.
So I think that's the next prong. That's the inappropriateness with respect to, and then there's a list of 3 things that the design is inappropriate.
Yeah, let's go through those.
For the total volume. And the first 3, I've seen this exact provision in other codes, and it drives me crazy. Because the first one is total volume in cubic feet. The second one is gross floor area, and the third one is height. So height and GF, I mean, these are all things that are governed by zoning. So in my mind, if it's zoning compliant, you can kind of mold what that block would look like, but the whole GFA is governed by zoning. But the fourth one is good because it's other significant design features, and that's very broad. But it gives examples such as material or quality of architectural design. So I think that's what you're getting at when you talk about windows being kind of haphazard, the quality of the materials, and then it talks about roof structures, chimneys, exposed mechanicals, a whole bunch of other things. So I think that's where you probably are living most often in your reviews, is that it's inappropriate with respect to other significant design features, specifically quality and the architectural design.
Yeah.
It's still subjective. It's still in the eye of the beholder, but I think that's also, the benefit that this board has is that you do have at least 2 architects on the board.
We got, 100 years between us?
Exactly, landscape
architect.
Professional. Yeah, so
we're all design
you are coming at it with
and John.
a better eye for that, because I could look at something and think, there's nothing wrong with this. It looks, you come at it with a different architectural background and can identify what might not be architecturally appropriate in the design. And I think that's
Which, again,
a benefit to this board.
we do. It is a real struggle, right? Some, the easy ones are ones where somebody's actually hired an architect or they have some experience and they have got some taste and sometimes, rarely. Other times, it's a real challenge. It's exhausting. So, I mean, I don't know how to solve it, but.
One of the things it doesn't say, I noticed, is that it doesn't talk about adjacent context, right? And that's some of the things you make a judgment about all the time is there a contiguous neighborhood that has consistent architectural features?
Yeah.
And then this would just in some way diminish that effect, right? But the difficulty with that, like any judgment, is like sometimes you'd have something that actually sort of enhances because it's a feature.
You hope so.
And so there's a lot of architects would compliment themselves to think that they could create something that would enhance the neighborhood, even if it didn't mimic the structure and form of everything that was already there.
Yeah.
But that's not the case in a lot of residential neighborhoods in Beacon. You know?
And I'll mention there is another layer to that criteria of inappropriateness. I didn't read the whole thing, but it does say that it's the inappropriateness of the structure with respect to those items that we talked about in relation to any other structure or land development that may be existing or for which a permit has been issued. So it kind of brings in a little bit of that, comparison of what's being proposed to in relation to other structures around it. So that should help.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, again, it would be interesting if you could, a couple of different communities, and if they're doing things differently, how, just for reference.
And what's the result, too? I mean, if they're doing, there are towns like Cold Spring where it's obvious that they're incredibly rigid. It's a wealthy neighborhood, it's a wealthy community, and they are extremely, they rigorously, they expect a lot of the developers there, and they won't permit things that don't fit within a certain, visual, whatever, guideline that they have. And it's not, some of it's written down, some of it is, they just, there's examples there of a number of projects that have taken a long time and were not approved until they met the visual standards that were, that they had. I've always wondered whether or not, I think that was always a choice that we had, and I don't think at the time that this was passed, it wasn't, we didn't think that much of ourselves. Right?
We had low self-esteem.
Low self-esteem.
Now we have significant self-esteem. Yeah, I think there's more, in my view, we've somehow gotten through it, and I will say there have been some upsetting things built just because of the challenges of just aesthetically. And again, this is from my point of view, of the challenges of the charge, right? With the limitations of the, and again, to some degree, designed that way, the limitations of the law.
Yeah, I think that's what we kind of wanted to acknowledge, is that there very much is, right, a lot of subjectivity to these regulations, and what you, and that's likely why you're facing challenges in reviewing, right, because you're having to apply your own, I would say professional, but also personal experience. So I guess happy to do a little bit more research, see how other communities are handling this. Wanted to acknowledge that this is a very discretionary process, and then maybe get a little bit more feedback from, if, I don't want you to call out any specific applications, but if there's been certain things, so I've heard material choice so far.
It runs the gamut.
It runs the gamut. Yeah.
Material choice, color choice, window placement and size, scale, relationship to one another, just form, right? Good design. Again, how do you describe good design without going into an architectural, lecture?
Well, that exists other places in our code, right? Where it's more explicit.
We do have some areas, like your form-based districts, like the CMS, the linkage districts, the HGLO, definitely, where it's tried to walk that line between saying, it doesn't say you have to have this many windows, right? But it talks about symmetry, it talks about proportions in terms of height versus width. It talks about placement of doors, it talks about, you know, you have regulations in the code that you can apply to every district, like the setback one that we're discussing with another one, where you're allowed to deviate from a setback or require a certain setback based on the context of the block, right? So there is some language elsewhere in the code.
I will say chapter 186 is probably ripe for review. It was adopted in 1991, and the last time it was amended, just one section was amended, was 1997.
Wow, yeah, that's old.
Probably a good time to.
Yeah, so if you think about where Beacon was at that time and the need for these regulations, as there was kind of this uptick of redevelopment and development, that's kind of when these were put in place. So I think.
Should we dive into that one too?
Well, this was 86. You were talking about chapter 86 is what you meant, right? Not 186.
That was 86, yeah.
Oh, that was, okay, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the 134.
That's the ARB that we've been talking about. The HGLO, which is chapter 134, right, in terms of the regulations on historic preservation, that get into the certificates of appropriateness. So that chapter covers both kind of the designation of properties, which is done by the council, as well as the review of properties that have been designated and the granting of certificates of appropriateness. So if we wanted, 134-6 is where it kind of gets into certificates of appropriateness and the criteria in subsection C. And we can touch on that briefly. I think we have touched on this previously, but I will just kind of run through that. And there's the general certificate of appropriateness, and then there is also the CMS district, which has additional regulations on that. So I think that's kind of what maybe Kevin was just pointing to, that we do have some more boxed in guide regulations. But for general, the criterion in determining whether a certificate of appropriateness shall be given, there's 4 criteria that the board should be considering when looking at an application for a certificate of appropriateness. So the historic or architectural value or significance of the structure and its relation to the historic character of the surrounding area. So you're looking at any modifications, again, quite broad latitude there, right? The historic or architectural value or significance. So where we often taken that is kind of looking back at the designating form. Whenever a property is designated to the HGLO, there is a required form that kind of talks about what the features of that structure are, and why it was designated. Number 2 in this section is the relationship of the identified historical features of such structure to the rest of the structure and the surrounding area. Criteria 3 is for an addition or new structure, the compatibility of exterior design in terms of scale, arrangement, texture, and materials proposed, roof and cornice forms, and if applicable, spacing and proportion of windows and doors, exterior architectural details, and street front fixtures.
These are very helpful. Why can't we apply these to the general? I mean, is there any reason why we wouldn't?
Yeah, because I think they wanted to focus the focus on areas that had significant historical fabric.
Yeah, no, that
Main
makes
Street,
sense.
Obviously, you know, and there are other areas in, I don't know if anybody lived here in like the 90s, and they weren't significant. There were a lot of places that have been converted into multi-apartments. You know,
Yeah, no, we know.
IBM had left.
We know.
Yes.
So yeah, continue.
And then the 4th one is for proposals that do require, so if it is a site development plan or a special permit that's required for it, in addition to the certificate of appropriateness, the planning board also has shall apply the design standards in subsection 7 of this same section. And that's the Central Main Street District Site Development Plan or Special Permit. So those are the ones that we reviewed those earlier this year, where it starts getting into, there's a number of more criteria about design characteristics, scale and height of alterations, site elements, architectural elements. So that's the section, like if site plan approval is required in addition to just the COA. But I think what we're kind of talking about here today is more of like the smaller applications that are just ARB review or a certificate of appropriateness, right? Where you maybe don't have this larger latitude of site plan approval.
Yeah, and the CMS or HGLO even goes so far as to provide examples, right? Visuals. So that's also very helpful. I mean, I don't know if we can extend that into the general, but, excuse me.
Although I've noticed that a couple of applications like literally used elements from those visuals as, you know, well, this obviously the.
You just copied them?
There, yeah, so it's not always.
Well, it's one way to get it right.
You can't help it.
Yeah, I think that's in the form-based code, in the zoning code
Sorry,
section.
yes,
The form-based-
it's a
yeah.
different issue.
Yeah.
Similar thing, not this specific.
But to your point, like, there could be the use of visuals in chapter 134 or 86.
I mean,
if
I don't
that's
know.
helpful.
Even if it's just a sort of a tutorial on what scale and proportion are,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
You'd have to hire
Figures,
somebody to do
diagrams,
that,
yeah.
you know, that did a good job.
What is it, Francis?
We were very cheap.
Francis Ching? We can use him?
I think I know we're at 7:28, so we want to move on. So I
Yeah.
think we have some research that we can do in looking, and Jennifer and I work in other communities, so we can kind of pull that. I think the other thing is we did review, Dutchess County Planning Federation did a training on good design or better design that I think we did review as a board together. It's a video presentation that was recorded. I might just recirculate that to the board. So if you guys want to watch and give me your response, you're maybe not going to agree with it. You're maybe going to agree with components of it.
I'm curious.
But just came to my mind as an example of someone who tried to get out there and say, what is good design? So I think it would be helpful to have you all respond to that and say, okay, maybe agreed with this segment of it. That might be something we can incorporate. This not appropriate for Beacon, just to start to kind of narrow down some maybe if there is more guidelines that we want to try to add to these sections.
That could be helpful.
But I just want, we hear from the board that it is a struggle to review these applications, and I think this is something that we can start bringing to the council and having conversations with about how we might want to refine these.
It's time. I have to say, I mean, we review some long and in-depth and complicated applications. The certificates of appropriateness are sometimes just as hard for that, subjective nature of things, right? So the first challenge, the first hurdle was getting past the submission requirements because, we were looking at things like scrawled on the back of a napkin with a crayon.
Yeah.
All right.
Try to control the information that's coming in.
So that's number one. Now this layer two, I think needs some work.
Okay. Can I add something? I would love to open this up in some way, encourage public participation, and get a wider voice. There's a lot of creative people in this town, and a lot of them have really interesting and rich views about their visual environment. And I think it's something we should take advantage of. And also, it builds more support and more consistency in the way it actually gets expressed when the projects come in. If there's a feeling that there's a clear understanding of what the sort of culture in Beacon and what it might expect and and how people want to participate in it when they're building here,
Yeah. Thanks. Just real quick, anything else you wanted to add, Jim, or?
No, that's
Karen?
very helpful and confusing.
Good? You what?
I said it's very helpful and confusing.
Oh. Sounds contradictory, but okay. We'll go with it.
Further down the road.
Thank you.